valuable commodity I know of is information. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. So glad you could make it today. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV. Only Topstep has the biggest names in the trading world on our show. And you're not going to find another stream out there like what we offer here. This is Opening Call. He's John Hoagland. I'm Eddie Horn. We got an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, your friendly post office worker, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you energy and persistence conquers all. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's good friend and trading mentor, the man with the plan, John the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. I noticed today, Eddie, we are ourselves.
Yes, yeah, I figured I'd sort of put a little twist on it.
I
should say untwist. I untwisted it. So, yes, you are John Hoagland. I'm Eddie Horn. Welcome.
It's good to see everybody. Opening call Tuesday, 18th of June is always our focus during the opening call is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Looking forward to an interesting trading day. Just want to note everybody. Today is the actual switch day for the equities. Volume is going to be, well, not evenly split, but as evenly split as possible. This is usually going to be a pretty tough trading day. Try and stay patient today.
We will do that. You check out our lineup for today. My. Amazing. Lots of cool people, lots of smart people, lots of fun people. So let's get busy here. Let's get ready for the news here. And U.S. stock futures hovered around the flat line today. That was before we had these early economic numbers. And if you look, we're basically back to where we started. Dow future contract edged just a little higher here by about 30 points. S&P and NASDAQ were both widely unchanged. The average of the Wall Street jumped the prior session with the benchmark 500 and the tech-heavy NASDAQ posting fresh record closing highs. That was boosted by the Goldman Sachs and Evercore, both raising their year-end targets for the S&P 500. Individual stocks, Apple extended a rally that began last week. And over in Tesla, well, there's a legal fight going on here in Delaware to reinstate Musk's pay package. Tesla has initiated its battle for the legal recognition for the massive $56 billion pay package. That was after the electric car making giant shareholder voted in favor of a compensation agreement. There was a judge that Kathleen McCormick, previously voided the pay earlier this year, calling the amount a record in U.S. corporate history, unfathomable, and raising doubts around that. So Musk's deal, as well as a plan to reincorporate Tesla in Texas from Delaware, received support of 77% of the shareholders. A letter made available to the public yesterday. Tesla's attorneys argued that the shareholder decision significantly impacts McCormick's prior ruling. Johnny, what do you got for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers are concerned, at 7:30, the retail sales numbers came out. The core month over month for May was expected to come out plus 0.2%. It came out minus 0.1. The overall month over month for May was expected to come out at 0.3. That came out at 0.1. Both of them lower than expected. Williams, that I did not see on the schedule today, started speaking here at about 7:30. A couple of notes from Williams. He says things are going the right way for monetary policy. 3% inflation is not the new norm. He's expecting inflation to keep coming down throughout the year. But as far as other economic numbers are concerned, at 7:55, the Red Book came out. Not usually going to be very impactful. 8:15, industrial production and capacity utilization is due out. 9 o'clock business inventories, as well as Fed barking is going to be barking at 9 o'clock. 10:40, we've got a lot of talking Feds today. 10:40, Fed Collins is going to be speaking. At noon, we have Logan and Kugler speaking. There is a 20-year bond auction at noon. Make sure you're keeping your eye on how that goes. At 12:20, we have another talking Fed. Musolum is due to speak. And one Fed Goolsby is due to speak. And for you crude traders, watch that API number at 3:30. These are all, of course, in Central Chicago time. As far as the VIX is concerned, down this morning at 12.63. The dollar index off its overnight highs after the retail sales numbers last I checked at 105.38. And the yield on the 10-year also rates lurching lower after the retail sales number. Rates now currently, well, at least last I checked, at 4.24%, well below that 4.5 level we've been kind of keeping an eye on. So that's what we've got as far as economic numbers are concerned. And looking forward to an interesting and challenging trading day today. Remember, it is switch day in the equities. This typically can be a more challenging trading day, as if they're not all challenging already. So just keep that in mind. Eddie, back to you.
Be very careful today. And as John says, a lot of us is coming off the floor, going electronic. We know this. It still applies. It's going to be a very tough day here. So watch yourself. Make sure you've got your stops in place and be very careful. Dude, where's my crude? Well, yesterday, boy, we came so close to $80 here in our WTI. Right now, here looking at a high 79.84. Last year, we've got the 79.76. Crude prices edged lower today, handing back some of the previous gains as the global demand outlook remains uncertain amid the plentiful supply. WTI traded 0.2% lower. We did see that in our markets here today, 79.56, while the Brent dropped 0.2%, 84.09. Both benchmarks added around 2% yesterday, closing at their highest since April. Oh, we haven't seen that since April. Data released earlier this week showed that China, the world's largest crude importer, was struggling to produce a solid economic recovery. Meanwhile, worries persist that the U.S. economy's prolonged exposure to the high interest rates could weigh on demand in the world's biggest oil consumer. Well, Johnny, NBA, we have a winner. Congratulations to the Celtics. They have won the championship. That's now their 18th championship, more than any other team in NBA history. The Celtics went 16-3 in the postseason to finish with an 80-21 overall record. That's a 792 winning percentage, ranks second in team history, only behind the Celtics 85-86 that finished 82-18. Now, this win ends a 16-year drought title for the Celtics, and what's more, this particular team will more or less be intact to make another run next season. Congratulations to them. And of course, Dallas and Mavericks, well done this season. They've got a great team. If you are a Dallas fan, they've got a lot of potential, and we will see them back again next year. All right, James, you've got tip of the week, and after we do this, you've got some goodies to share with us, correct?
Absolutely. And I'll let you take tip of the week, and I'll be back in just a sec.
All right. Tip of the week, trading plans. Oh my God, what's a trading plan? Well, a trading plan helps define clear goals and objectives for you, the trader, such as desired profit targets, acceptable risk levels, and specific strategies. Now, this is going to ensure that traders remain focused and motivated. And remember, follow your game plan. Whether it be good or bad, if it is bad, then then it's time to step back and call it a day. Johnny, what do you got for tip of the week?
If you don't have a trading plan, I suggest you start one today. Just start with an outline. How are you going to view the markets? You're going to be looking top down, starting on the weekly, the daily, the 4 hour, the 1 hour. What tools are you going to be using? How are you going to be using those tools? What about volume? What about open interest? All of those things, just start writing them down in some sort of an outline and start getting consistent with coming into the markets. A lot of people I've worked with as a personal performance and trading coach have said, how do I become a consistent and profitable trader? To which I answer, what are you bringing consistently to the markets? Are you prepared? Are you doing your homework every day? That should be part of your trading plan. And we look forward to everybody's success here. And one of the most important things is going to be that trading plan.
Well, thank you, John. And of course, let's bring James back in. James, we got some special announcement here. What's going on here today?
Yeah, well, I just want to let everybody in on a little secret. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your friends' enemies. We're having a fire drill sometime this morning.
No way.
The details of which I'll tell you right now. We're giving away 2,500 invites to lock in up to 550K Topstep X trading combines
Wait,
for
wait, wait, wait.
120. Yeah,
That was 150K combines?
150K. We're not talking 50K.
Oh, my
We're talking
goodness. They've been asking for that.
150K. That's right. For $129 each month until you earn funding or until you cancel the trading combine. Eligible traders that win the giveaway, you're going to receive your code via email by the end of the day on Friday. So that's right. Not today, not tomorrow, not Thursday, Friday. End of day Friday. So if you win, you can lock in up to 550K Topstep X trading combines for $129. And speaking of tomorrow, did you know that in the States it's Juneteenth? That means we're off. We're not going to be on air due to the Juneteenth holiday. We're going to be off air, and we suggest you take the day off as well. Kick back, relax. Who gets a Wednesday off these days? Back to you, Eddie.
Wow. Oh, thank you, James. All right. 150K combines. So we'll get that out there sometime this morning. And please remember, be kind to your support agents. They are working day and night to answer all issues, questions, and requests. These are real people just as we are. And they're working very hard to get these things done. So be kind. All right, Johnny, let's take our trip to your charts. What do you got for us today?
All right. As always, I like to start with the daily in the S&Ps a little bit further out. Remember, as mentioned earlier, it is rollover. It is switch day. This is typically one of the more challenging days for directional traders. I've seen a lot of other people that I know talking on social media about being careful, and this is one of the hardest days that they've experienced in their trading journey. So just kind of keep that in mind. Obviously, the upside auction, the auction higher is intact. It is very difficult during rollover again to gauge open interest and volume. That's part of what makes this so challenging, at least for those of us that are keeping track of volume and open interest here during rollover. That move to the upside yesterday is creating a very challenging a rollover for the longer time frame. We talk about how the longer time frame just wants price to pretty much remain stable so that they can get a cheap or make some money during rollover. And that yesterday's move to the upside made that very challenging. It's pushing some of that ability to change those positions from the June contract to the September contract a little bit further down the road here. If you look at open interest, we added 183,000 contracts in open interest. That is not directional. That is rollover related. That's what makes it so difficult to use open interest and volume during rollover for an assumption of how good the auction process is doing. I would love to be able to say, yesterday we had big volume and we added a whole bunch of open interest, indicating more buyers coming into the market and indicating that the auction is more likely to continue. We cannot do that because it is rollover. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at for any early opportunities this morning. So we know we had that big up move yesterday. We'll talk about the profile here just very shortly. Overnight inventory, very close to settlement, very narrow range, no overnight inventory, inside range, inside value, suggesting we want to stay patient today. And I think that's probably a really good idea, considering it is switch day. Switch day can be one of the more challenging days. We do have the simple moving averages where they were braided before the open yesterday. They are now tilted to the upside, indicating possible continuation of the upside opportunities. We do have the weekly kickoff high at 5610 here in the S&Ps. Anything is possible. Anything can happen. Not suggesting that it is going to happen today, but it's on my radar. So with no overnight inventory, inside range and value, no gaps, no runs, no hits, no errors, I'm going to try and stay patient today again. And that's usually one of the things that we really try and look for. When yesterday's profile was a double distribution, a multiple distribution, it ended up looking like a very emotional move to the upside. And that's wasn't really expected, but we have to trade what we see. When we broke out of the initial balance and we started leaving those just a couple of single TPOs above that initial balance, that was telling us that this auction might grow some legs to it, and it most certainly did. By the end of the day, closing this session at 55.46, quarter up 44 points. Overnight inventory again flat, double distribution, maybe a multiple distribution move to the upside. There's a lot of single TPOs or fair value gaps left in the upside move yesterday. So those could easily be targeted for repair if we do end up pushing lower. There was a pretty low excess high in the profile indicating that the upside auction is likely not over. What about the NASDAQ? What is the NASDAQ looking like? Well, the NASDAQ on the daily chart, again, the upside auction is intact. It is switch day still. Volume and open interest, very blurry again, because the volume is pretty much split between the September and the old June contract. We added 30,000 in open interest yesterday, and again, that is rollover related. That is not directional. We cannot depend on that to make an assumption on how good the quality of the auction was yesterday. Try and keep that in mind. Weekly kickoff is relatively close here, not all that close, but 2370 is weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. We started a move towards it yesterday. We'll see if we get an opportunity to have an execution near that today. The simple moving averages on the daily chart are moving higher. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Still a lot of kind of weaker structure down below, but we're not going to worry about that until it becomes important. So overnight inventory, flat. No real overnight inventory, a very narrow overnight range. Market looking for new information, perhaps maybe giving the longer time frame traders the opportunity to get a lot of that rollover done today during switch day. The simple moving averages, while they were really braided yesterday in the S&Ps, are still pushing to the upside, indicating that the upside auction is still intact. It is still doing well. We're going to be looking at, again, another narrow range in the overnight session, opening in range, in value, no gaps, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. Patience. There's very little change to the perception of value so far in these S&Ps and in this NASDAQ, and I'm assuming in the Dow. We have a lot of talking Feds today. We have a 30-year bond auction. There are things that this market is kind of waiting for as far as directional activity is concerned. And again, the profile yesterday, another double distribution or multiple distribution, emotional move to the upside. Volume doesn't look like it's all that great because, again, we're in rollover. The volume is split between the June and the September contract. So depending on volume and open interest, very challenging during rollover. A lot of single TPOs or fair value gaps on this 30-minute chart and in the profiles that could easily be targeted for some degree of repair. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude moved right up to weekly kickoff high yesterday, within 3 ticks of it. Weekly kickoff high, that big fat round number of $80. Well, it seems to be providing a degree of resistance. But look at this 30. Look at this daily chart. We have the 100, the 50, the 100, and the 200 session moving average all coming in right now within 20 ticks of each other. That is saying that there's no real trend right now in this market. If we can break out above $80, that may change. If we come off of that $80 with some momentum, that of course could change. Volume was relatively good yesterday. We lost 19,000 in open interest. Well, we lost 19,000 in open interest overall. 24,000 of that was in the July contract, which is still it's expired. They're still settling a lot of that open interest. So in essence, we added 5,000 in open interest on this push to the upside towards the weekly kickoff high. Is that bringing in new shorter time frame longs that may start to feel a little bit trapped if we start heading the other direction? Or is that longer time frame buyers coming in and adjusting inventories for a potential breakout above that $80 weekly kickoff high, big fat round number? Who knows? We're going to be trading what we see this morning. So here we look at the 30-minute chart. All right. We do have a couple of nuances, and we'll talk about those here very shortly. Overnight inventory is largely flat. The market is coming up to another test of that big fat round $80 weekly kickoff high. We did open in a late spike. The late spike base. What is a late spike? Well, the market continued its push to the upside and closed right on the high. This creates that late spike. The base of that late spike, where we want price to hold above, is 79.46. I want the market to hold above 79.46 if I'm looking for longs. Market's already kind of pushing outside of the range from yesterday, rejecting value from yesterday, rejecting the base of the late spike from yesterday. It's got a big speed bump here above that $80. But if we do bring some business, some volume, some participation, some momentum above that, I'm not going to fight it. I'm probably going to have to try and go with it. It doesn't, there's no buy or sell at these weekly kickoff levels. They are just levels to heighten your attention because some big opportunities can come from them. The market traded basically right to it. What was the overnight high here? $80.01 before starting to come off. So this is a very interesting area, interesting level. Keep an eye on it. I'm not usually a crude trader, but I would be watching this level if I were. The afternoon pullback low all the way down here. If we do end up pulling back and getting back inside value, which value high is around 79.34, to value low, which would be the afternoon pullback low, which comes in at 78.61. I'm looking for rejection of value and acceptance above $80, or rejection at $80 and a value area acceptance play down to the afternoon pullback low. Those would be my two main hypotheses. Let's quickly take a look here at gold. I don't think that there's that much to really talk about. Gold is largely in balance. We lost 2,500 in open interest yesterday. Look at the volume. Volume has just been getting crushed. It seems like nobody cares about gold anymore. Although there have been some pretty decent opportunities. They failed auction above yesterday, offered a really nice short. Moving averages, the 50 is now above price and starting to head to the downside. So there's a little bit of, possible range bound or maybe another move in the opposite direction. I'm trying to focus on the extremes, and the extremes really are last week's high and last week's low. 23.04 half to the downside, 23.58.80 to the upside. And quickly here for the 30-minute chart, and we'll get rips in here in a hot second. All right, range yesterday, opening in range, overnight inventory, maybe a little bit too short. Seems that overnight inventory has already been kind of resolved. We've already traded to value high from yesterday, from below value low. Value area still is already done. We're in the middle of the range. We're in the middle of the longer time frame range. Man, be patient, be cautious with this. It was a normal variation day neutral trade yesterday, profile yesterday, which indicates potential searching for new areas to facilitate trade. I'm just not sure what direction that's going to be, so I'm going to sit on my hands if I'm a gold trader, let the market establish its early range, and then focus on that range for potential opportunities in either direction. Short time frame control, ladies and gentlemen, in gold right now. Short time frame control, and don't forget to take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Please remember every day to pray for peace, and let's get moving on.
Of course it is. Welcome. And look who's at the front door. We've got, Rips, and of course the Rips Raiders ready to go here. Good morning, Rips. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Hogue. How you folks doing this morning?
Excellent. What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing really, really well. Just looking at this market going to new highs here. It's just insane. Would you agree with me in the assessment here, Hogue, that this is likely due not only to contract rollover week, but also due to the low inventory that we're seeing to the upside here?
Like, nobody wants to sell it?
Nobody's looking to sell it. Nobody's looking to offer any contracts for sale here. So it's just ripping up with no inventory.
It just seems to be doing what it always does. It gets the short time frame short and runs it up on them. Get the short time frame short, run it up on them.
Yeah, and this just seems very extreme now that we're trading over 20,000 here. So, I do think that it is a very interesting day again here in the market. It is sort of like a miniature Friday since we don't have any trade going on Wednesday. Markets are going to be open for futures trading, but I'm certainly not going to be trading it myself. I think it's going to be incredibly low volume, and I'm willing to miss any kind of opportunity that comes. I think the bigger point to trade is going to be on Thursday and Friday. Thursday, we are going to have the employment numbers. We are going to have some housing figures. And then on Friday, we do get the PMI stuff that's coming out here. Sorry, Jack, I got to go ahead and get my screen share going here. My apologies. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting week this week. I'm excited to have this be sort of a Tuesday/Friday where we don't have any real trades going on tomorrow, at least for me. We do have some NAHB housing index stuff going on tomorrow, but I don't really think that's going to be all that important. I don't think that we're going to have a lot of liquidity, especially with it being roll week. Is this one of those weeks where you're hands off more, Hogue, or are you kind of rocking it out of the park here and smacking it over the yard?
Well, historically, rollovers have been tough, especially for directional traders. If you were in the pit working the spread, you probably were able to do pretty well. But if you were just pretty much a directional discretionary trader, a lot of traders had a hard time. A lot of traders actually took that week off. I took last week off, and I haven't done anything yet this week. Although I feel like I missed a decent opportunity yesterday, but hey, I've missed good opportunities before.
Yeah, I think yesterday too kind of outlined the point. Have you ever heard that traderism where it's like, you booked the ticket from New York to California, but you got off in Philadelphia? It's where you're wanting to ride the entire move, but then you get out too early because you think it can't go any higher, and then it just keeps on going and going and going. So it felt like one of those moves yesterday. Yeah, felt like one of those moves yesterday where we had that pullback into these 900s here, and that was really the best pullback of the day. And then we just boot, scoot, and rally all the way to the top side here up at those 250s. So, a 350-point rally to the north side is nothing to shake a stick at, so we'll have to see if it can continue today. I ran a poll on my stream before we came on here on TopstepTV, and it was really a split decision between folks who said that the market's going to go higher than 20,200 and folks that said it's going to end the day lower than 20,200. And I think it says a lot about a day like today. Of course, going into a holiday makes it a little bit more tricky, but also on top of that, after a long, strong day like this in the market, you usually get folks that are willing to defend those positions and wanting to take this short. You have people who are wanting to exit their longs, but then you also have people who are saying, hey, let's squeeze these shorts some more. So we might have a big disagreement today, a lot of consolidation, but there might be a time this morning when one of the sides gives up first. We don't really have any news that's going to be coming out this morning that's going to be too interesting, but the market is opening here in 45 seconds. So I say we should get some ponies in the gate.
Ponies in the gate. Let's get our ponies in the gate here. And we do got Andre and Michael ready to go here. So let's bring them in. Oh, they are in. And of course, Coach Dakota. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. You got the A-team with you here today. The man in the upper left, Michael Patak. You know him. The man in the upper right, Coach Dakota, rocking the Topstep hat today. Like to see it. You just saw Ribs breaking it down right before this opening bell. We got less than 60 seconds to this opening bell. A lot of Fed speakers today. We'll get into that in a little bit more detail. If Hogue is there, break down the opening bell for us. Opening range. I missed you guys yesterday. It's good to be back. Michael, what's happening? Not much. He's ready to get into it. All right, Hogue. Dakota, if you guys got any levels, please shout them out. I do have my Top Step daily levels. As you see, they will be. I got the training checklist up now. It will be pinned to the top of the chat very shortly. I got my levels up. Make sure you have yours too. Rips, talk to us about this opening train and the opening bell, please.
Well, we are seeing some sellers on deck here. Nothing really happening in the way of the Magnificent Seven. We are seeing a little small fade off there in Amazon. We are seeing Meta coming down a little bit here. It's not really been the S&P 500 lately. It's really been the S&P 7, Andre, and it's really been it's been an interesting thing to be tracking these Magnificent Seven because they really are dictating the flow of the market. And in fact, we've seen them swell up $2 trillion in market cap value over the last week and a half, and it's been a very fun thing to be a passenger to and see this market just shake, rattle, and roll here. So we are seeing this kind of push back down to that almost that 180 quarter level, which we've been tracking since this morning. I do want to see if we can maybe pull some liquidity below that 180 quarter level and then potentially make our way back to the top side here. I think that there could be a chance to catch some early shorts offsides with a nice pop of liquidity there to the north side.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Dakota, what's happening? What are you looking at in these markets? Welcome to Fast Markets.
Man, these markets. Today I'm a bear.
Up and on. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Yeah, yep. I think.
I was just looking to switch today, too.
No, we're all over the place already. Come on. All right, Dakota, you're a bear. Why are you a bear?
I'm looking for us to break down and make a run for 20,100, maybe the key 20,000 level. That's if we could start to break down. We made an overnight low, obviously around the 20,150s. If we could get there, and if we start to break down, then it could be off to the races to the south side. But I agree with Rips. We've had every time we have a nice run in any direction, we should tend to get consolidation, if not some type of a pullback. Maybe we could argue that we have a holiday tomorrow. There's a lot of people who are exhausted. And we start to see a break below, this opening range right here. I'm looking for us to push down below 200 and see if we could hold below it.
Okay. So I just got that little perk that we're talking about to the long side there, and we're up $3,800 on the day. So far so good. And we just exited that trade there.
Okay, MP, we got the house account open. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. Pulling levels right now. Like you see at the top of the chat, you see the Topstep daily levels. I got them open right now. We're trying to find some prices here.
Opening ranges, the S&P and the NASDAQ left the opening range that first minute of trade at the low of the range so far. Dow the opposite.
The low of the range, yes. Okay. Dow was always doing the opposite. John, does that make you a little bit more bullish on the day then when you see that the opening range is at the low?
Yeah, it does, because it's the S&P and the NASDAQ that are really, they're holding the more high flying, country companies. Yep. The Dow is, it's the blue chips. That doesn't move. The S&P and the Dow and the NASDAQ move. Yes. Especially the NASDAQ gives me heart palpitations.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
That's its forte.
It's not the S&P 500 anymore. It rips. It's the S&P 7. It's doing all the heavy lifting. Your Nvidias, your Apples, your Amazons.
Yeah, there's a specific group of 7 I'm watching, and it may not be considered by most the official Magnificent 7 because it doesn't include Broadcom, but it is Apple, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Those are the stocks that I always track in my Mag 7 over here, and they've been a great leader in trying to figure out where the price direction is going. So, when we see the lack of confluence across the board, that's when I want to stay off, and when all of those stars are aligned and all moving in the right direction, yeah, that's when I want to be attacking a trade. So when we got that little Percocito to the top side, we were seeing a little bit of confluence across the board in the Magnificent 7. And of course, that quick little blowout of those early shorts earlier from that 271 quarters, it matched with yesterday's all-time high. We kind of rejected off of that on that newsprint. We had a big wick up to North Side City, and then we did trail back down. And since we didn't trade below 180 quarters, that's what my trigger was to go long in that play there.
Very nice, very nice.
Beautiful trade.
Hey, thanks, Dakota. Appreciate you. How you doing, by the way, buddy? It's good to see you.
What's up, Dakota?
I'm exhausted, man. I don't know what it is. I was telling everybody last night. It's just an unconscious way that I am. I love to be in a drawdown. I love to be in that mentality that I'm grinding to have a drawdown. So I started this week in a drawdown, and now I'm back to my comfort zone, and that's being in a drawdown.
You like to fight. You're a fighter, man. Maybe you do your best work when you're backed into a corner, Dakota.
I mean, that's what it feels like sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, we are coming to yesterday's volume point of control in the S&Ps at 55.56 quarter. 55.56 quarter right here, right now.
S&Ps are getting really ripping and rallying here. We're definitely gunning for those all-time highs again. We're looking to see if we can actually auction above that 55.60 level and actually get a nice hold up there. I would like to see the NQ auction above that 271 quarters line in the sand there. And if it does, we do have a lot of shorts to be squozing above that level.
Squozing. I like that. The old short squoze. The old short squoze. Don't want to get squozing. It's a dangerous place to be. We are pushing higher here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ hasn't caught the bid just like the S&Ps have. Dow seems to have woken up a little bit, pushing a little bit higher here. Crude, tight range, about 80 cents right now. Still looking to push into those $80 range in crude, about 12
That's
cents
the
beneath
weekly
that.
kickoff high in crude.
$80 even, right, John?
Yep.
Yep. Okay, cool. So we're right there, knocking on the door. We'll see if we give it the old college try, push higher. But for right now, we're watching these S&Ps move higher. Rips
Who's
every day.
are already above the overnight high. NASDAQ's got a long way to go before it gets there, but overnight high in the S&Ps is 54 quarter, just for reference.
54 quarter.
Yeah, what's up with the NASDAQ right now? Showing no signs of buyers.
Meta's taking a downturn.
So is Tesla. We actually
And
ran into a
Amazon.
point of technical resistance right about 6 a.m. We made that pivot and we rallied up, and it looks like 212 to 215 is a nice support resistance zone. And we kind of went up there and we're bouncing down, or what is it, bounce or falling off this, whatever you want to call it. Bouncing off the ceiling. I'm looking at this as a resistance zone, 213, 215. See if we can hold.
I was just long 08. I got just out of them. I mean, right around here.
Nice trade.
Well, I mean, it was up nothing, but the S&P kept ripping. It just keeps ripping still, even right now.
What I
How's it
have
feel being
noticed
a
here, and I don't
buyer,
know if you're seeing
MP?
the same thing there, Hogue, is delta divergence right now. We are seeing positive delta in the S&Ps, negative delta in the NQs here.
Told you guys if I start buying Dakota, that's the top. It's always a
Just
pitch.
walked out.
When you see me start buying, that's the top, because everybody has that. Kind of like a golfer at the end of the time, and never any round was never a good round.
I have that gift
Day was
too.
never good. Yeah,
John, I remember that, John. We kept selling. You're like, John, you're going to sell one. This will be the reversal, and
Yep.
we'll rally.
And that was like the recent low. That was the dead low.
Yes, it was.
That long worked out for you though, MP.
no, I mean I bought 08s and I got out at 12s because it was hesitating, because it went up to 16, then it was hesitating. And
That's four
then I'm
handles you
looking
didn't
for it.
have before you put the trade on. Come on.
Get out of here, guys.
I
All
like
right,
that,
cool.
Rips. Tell him, Rips.
Good talk. I like it.
Okay, we got
meant to go to LA and ended up in Pittsburgh.
I like that. I like that saying, Rips. Bought a ticket from LA to New York, or what did you say? New York to LA?
New York to California, ended up taking the exit at Philadelphia.
Pretty good one. All right.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes. I mean, I heard it a lot from SPX traders. That's where I picked up on it. It's on a day like yesterday. There's a lot of SPX traders that could have, made multi millions of dollars for their first time ever. It's a day where it is a millionaire maker in the SPX and NDX too, but NDX is not as thickly traded as the SPX. But it was a very, very fun and interesting day to be a trader. And if you were that type of person who kind of holds out for those big moves and doesn't know when to sell, especially if you're a newer trader, it makes it a lot easier because you see green and you say, I'd never get off this train. Why would I get off when it keeps paying me more and more, right? Whereas a seasoned trader says, finally, some green, I'm getting out of this thing. But today it could be another one of those days where we have either a reversal of that whole move or we have that continuation to the top side and we see shorts really starting to capitulate from their positions that they've capped on yesterday.
I think we might start getting some momentum to the downside. We broke below 200. We went up and tried to test it on this much smaller time frame on a 100 tick. We failed that, and now here we go. We're going to be, looks like we might be making a run for the lows.
Nice out, Michael.
What's up with the house account? You guys tell me.
Pulling levels. We got a level around 140, 20,140 perhaps along there, but it depends how we get there. So we're going to stay patient right now, but 20,140, perhaps along down there. So we're still about 50 points away.
Dakota, how do you feel about a short on the breakdown of 180 quarters if we do break that down? And I understand there's a lot of liquidity down there that we could just be drawing towards. So I'm more with the house account. I like just waiting right now. I want to see what happens at the 10 a.m. hour, which is, 9 a.m. Central, but 10 a.m. Eastern hour, which is 20 minutes away. I want to be patient on today, but I want to get a banger on in the house account.
I like that.
I like a short to play for that break. I like a short, like whether it's right now in this zone while we're chopping around. I mean, we're basically right where we're opened. This is where we opened, pretty close. But I
put
like
one guy on I put a one guy on long at 86 because I am looking at all these short time frame traders, Johnny, that you're talking about earlier. getting squeezed. I would have gotten squeezed if I would have held on to those 08s and 10s. But if it comes down, it's a break-even trade.
Okay, I'm short.
I'll start in New York and get off where? Where's a good spot to have an analogy on breaking even?
Chicago.
my way to LA.
Didn't even make it to Philly. He didn't even make it to Philly.
I didn't even make it to Philly.
He got to the subway tunnel and chickened out.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I like that.
I do like that play though, Rips. I like a play, make a run below
Break of 180 quarters to the downside.
Yeah, I'm short 194 and 3/4.
That would take out the low of the opening range at 180 as well.
Here he comes, coming on down. What's your average there, Dakota?
Just one contract, 194 and 3/4.
Beautiful.
Let's
Up
see if
10
we can get a
handles. There you
break
go.
of this session though. I'm targeting 100 to 20,100s, maybe like 20,095 to 20,116. I'm targeting this zone from yesterday at about noon.
For what it's worth, the Dow
The
is
reason
really
why
caught up.
I'm favoring
That is.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, John, just saying Dow's ripping higher. S&P is still staying right at the high of the day. So those two indexes.
Yeah, the reason why I want to wait is I feel that there's still a lot of business to be done with some order matching today. And I think that a lot of that order matching that should have happened yesterday didn't happen. And I think like the MOO was pretty strong today. So I'm from the camp of I think waiting is the best thing to do today. Wait for this opening range to be defined. It's more of like a Hogue style of trade, in my opinion.
There is something to be said. And we're talking about probabilities versus risk reward, right? Where you could get in early and have a little bit better risk reward, or you could be patient and wait for a higher probable setup. So yeah, there is that to be said where I'm being.
And I like how you're managing that by using lower contract size, Dakota. Would you say that, by doing that, that's really akin to what you're doing with your risk management there by instead of just like barreling in for 10 contracts right now, for instance?
I have no comment on that one, Rips. I would love to be when the market's working in my favor. I want to be barreling in 20 contracts, but when it's going against me, we just want to minimize that. But yeah, I like this trade. There's something to be said to where if we do start to break down, there's nothing wrong with maybe adding to this position as we get what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Anne Marie asks here, she says, what range are you thinking? I'm looking at this right now, basically 210s all the way down to these 180 quarters. So that's kind of the range that I see us playing in. The problem is that there's a good sweep of liquidity opportunity below these 180s. So it can be a quick fake out. And so it's kind of like if you're holding a short like Dakota has right now, let's say we tuck below those 180s and we start to see some heavy sell side. Then the question becomes, if you're trading a 1 or 2 lot position, are you peeling on that tuck below 180s or are you adding for the pressure on a breakdown? So that's where I'm just like, if I can't solve that equation before the trade's on, that's where I kind of say, okay, I'm going to be hands off. And that's generally what I'm doing when I'm looking at trades is I'm playing through if this, then that. If it breaks below those 180s, what am I looking for? And if it becomes too much of a tricky situation, I just go hands off.
Yeah. I've been starting to watch the Mag 7 or the Magnificent or what you guys have been watching. And I just seen that Apple flipped. Apple was like up 0.5% and now we've turned negative and we're starting to see a lot more negative come around.
Yes, we have.
Nick Furtick saying this divergence is interesting.
Yes, it is. The charts are looking different.
Who wants to explain that really quick? What that
Go ahead,
means?
Rips. You got S&Ps and Dow are looking different than the NASDAQ, right, Rips?
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. And I mean, that's just because of the weight of each stock in that. The S&P has different stocks than what the Dow has, and the NASDAQ is heavily weighted towards these 3 stocks in the top end, Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. So if you're seeing Apple pulling back like it is, Apple retook the crown of the number 1 weight in the NQ here. So if you're seeing Apple tremendously pull back like that, it's giving weight to the NASDAQ. Now, what you can do is you can use that to your advantage to say that, well, if Apple starts to catch a bid down here and it's strong around those 215s, which is what we're seeing here and now, well, you can say, well, maybe it's going to start to catch up and we're going to see that push from the NQ, which will carry all of the indices to the top side here.
Okay, so we're still going to remain patient. Rips, we said you're looking for a draw in liquidity in the NASDAQ. Were you looking at these 20,180 half, 20,178 quarter? Because I am seeing some liquidity to the downside here in the NASDAQ between 180 and 177. Is that what you were looking at for the liquidity to the downside?
Yeah, 180 all the way actually down to 150. There's a 30-point draw that we could end up seeing there. And that's where it becomes extremely difficult because if we did torch down that liquidity, there's a really good chance that we're going to find strong bidders there. But if we can go through that liquidity and I can see how it reacts first, then I can look for that initial trade for me, which I think has a higher probabilistic chance, at least for my trading style.
Absolutely. Yep. All the way down to 150. So there's definitely liquidity to the downside there. All right. We're about 15 minutes into the trade right now. We got a busy day. I took a quick peek at the calendar, but didn't look at it in detail. But my man, Eddie, definitely did take a look. Eddie, what do we got on the calendar today? Looks like the party gets started here in about 15 minutes.
E-money.
Yeah,
E-money.
In about 13 minutes, we do got business inventories month over month. Also, FOMC barking, going to be barking. And then also, so we got some things coming up here. Retail inventories, and about 10:40 Central Time, Fed Collins will be speaking. 12 o'clock high noon, the 20-year bond auction. So we're going to keep an eye on that also. Also at 12 o'clock high noon, we've got the Atlanta Fed GDP. Also, Fed Logan will be speaking. And also Fed FOMC member Kugler will be speaking. Don't forget also 1 o'clock today, Goolsby. And a little later on, we will be having our API crude stock oil number coming out later this afternoon. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Yes, full slate of Fed speakers today, so you guys stay on your toes. We'll be sure to keep you updated as their comments hit the wire. All right, really quick, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Fast Markets. Please hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on X. Call it what you want. At Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Show us your trading setup. Show us your trading swag. Send us some memes, trader wins, whatever you got. Send us some cool content. We'll scrape the internets for you, and we will post that later today in, well, Fast Markets. So, again, hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep. We'll pull that for you guys in a little bit. All right, let's get back to the trade. What's up, MP?
What would be a cool thing you want them to show you, Andre?
I like checking out their trader setups with the screens, their machines. I like that stuff. I think that's pretty cool.
I like that too. Yep, me too.
Yeah, trader battle stations are some of the coolest things to look at because, you know, we all know how we all trade and you're in your office every single day. You're looking at your setup, but then you see somebody else's setup. You say, oh, I got to try that. I got to set up something like that. That's always
that's their babies.
Yes, it is.
Speaking of setup, I have the hotkey thing coming, which basically means, guys,
sweet.
Which basically means Topstep X right around the bend. Right around the bend, as we say in the country.
Right around the country. They say that in the country.
I don't know.
Is that what y'all say down there?
Yeah, we ain't y'all.
City.
We're up north. Nebraska's up a bit north. Bit north of the Mason-Dixon line, and we don't say y'all. We say, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing?
Well, you know, as one of the folks who has been a hotkey trader for the majority of my trading career, I think that folks who've never tried hotkey trade. Well, by the way, let's hear Dakota's trade. I'm not going to yap about this. He's got a trade here on.
Yeah.
Is this the same trade you've been in?
This is the trade that I'm going to be in probably for most this morning. So
goodness.
Don't worry about. I don't have any commentary on it. We're either going down or going up.
Oh boy!
And I'm playing for a breakdown.
Well, I was going to just say the hotkey thing. If you've never traded using hotkeys before, it's one of those things where there's a little bit of bandwidth that goes on between your thought in a trade and then clicking the mouse or dragging things around or keying in a number. Hotkeys remove that bandwidth and really just make it a connection from what your thought is to the execution on that chart. And it's something to be said about that. I've been using hotkeys probably for 8 out of the 10 years that I've been trading. And so it's going to be a very welcome thing to be seeing here on Topstep X. I'm super excited about it, MP.
Hey, who do you think's having a really bad day today?
Who's having a really bad day today?
JT, baby. Just got a DUI last night. He's arrested.
JT.
Justin Timberlake?
Oh, yeah, dude. He got a DWI. He's arrested right now in New York.
No.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, according to CNN, which I also have Fox, and I also have Bloomberg, and I also quit it on the news. But, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no. They got him?
Yeah, what's he doing driving? He had a good night last night, apparently.
Fun to drive Ferraris, yeah.
Until he didn't. Yeah, maybe he was sitting on him doing
Is that what he got pulled over in?
I don't know.
Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, Rory McIlroy's having a bad day. He had a bad day a couple days ago.
Oh, man, 3,000 some odd days. of no major and so close.
Dude, he
So
missed
close.
that putt from like freaking 3 feet. That brutal.
DeChambeau, man. We were talking about it yesterday. You can't miss that. I miss that many fairways, and I go through about 100 balls by the time but yeah.
Michael and I did play golf on
Crushed it.
Saturday. It was a little bit of an adventure. All right, we got
How we
some,
go? Who scored what?
we can stop keeping score of the rips.
No, don't wanna go there.
Market an X, dude. Market an X. All right, so some buy stuff here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, so we kind of just saw here and now what I was talking about on the NASDAQ, which is why I think it's the right play to be patient. Unless I think that Dakota's doing well with the one lot, it's risk management. But, having that little draw of liquidity that I'm watching for there below that 180 quarters, it just becomes difficult to track when you're in a trade. Do I want to take it off? Do I want to scalp this? Or am I looking for the bigger move? And I think that this can have a movement where we just kind of do this for a while and then maybe we finally break. Or the worst thing that can happen is that we can taunt that break, and then we shoot up only to come lower. So this is a type of market where we have a lot of disagreement on the table, and it makes it very difficult to trade this type of stuff. And it is kind of like what we saw yesterday before that big move to the upside, very tight and wound up. But the longer we stay in one position in the market, the longer we're quoting in a single price band of 10 points or 20 points, the more coiling that we do, the more release that we'll have when that finally explodes. And we are coming down here. Nice trade, Dakota.
Yeah.
Thank you. This is what I like to see.
handles.
I sold some calls yesterday, and this is what I'm looking for.
Very nice.
30
Dakota.
handles in the money, 25 in the money, 20 handles at least in the money. On whatever size you have on, I don't know, have you told us? No. Short one. It says on the top of the screen. Is that correct?
For one.
Yep, just
It was
one.
just
Just
a-
one.
Little trial
Dip
balloon
the
here.
toe. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yep.
I mean, one
This
lot
is
can
key
make you
level, though.
bank in these types of markets. Let's be honest.
It's $200 a 10
Yes.
handle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
When the
It goes
market's
10
moving 300
handles.
handles, that adds up quick.
Sure does,
That's
Rip.
so quick.
It sure does,
I
Rip.
mean, I could bust out my calculator for that one, but I also could do it in my head. Yeah.
It's more than $1,000 and less than 10,000, somewhere in between there.
We'll
Yeah.
take
I
it.
work in variances as well. I don't ever go exact. My wife's like, well, no, it's actually 142. I'm like, dude, 150. Same thing. Close enough.
Yeah, got to add in those
I think-
brokerage fees. Come on.
I've also noticed part of the markets rub off in my life where I'm a lot less exact and I'm a lot less picky about being exact when it comes to prices and other items and just relative in things that I do. Like, oh, you know what? It's, 5 cents extra at this gas station. Does it really matter? Crude oil has a spread of 2 cents sometimes.
Look at Dakota. The trader in Dakota is bleeding into everyday real life. Oh boy. Yeah.
It's taught me to have money come in one hand and go out another. That's kind of what it's taught me to do. Be okay with.
Hey, crude pushing
Then
higher
you
here.
start
We're
thinking
finally
in points.
We're finally
You're like,
in
you know what?
the
That new
range.
golf set just
Uh-huh.
10 points of.
It's funny. You say that there used to be I used to be a bartender down and also trade on the trading floor. And you quote, sometimes if you had a trader there, you quote how many ticks their tab was. It'd be a joke. It was 140
That's
ticks.
hilarious.
Yeah, because that's their tab. And then they'd arb over. They'd be like, hey, I need, they'd usually do like that. I need like 2 beers or something like that. And they'd arb it to you across the room. You'd always give it to them first. You're not, the guy's sitting there 3 deep, all the people 3 deep. You're looking over the top at your buddies. So
That's good stuff.
Seeing some
that-
pretty good volume in crude above that weekly kickoff high of $80.
Yeah, we're trading $80.23. We are above $80. We haven't seen these prices in a while right now. We are entering the summer season. Here in the States, we call it the driving season. This country loves to use their gasoline, and oil demand does increase in the summers. So we are seeing we're seeing those bulls come in and step in here. And the oil. Let's see if we can keep pushing lower here in the NASDAQ. Dakota is short. Dakota, talk to us. What do you want to see here in the NASDAQ?
I want to see a break of those 60s,
60s.
preferably like start testing 50s. And I think if we do, we could start seeing some more momentum build. But those 60s held pretty well right now, or at least they're holding as we speak, going back up to the 180s. But I definitely would like to see 157 break and the break of the overnight low, break of kind of the end of power hour. That last 5 minutes, we had that nice sell off. and that's holding. That's holding as of now, but we'll see. As I look at this board, and this is something I'm trying out. I'm learning a lot from Rips, if you guys believe it. I'm learning. I'm watching
Somehow,
Apple.
some way.
Yep,
What was that?
Apple's. Yeah, Apple, Amazon, Google. I mean, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla. They're all red. They're all negative. But then we have Nvidia up 1.5%, and it seems like this morning's sentiment is pretty dang bearish. But it could flip in like a matter of seconds.
Yeah, what's sticking out to me right now is that Apple has pretty much given up half of its gains from yesterday, and the NQ is not reacting to that. NVIDIA is keeping the NASDAQ buoyed, in my opinion, right now, and Microsoft is refusing to break down. We had this little gully in the after hours that we are kind of teetering around right now. It kind of ranges from these low 447s all the way up to 449 in Microsoft. So if we break below that range and we see NVIDIA start to roll, I think the NQ will follow, especially with the pressure that we're seeing from Apple. However, if we see all of those things start to reverse, I think it's going to join the trajectory of what we're seeing in the Dow and the S&Ps right now.
Yeah, Nvidia was negative this before we opened up.
I didn't know that was
That's the way it goes. Jensen
know
only
that.
lets it be negative about 34 seconds every single day. It's his job.
He says, nope, we're buying this. What are we doing?
Can't do that. Buybacks are on.
Cannot do that. No. Oh, what a stock. What an absolute beast of a
Still
stock.
wildly shocked that the company was created at a Denny's booth.
Denny's.
And they have a plaque. And they have a plaque. They have a plaque at the Denny's booth. This is where NVIDIA was created.
Yeah, NVIDIA before they got into, NVIDIA's had a very interesting cycle where they were primarily focused on gaming graphics cards, and then they got heavy into the crypto space, and then bleeding now into the AI space heavily. It's been a very interesting trajectory for NVIDIA. We are seeing the NQ starting to really rip up here on a bounce on Microsoft. Remember, Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA are the tickers to watch when you're trading NQ here, because Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA are the top three weighted stocks of that average. And so when we're looking at Microsoft really rejecting off of those lows, coming out of that gully that we had just discussed, you're going to see a topside push in NVIDIA. I'm sorry, in NQ. I keep on calling the NQ NVIDIA. Yep. It's just interchangeable these days.
Same thing.
It's pretty close.
Same thing, Trev. Same thing. Say NVIDIA so many damn times that it just naturally just rolls off the tongue.
It's pretty much the identical chart lately anyway.
It is. They are one of the same. They really are. Quick look at tilt here. We got 77% long in crude oil as we continue to rally in crude. Just made new recent highs, $80.32. We're currently trading about 8 cents beneath that at $80.24. Again, 77% long in the crude oil market, as well as YM 67% long. These are jumping all over on me. 50-50 in the ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ for the time being. We got about 1 or 2 minutes until we got some Fed speakers and numbers coming out. Eddie will put Morse code in when he sees those hit the wire. Big day today, folks. Lots and lots of Fed speakers.
Good old Fed speakers. We missed them.
Today's the biggest day of all Fed heads for the entire week. This is it. If you hate Fed heads, it's only one day, and then we get a holiday. So I think we have one more speaker on Thursday, and that's it.
I'm actually excited about having a whole day off. We're not doing the show tomorrow. The markets are closed. If you guys don't need a break to go out and do something awesome in the summer, then I guess you're not as stressed out as I am.
Playpen, Michael. How about the playpen here in the city? You spent some time in the playpen.
Yeah. Might we emphasize again that tomorrow the stock market is closed. So if you're trading equity indices, it is a poor choice to do that tomorrow.
Please don't. We're
I will be here tomorrow.
I gotta get my fix, man.
Exactly.
I will be here though. I will be here tomorrow night.
Yes, markets are real.
And that's different though, because you're opening Thursday's session technically
exactly.
on slow markets.
Please don't trade
exactly.
tomorrow.
Yeah, if just because the markets are open, especially on a day like tomorrow, you should not be trading. Like Jack said, the stocks are closed tomorrow. Just be careful.
And here we go, right back down into those 70s.
Ooh, these wicks.
I love this price action as a bear.
Yeah.
What's interesting to note, Dakota, on your short is that we are not reclaiming the VWAP with strength in NQ, and that says a lot about the strength of buyers right now in this market.
Yes. Yep. Apple's down one.
Come the sellers.
Let's see if we could break these 150s. If we could break down into like these 150s, I think we could see 20,100. 2,100.
Eddie.
Uh-oh.
Hey, we got business inventories coming in as expected, and the previous negative 0.1%, forecast 0.3, actual 0.3. Also, retail inventories for the auto coming in at 0.3%, as expected for the forecast, 0.3%. Now we got Barkin speaking, so my eyes are on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Oh, man. All right, let us know what Barkin's got to say. Rips, I love your scouting reports on Fed speakers. I'm not going to put you on the spot for all of them, but any Fed speakers on the docket today that you're really going to be paying close attention to? We got Barkin, we got Collins, Logan, Kugler, someone I've never heard of, Musalam? That's a new one to me. Don't recognize that name. And Goolsby. Muslim. That's a new one. I don't know. Is that a new one?
Alberto. He's a character. He's not a voter this year. I think he's a voter in 2026. So no big deal about Alberto over there. He's fine. But Kugler and Mr. Thomas Barkin, who's barking away right now, that's who I'm interested in hearing from. Barkin has been kind of waffling between being a hawk and a dove. I do want to hear him have some commentary on what's going to be happening for the path forward, but there's really not been any developments ever since CPI, and we kind of see that what Jerome Powell said at the press conference was that all of the dot plot was in line with the data that came out prior to that, the dot plot being released in the afternoon. So I don't think there's a lot of news there. The only real thing of issue this week is going to be the PMI Purchasing Managers Index on Friday. That's it.
Man, dude, where else you can get scouting reports on demand like that about all Fed speakers on a day? Only here at TopStep TV. My man Rips bringing his A game today. Up a couple bucks already here in the start. Dakota, you said you like seeing this price action as a bear. I think what you're referring to, saw that spike up right above 20,200 in the NASDAQ. Quickly rejected. Sellers came in, currently trading 20,180. Dakota, talk to us about this trade. What are you looking for? You're looking for a push down into the 160s?
Yeah, I'm actually looking for a push break below 150s and then a run towards 20,100.
I'm long from 72 right now, 2 lot.
In.
So kind of when I was,
Are you fading your number one trader on all of Topstep right now, MP?
I'm not. I'm locking in his profits. So right now he's short, and if I'm long in the house, then the prop account locked in profits.
Michael.
I don't know.
Well done.
Oh my goodness! Now I want the market to dump. I mean, come on, how could you not be a believer in Dakota? I'm not even in the trade. I'm rooting for him.
It's a roll. Yeah, it's a roll week. It's just I don't know.
It's called hedging, right?
Yeah. Everything you want it to do typically doesn't do anything. So this is a weird week.
Risk management live here on Topstep TV. MP locking in profits. I love it. So MP's long. Dakota is short. Who will win? 2 men enter, 1 will leave. Actually, that's not true. Both can actually be profitable. Believe it or not, both can be profitable in this trade. We've seen it.
Both can
Yeah,
lose.
I might be in this trade
Both can
until
lose.
like power hour. I don't think that trade that you're in, MP, is going to last very long in terms of that thing.
I mean, there's no competition here. There's just how we can lock in profits. It's kind of all it is.
Yeah, I'm not talking about win or lose. I'm just talking about time frame, like how long you're going to be lasting. In
nice,
that
Carl.
trade.
Shots fired. Everyone's loving shots fired. Shots fired. No, this is just a little banter we have. We want everyone here to profit. Even you in the chat, we want to profit. Speaking of which, click like, click subscribe. 6,000 people watching. Yesterday, Michael, we peaked out at we had 70,000 people watching us at one time yesterday, Michael.
Oh, I know.
I don't know if you saw that, but
yeah.
Please click like, please click subscribe here.
Did you say 70,000 or 7,000?
70 rips.
70.
70. Some bots. Someone paid for bots.
No, it wasn't. It was all real guys
right there. Bigger than CNBC. Welcome.
I don't know, man. I don't know who did that.
Somebody padded the number somehow. I don't know. We don't do that crap.
It was all day rips. It was just sitting there like 40,000, 50,000. Like, no, we're not. That's not. But whatever. I know it drives Jack nuts. Screws up Jack's stats, his spreadsheets, all his.
I know Jack goes bananas on
Totally,
that.
that's my spreadsheets.
Jack, the rest of the spreadsheets, man. Jack, what are they doing to us, man?
Yeah. So while we're talking about that, please go subscribe at the very least because we're so close to 100,000.
We really are.
I think when we started the show, we were at like 30 or something. I don't even know what it was at, but it just keeps growing. And our numbers, if you look at other folks, they're like bigger followers, but then smaller numbers of streams. So it's kind of fun that we got such a big streaming number that will show up concurrent viewers. Ratio-wise to subscribers,
and you're doing
subscribe.
and what were you doing when we hit 100K?
Ooh, big secret. Big secret. Oof.
I mean,
We're keep that's in the vault. That's like Fort Knox right now, Dakota. We cannot
that's
release
Fort
that.
Knox type
Yeah.
announcement.
Well,
Let's
it's
say the
going to
sky
be
is-
big. If I may add one thing, just because we have to confirm it, we kind of have a date maybe set in mind, but we got to hit 100K first, and that's when we'll do it. So we won't do it the second we hit 100K. We are at 98,567 right now, so it's going to happen soon, but it has to get there first.
Donkey rides, corn dogs, balloon animals, face painting. We got it all ready to go.
Apple bobbing. Michael loved the old apple bobbing. Pin the tail on the donkey.
I'm an apple bobber.
Pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah,
a dunk tank. A dunk tank. We got to have
A big funnel cake guy. Big funnel cake guy.
State fair.
Even if the kids don't want them, I'll still be stopping.
Headline from Barkin.
Here we go.
We're on the backside of inflation. This is the latest from Barkin. We are on the backside of inflation. So he is leaning to the dove side today.
Interesting. Is he typically a hawk or is he typically a dove? What do you?
He's been waffling. He's been waffling lately. So it's interesting to see that he's going for the dovish take today, and the markets are reacting positively on that so far.
Yes, they are.
300-point rally off of this. Maybe we see 30,000 by the end of the week.
30,000.
I remember last week you put out that poll in the NASDAQ. When will we see 20,000 in NASDAQ? End of the week, end of the month of June. Never, blah, blah, blah. We were laughing about that end of the week option.
Yeah, we were.
Sure enough, it was damn near end of the week.
Don't forget, that was the June contract.
Yeah, I know the
That's
roll.
right.
The roll pumped it in the SEP. Yes, it did. I know, but we're well into the 20,000.
June's actually hit 20,000, believe it or not. That is insane.
Okay.
Yeah, June's actually hit the
yesterday.
20s. Insane. I remember when they were talking about printing those hats that said like NQ 10,000 and then it was NQ 15,000. Nobody thought it was ever going to go 15,000. And then we didn't even have a chance to talk about the discussion about printing NQ 20,000 hats.
No, we
Didn't even have a chance for that.
Those hats like the Super Bowl.
30,000.
Got some more comments from Barkin here, saying it's hard to know how much signal to take from inflation last year, or this quarter, or the last couple of weeks. So that's some more stuff from
laughing,
our
Eddie?
good friend Mr. Barkin.
Why are you laughing, Eddie?
Barkin, barely know him.
Wow. And peace feeling today, folks. The mic is working. He's doing a tight 5 over there. He's got some. We are seeing some liquidity to the downside here in the NASDAQ. I'm seeing about 180 sitting between 195 and 195 half. About 150 lots sitting between 190 and 195 half. Keep an eye, see if we go.
We got people trying to get me to close my short. I mean, this is a 4-to-1 risk reward. I'm risking 25 points to make 100 plus if we do break down. And I only have to be right. Do the math, guys. What's the percentage of what do you need to be profitable on a 1-to-4 risk reward? Less than 25%?
I think it's right around there, isn't it? 3-to-1's 40. Right? Win rate?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Johnny,
it's right around
you taught me-
it's right around 33%, I think.
Yeah, you told me to
I'm
keep the math on
confident that this would work less than or around there, right? It doesn't need to be 50-50.
Someone's up to their old tricks.
If anybody's wondering what this is, we can always share the little breakdown. You should always know if you're like risking $100 to make 400. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're harder to get. And then your win rate does only need to be like above 20, like it says here. 25%. Willie says break even. I don't have it right in front of me, but I know it's ballpark.
22.3.
The bots are back, Michael. The bots are back.
How many people do we have watching here, Andre?
Just watch.
We have a Taylor's.
We're just at 9. Now we're up to 11. Now we're up to 11.
I think they're showing up for you, Andre.
I don't know about that. I don't know. Watch when this number ends. We were just at 7. Now we're 11. Now we're barking.
200,000 people tuning in. Let's go.
12,000.
Screenshot that.
James, do you have that picture I sent of our viewers
what's going
yesterday?
On? Jack just
This is
thrilled.
like, why are people doing? Look at this chart of yesterday.
Jack's so bummed out.
Perfectly
Jack's nuts.
Like do these bots even try to like look at that little like sawtooth thing it does for like several hours? Like this
It looks like Bart's hair in The Simpsons.
It is Bart's hair.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god.
How a
I know,
bunga,
guys.
dude.
Don't. Who's ever wasting their money on this? You're killing Jack right now. He watches the metrics. It's like a trader that has a great position on. He's had a great position on since 201 episodes because today's the 201st episode, and you're screwing up his numbers.
You ruined his numbers.
Jack, I'm curious. Did you upset one of your Tinder dates recently? Is that who it is?
Oh
Don't
yeah,
say that too loud.
or 5.
Oh man, you're messing with Jack.
We do
So
have
we're
some
currently
more
up to-
comments from Barkin if you're
Yes, I do.
interested. Thank you. Coming out from Barkin on the goods side, he does hear that pricing power is waning. On the service side, he still thinks that exploring raising prices as much as possible. Also talking about shelter and services, the inflation is not quite there, and this month's inflation reading was very encouraging. So far, that's all I've got from Barkin.
Thanks, Eddie. Sounds
Mark, you barely know, Matty.
Man,
I covered my
Michael.
long.
Man,
I covered my long, and I got short.
Nice trade, MP.
Just
you hit the
great.
reverse button. Did you hit the reverse button, Michael?
Mhm, yeah, I did.
Did you really?
I don't have a
Nice.
reverse button because
Okay, good.
I think the reverse button is a scary button to have. But
Oh, it's
yeah,
terrifying.
I covered.
asinine. Asinine. Yes.
I covered 08 on my last one. So 71's to 08, and then now I'm short from 08.
Carving it up.
Carving it up, right? Dakota.
Dakota, I've been trading
New
so,
highs
so
here in
bad.
crude again.
I don't even want to talk. I don't want to talk about how bad I was trading yesterday. But I did make money yesterday, and I did make it in the markets, Andre.
Hold on. What are you referring to? What are you referring to?
I lost.
what-
I lost about 28. I lost about 2,800 in the markets, but my back windshield is like it was costing me like $4,500 to fix because it's shattered. And I go to put my son's bike in the back windshield, and the end of the bike handlebar thing is like ripped off, so it's just metal on metal, and it just went and hit the window. And right when it hit the window, I closed my eyes, and I opened my eyes, and it was a bad hit. Like it was like whack, hit the window when I put it in the back of the trunk. And it did not break, and that was $4,500. So I'm thinking I'm up on the day. So I
You got
figured
away
I was
with
up on the
one.
day. That would have been, got away with it.
All right.
Finding that silver lining.
All right. Right, Rips?
I love it.
Whatever it takes, right? That's when you go to the store with a wife or girlfriend and they find a discount. It's like, look, honey, we're saving 20%. No,
Uh-huh.
we're actually spending that.
We're
Exactly, Dakota. You
got to find a silver lining somewhere when you have a struggling day, struggling week,
Man,
struggling year.
Look at you at that short working out.
Oh, I'm at short from 08s right now. Yep.
You are definitely carving these markets up, MP. My goodness.
It's this roll week. It's just annoying. Yeah. It's
So you just play the annoying guy.
you play the annoying. Every time it feels like it's getting annoying, it's like, okay. It's getting every time you feel like it's gonna do something. Yeah. Yeah. Every time you're like, oh, it's gonna do something. No, it's not. Do the opposite.
All right, another 100 lot bid popping up here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I think that we have a chance to break out of this range here. And if we do, we have a straight shot up to 242 evens in the NAS. Now, if we do break above that level, we will be challenging that all-time high again up at 271 quarters. But, I mean, we have to have some higher participation coming in the docket here. And I do think that that's going to take Apple to start scooting to the top side here. Right now, we're trading just above 215s in Apple. If it does hold above that for an extended period of time, I think that the NASDAQ will join the ranks of the S&P here and start pushing to the top side.
Yeah, I covered.
Yep.
Scratch this one.
It's tricky. Again, we're starting to see the old infinite bids trick showing up again.
So notice that, Rips. The bids are popping in. They're taking fills on them.
I mean, I guess that's all that they were looking forward to the short side. If it was up to me, I'd dunk it one more time to trap some more shorts. But here we are starting to push again above those 210. Oh, dear.
See your paper comes in.
Here we go. Now we're starting to see some market volatility come in.
Yeah, and push above those 134s here, trading now 133 3/4 almost. So, Yeah, NVIDIA looking to push over yesterday's highs. Anything can happen here, folks. Anything can happen.
Yeah, there wasn't much of a pullback. We didn't even break overnight highs. Like barely even tested them. Overnight lows. Overnight lows was what 157. We came close.
All right. Let's see if these bids get filled here in the S&P or NASDAQ. I'm sorry. The 180 lot between 02 3/4 and 03 quarter.
The
See if we get filled. See if we get filled here on these bids.
Barkin just said he needs to see sustainment and broadening in disinflation to give more confidence that we're heading back to 2% inflation. I'm still waiting for them to drop out and say, 2%. We meant to say 3%. That's our new target. 3% inflation is our target here. I'm still waiting for that to come across the squawks here at any moment.
he's got to go to lunch, pick up his phone, and then tweet it, and then order a Mai Tai. That's what he's got to do.
Yeah, exactly
We
right.
need to get bingo cards together one of these days and see if we can do something on like a really high Fed day like today.
I got back in at 09, short 2 lots. I know I feel like one of those guys that stream that shows up a lot later on when they got entered, but you can see it on my screen. There's a few of them out there I've watched.
Only show it if it's in the profit, Michael. That's the way.
No, I show everybody. Yesterday I locked myself out. Yesterday I locked myself out down, and I had a lot more room to go. And
Nice
my
flush
God,
here.
I'm glad I did. It just kept rallying
Maybe
like a melt.
Chad has a hard time watching a trade play out from start to finish. I've noticed they get very anxious for you. They want you to close it. They want you to manage it. It's entertaining. We did that last night, and it was the same thing. Right? Everyone has their own style and way to manage it, and I love to see that type of banter, because everyone trades so differently.
Whoever
if you've ever swung trade before, you can take multi-weeks of heat in a position and end up having one of the biggest trades of your life in the end of that trade. I mean, people could never
Just
even
trade
imagine
one
the brands would
micro
explode
and
seeing
hold
2
it
weeks
until
in the
it turns
red.
positive.
Yeah,
right.
Man,
I think that's why it's important to get your. Sorry, go ahead.
Whoever does, I'm just going real quick. Whoever has the bot that's juicing things, create that bot to trade for you.
Yeah.
Benefit you a lot more. It benefit you. I'm just saying, it benefit you a lot more.
Yeah, it does very little for anybody. These bots.
Yeah.
Up to 18,000 right now. We're up to 18,000 right now.
Jack, I'm sorry, buddy.
I do think it's important for folks out there to explore many different trading styles, because if you've only tried one style of trading, you might not know what your best pocket to fit in is. Dakota not only does trading in the futures market, he also trades multi-leg options strategies, and there's something to be said about that. You learn a different thing from the different markets that you trade. Even if you're trading different asset classes, if you're trading usually the indices and trading futures on indices, maybe trading something in the commodities, broaden your scope on the markets, because there's something to be learned from each one of these markets, as they all trade vastly different from one another.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm watching my options position all the time. I have it up in front of me, and
we are coming down now.
Wow, sellers did.
I sold some calls on the Qs. Vertical call spreads.
Oh, look at that. It's almost like you could pass the series through right now.
Bearish.
Andre's so nervous. I was talking to him about it.
Really not, actually. What? Definitely not. I hope we have a series. We hope we have a series 3 question today. We'll see who gets it right, Michael. We'll see.
I mean, I already passed, so I could get it wrong, and I'll still say that I beat you. So hey,
I've got my 3. He said, "I've got my 3." I'm like, who talks like that?
I got my 3.
Who talks like that? I've got my 3.
I should I'm gonna make a hat. I'm gonna have the apparel, the swag channel. I got my 3.
Tuckman style.
Be like Chance the Rapper, put a number. What is it? Doesn't he have?
Oh
3 on
yeah,
his
good
front?
call. Good call. It does have the 3 on his.
Wow, you are hip, MP.
Michael, I did not expect that. That was not on the bingo card.
Chai City, baby.
Michael knows what Chance the Rapper's hat looks like. My God.
I vote you get a tattoo, MP.
3.
Yeah, I don't know. Tattoo on series 3.
Hey,
I don't know. After you get a few tattoos, it really doesn't matter. You're like, what's it gonna look like when you're 80? Man, if I got it now,
Series 3. Then when we hit 100,000 subscribers,
Mm.
Timber.
okay, here we go.
All right, I'm
Coming
out.
on down.
Again.
Sellers, can they finally push through? Can the sellers finally push through? Dakota wants to see go
Who
into the
wanted me
sixes
to
and
close
into
it
the
short?
50s.
I got it. I covered.
What was your trade, MP? You took it 08s to what?
I took it up and I took it down and I took it all around for up 2,100 right now.
Wow.
Oh, there we go.
Wow.
Played that
Talking
little range.
trash.
I played that
Great
little
work.
range.
Man.
Great work.
Yeah,
And that was just one account, right? That wasn't copying 20 accounts. That was just one account. So if you're copying on 20 accounts like these other Yahoo knuckleheads out there that have been talking trash to you, you'd be up $40,000 right now, which I believe would be a record day for any of these knuckleheads out there trading from their overheated garage.
Feisty. Feisty. I like it. All right. Where'd Rips go? Rips, where are you? Come back, Rips. There he is.
I'm back.
He's catching strays. He's catching strays.
Come back, Rips. Rips is fired up. The best, man. You are watching the best here in Top Step right now. MP at the top, beneath him, Dakota, who is short, and the market's breaking the NASDAQ. You got Rips just taking shots at everyone that deserves it. I'm just along for the ride around here. So this has been a lot of fun. You guys rule. Great trading, most importantly. We are seeing some buyers.
Garage. There's a couple people that I can probably guess who you mean.
You have a heated garage, Michael. I know for a fact you have a heated garage.
I have a heated garage. I don't have an overheated
I think
garage.
it's by choice, Andre. It's not just, putting your computer in your garage and calling it a trading office.
Oh, I know. Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, I see what you did there. Yes. I do know what you're
Rip's
talking
got
about.
a nice sneak peek of the car I have in my garage.
Oh, yeah.
What do you
That's
got?
nice.
What do you got?
My beautiful 2020 Honda Civic.
What is not
There you go.
You're in the mountains, huh?
It's a
How does that work in the
gorgeous
mountains?
Honda Civic. It looks like it's got a real body kit on it.
I love it. How do those work?
Did you change the exhaust at all? I'm just kind of wondering. Did you?
No, it's not. No, we're just joking. I a 69 Dodge.
All right.
I don't have enough
69
fingers
what?
on one single hand to count the number of cars that Dakota has, actually.
Do you have?
He's
you have
just very
69
humble
Charger?
about it.
What'd you just say?
Yeah.
You have a 69 Charger? Hell
Guys are
yeah!
fired.
Okay,
Damn.
cool. I had a 67 GT or GT350 Acapulco Blue Mustang. I had that one for a short while when I was trading and flipped it. It was an original. Made like 30 grand on it. It's when the Mustangs were hot. But
I love old
classic
muscle cars.
cars. I love them.
American muscle.
Now the rest of them,
they're easy to
the rest of the
maintain.
mods are better though because they got power steering, disc brakes, and all that kind of stuff. You're really trying to make it more of a daily driver. But if you're going out for a Sunday with a significant, then nice classic original. I got to see a picture of this. Send it to me today if you can.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
Dakota's
easy
got a
to
nice collection. He just doesn't want to talk
fix,
about it. He's got a real
maintain,
nice
and,
collection. I will say that.
Overall, I mean, they appreciate. They don't depreciate.
Yep.
That's what I like. Never buying a car that's going to depreciate again. I'm in the market for a 66 Pontiac GTO as we speak.
Yeah, Johnny.
Telling you.
That's nice.
Old Mike
I mean, worst
Senior,
thing
Mike's
happens,
classic
like
cars. Yeah,
the fuel pump goes out. You could get another one after. It's so.
You can work on it yourself. It's wonderful.
Easy. You can work. Yeah.
It's very easy.
It's there's something to be said, right? Where it's manly, I guess. You don't have to pay some other guy to fix your own car.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael.
I took you like just dropping it off and picking it up.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
When was the last time?
You know,
those days are over.
Yeah, let's see. When's the last time?
Yeah, those days are over for me. I'm 45. I've been doing that stuff for the first 40 years. I mean, I didn't do it when I was 5, but I started doing everything when I was. But you get the point. Now I choose to do and outsource the things that I know it's either going to take up too much time or I'm not going to do it very well, or I just want to sit in the back patio and chill. So
fair enough.
Time,
growing up,
time
it was one of these little, like the little details where, like I was just saying, there's a difference between knowing when you have to wash your hands before you use the bathroom, when it's just grease, mud, dirt, whatever it is. It's just living that small country lifestyle.
Now, I do like to grab the
Blue collar.
chainsaw and walk around the property and trim trees up. That's what I do. And I just leave all the branches there, and I tell the lawn people to come pick them all up. Because I like, my wife will then also walk around and kind of prune things. So pruning, I get the whole gardening thing. I get that. I might start getting into that. I've been a country kid working with my hands forever. Jack of all trades, master of none. But then found out the rest of the line is but oftentimes better than a master of one. Found that out about 20 years later.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
I love it today.
Used to build men fence and all that kind of stuff, build corrals, all that kind of stuff for the herd.
Golden Corral. All right. Well, all right. Well, we'll see if we can get some more follow through the downside. S&Ps did see some sellers come in, but the buyers did step back in. Basically, hugging V. We're at right now, 55.50. In the meantime, I want to go to my man JD. We got a lot to still pack in today on fast markets. JD, you got some stats for us?
Sure do. Let's burn through these real quick.
Let's do it.
All right. First, let's take a look at our hot streaks from yesterday.
Who's hot?
Here we go.
Wow, Jacob's back. Woo.
Jacob picked up another $450 trading the NQ yesterday, extending his streak to 35 days. He's only 1 day behind He's only 1 day behind the record now.
Is that right?
Massimiliano, 36 days. Yep.
Go for the record, Jacob. Go get him.
Go for it. He likes to take time off in between winners, though, so we might not see him for a couple days. All right, next up, Gokul also had a nice day trading the NASDAQ, pocketed $450 to up his streak to 27 days. Then we got a couple of slow rollers down here. Emmanuel profited a handsome gentleman's bet of $1 yesterday, trading the micro ES. And yours Lexi is down there at the bottom, profited a total of $2 trading the micro NQ.
JD, I did notice that Go Cool is almost over 9,000.
He is. He's getting up there. He's at 7,800 right now.
Yeah, his power levels are getting up there. That's insane.
Yeah. Impressive days for sure.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's not forget Brandon. Brandon took home $50 trading the S&P. All right. Yesterday's best.
Thank you,
What are you
JD.
laughing about? Who's laughing? Who's laughing over there?
Just
went over your guys' heads.
I missed. Damn it. Trying to do the show in the background. I missed a good joke. Damn it. All right, JD, keep it going.
All right. Pinson.
Holy cow.
We got an afternoon update on Pinson yesterday while he was in the middle of his trade. He closed out the day up 31 grand. I took a close look at his trade report. He's trading a single live account. That's it. It's his only account. Hard to tell from his trade report what he did, but it said he made 2 trades, trading 10 lots, had an average winning trade duration of 4.5 hours. So I'm thinking he just threw some on and rode out that entire ride up yesterday. Took a big chunk out of the fire.
Beautiful. Wow.
That's
so
insane.
Nice trade out of Pinson. Hassan and Mankata, both with nice days trading the NASDAQ. Brian P. made a nice comeback yesterday. He jumped up on the leaderboard. Brian took a big hit on Friday, but he came back nicely yesterday. We're going to see him. We'll hear a little more about him when we hit the leaderboard. And Donald E. Donald picked up close to $3 grand trading the NASDAQ yesterday.
Damn.
I don't believe they've been on MP. I think they've
Has
tried.
Pinson been on?
Pinson's been around for a while, yeah. We've been
No, I
mean,
Pinson.
On TV?
Oh, has he been on the show? No. He has been on the show, yep.
MP, look how many viewers we have right now.
Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait to look. Let me go look.
What is
39,000.
Number one show on YouTube.
Come on, man.
You can spend more on that bot. You can spend more on that bot. Come on.
Sorry. JD, sorry, go on.
Yep. James, you want to switch over to my charts for just a minute?
Oh, chart of the day. Let's learn something, Michael.
So there's a lot of talk about picking tops yesterday. Hogue and I talked a bit about waiting for some structure to develop before trying to pick tops. So while we're hovering around all-time highs, I thought it might be a good idea to show how to identify potential reversal setups to help you avoid getting run over in a heavily trending market. Don't have a visual for this one right now, but what we are looking at is this is a daily chart of the Dow, mini Dow, YMM. This is one of the most basic candlestick patterns you can identify. It's super simple. This is the bearish engulfing candle pattern. Strong reversal signal occurs in an uptrend, suggests that sellers have taken control, and the price may continue to move downward after this forms. Here it is right here.
Mhm.
So here's how you identify. First, you look for the prior uptrend. Pattern should appear in a market that has been in an uptrend. Basically, you're looking for the first candle, small bullish candle, indicating that buyers were in control, followed by a second larger candle that covers the entire smaller bullish candle. Make sense?
Yeah.
So just to recap that, steps to identify a bearish engulfing pattern are to look for an uptrend, ensure that the market isn't an uptrend, identify the candles, spot the smaller bullish candle, followed by the larger bearish candle. The body of the bearish candle should fully cover the body of the bullish candle, which we're seeing here. And then you just look for continuation after that.
Textbook.
So very simple, easy to spot pattern for everybody to start looking at. I'll have some more of these throughout the week.
Keep it simple.
Later this week.
If you see that, guys, if you guys see that, load the heck up. Load up. No, I'm joking.
Colors were on.
But do get comfortable.
All right,
learning.
Nasdaq's just hovering right
technical
here
stuff.
at 180. Let's see if we could make a run a little bit lower and test these lows again. We're slowly.
We're certainly
getting
not
there.
making new highs. That's for sure. That's a
No.
good thing, right?
Maybe,
I mean, this
maybe
short-
in the next few minutes. You never know.
This short time frame trader's doing just fine today.
Oh, look at this guy. Hey, really
Oh,
quick.
you're up 2K
Yeah.
on that.
Look at this guy. This guy. Hey, real quick,
Oh
Eddie.
my
I want to
God.
go to you, Eddie. Are we seeing more comments coming out of Barkin?
Yeah, we got some more comments. Barkin saying that consumer spending is still solid. He also says he's very supportive of last week's policy decision. I sure hope he is. Otherwise, he would be sort of out. Choppiness in the data market since last year means that the path ahead of policy is not clear. And the latest one we've got here is we will learn a lot more over the next several months. Learn a lot more of what, Mr. Barkin? Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Barkin is Barkin, of course. Hey,
I'm
crude
still
making new
waiting
highs
for
here.
higher for longer.
$80.55. $80.55. We are well into the 80s, closer to $81 than we are $80. So the bulls are in control there. NASDAQ catching a bid now. Again, VWAP was at 55.50. We're now trading 55.53. NASDAQ's just chilling today. Like Nick for a Tick said in the chat, just a random summer trade right now. Kind of feels that way. We do have a holiday tomorrow, so keep that in mind. We got a lot more speakers coming up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 speakers left in the day, Fed speakers. So the party is just getting started here on TopstepTV on Fast Markets. Here, buyers are stepping in here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ just really the calmest out of the 3 today. So this is interesting. Dakota, you are still short. You said you are willing to be short all day today. You're going to have a long time frame trade today, yeah?
Maybe we finish without even closing this trade. Maybe I close this trade at the end of power hour because we're still at 190,
Wow.
2020.
I'm short now with you one lot. Check that. I just got stopped out. By the time I told you that, literally, I was.
Markets are moving. Markets are not playing around today. Chop today.
I mean,
Veer
it's
Patel says, yep.
It's staying under 200. It just wants to be down here. So
Yeah, it looks like
I don't know,
most
I
of the
can be
sell side
short.
liquidity is above 200 there. And so we just keep running into that and sending it back down to the buy side, which is just below 70s there. And just welcome to Range Bound Tuesday.
Range Bound Tuesday.
Dolby time special. Dolby cleans up in these, man. I love it. I'm
You
learning
can always set a buy at like 72 and a sell at 198 and just let leave the rest up to the market gods.
Yep.
Oh, it's good to be in Theta Gang, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Theta Gang.
Hey, Jack, like that one. All right, see if we can. Hey, Jack, if you want, we could do some news now because the markets are kind of pretty quiet. It's up to you.
Hey guys, tweet something fun and then hashtag fast markets so we can throw some of that in here. If this starts to get quiet, we need some entertainment.
Is that a shot at me? Is that a shot at all of us?
40,000 people watching.
No,
We got 40,000 people watching us, Michael. What do you mean we're not doing a good job? We got 40,000 people watching.
Yeah, I know. We're smoking Taylor Swift on her concerts right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we could sell out arenas based on this data, which I completely believe. So 40,000 of you get ready for some news.
Jack hates this. Jack hates these.
Oh, it's fine. But now I gotta like contact YouTube and be like, just so you know, because I think somebody might be doing it to make us look bad, like that we're doing it. I'm gonna talk to YouTube and be like, hey, I know this is weird, but there's some friggin' guy who's just buying a bunch of fake users for us. All right.
No, you know what I'm gonna do right now, Jack? You know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna tweet it. I'm going to take a picture of it, tweet it, and say you're missing out. 4,600 of 46,000 of us, 40,000 of us are just partied over here.
Oh, don't do that, please, because that's going to make it hard for me to talk to YouTube and be like, we didn't do it.
Exactly what Jack doesn't need.
Yeah, don't do that.
So we don't know. We don't know what's going on, right? We're just hosting a live stream. And
We never know, Jack. We're not behind the scenes of the algo.
Yeah. Try not to tweet that. Anyway, the first news story. Robert sent this yesterday.
What's this?
Robert said this yesterday. The corporate transcripts with the mentions of operational efficiency are elevated, leading some to say, oh, the mother of all layoffs could be coming because that operational efficiency is corporate speak for your ass is on the razor's edge. So something to keep an eye on here. Also, a lot of the next story here, we got no more. I haven't seen T-bill and chill before, but I like it. But a lot of money has been coming out, fueling this rally where our lowest levels of cash for these. And these are just a poll of fund managers. So who knows? Most people are passive these days, but they're at their lowest cash levels since June of 2021. T-bill and chill. Next up, this will be a device.
Giddy today.
Talk about it. They were saying in Bloomberg had a story about people trying to reclaim that green text bubbles are cool, actually, for the Android folks. Yeah. We can switch to the next one here. Yeah, sure, Jan. It's always a hot take with it. Use whatever you want as a phone, but just don't get in a group chat message with me, please.
Green chat.
Doherty.
Oh, JD's green chat too? JD.
Of course.
Huge green chats.
That's kind of what happens, right? You become an Apple loyalist, and then everyone else is you're better than everyone else.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
it's a good feeling, though. It's motivated humans for time untold.
Oh man. MP, are you tweeting it out?
Yeah, I'm writing on here with the picture on it. No chance the show is that good.
Thank you. That's better.
There you go.
That should help with the argument.
Well, I can't wait if you tweeted that first one, I'd be talking to YouTube being like, yes, totally not us. And they'd be like, well, your CEO just tweeted out, come join the party. We have 40,000 people here.
Okay. Oh, we're having fun here today. You guys are giddy. Dakota is still short rips. I'm not seeing much in terms of setups right now. Everything's kind of just stuck in the range for the time being. You seeing anything over there, rips? What are you looking forward to? Any levels that you'd like to see come into play before you take a trade?
No, we're still range bound over here. I was thinking maybe since we have all of these advanced trading AI algorithms that are, watching the stream right now and tuning into the stream, maybe we could have them solve a CAPTCHA here to continue viewing. Maybe we can have this up on my screen here. We got a CAPTCHA that they could solve here.
I know what that says. I think I know what that might say. Nice job, Rips. I like that. Yeah.
So all those advanced AI trading algorithms that are tuning in right now, pumping up the viewers, try to solve that CAPTCHA. Let's see if you're real.
Yes, are you a human?
I just tweeted. We'll have some more. We'll have some real humans coming on over.
Yes.
Actually.
What did that say now?
I have no idea. I can't solve it.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Neither can I.
Yeah, that was tricky. You guys are cracking me up.
But yeah, we're still range bound here. We're chopping between 170s all the way back to the 210s. Like I said, if you want to put in a feeler trade, it's like longs at 75 and then covers or shorts up at 95, something in that range there. But I'm staying hands off. I took some nice little scalpies in the open there, so I'm happy with that. On my screen here, you can see that was the one trade that I took. when I came on, this was the one trade that oh my God, it's smoky in here. What's going on?
What did I just see that? MP, it's smoking.
What is that?
What's MP doing over there?
I didn't know we were doing it today. Are we doing it today?
I thought my computer was catching on fire. What the heck is going on around here?
We're doing something. Something's going on around here.
It's smoky. Eddie? Is Eddie?
I am here.
I'm just okay. I'm just wondering. It got a little smoky. I'm just wondering what you're doing. No clue.
Bowl of gummies here this morning for breakfast.
Oh, your gummies today. Oh.
Yeah. Gummies and milk.
Did you guys do anything fun for Father's Day? You guys probably mentioned it yesterday.
I'm not a father.
I laid on the couch all day and watched the U.S. Open.
There you go.
That's the way to do it right there.
That was a good one. That was a hell of a tournament.
And I got served coffee cake. The kids and wife made coffee cake.
Yes, they did.
And then she said I didn't have to do anything all day. And I took full advantage of that.
Music to his ears.
I don't know. How about you guys?
So I'm still looking for a breakdown.
Traveling.
I'm still waiting. We're making lower highs and just chop right around this zone.
All right.
Yeah, still really nothing happening in all of the indice markets. And I think this is definitely indicative that we are running into that market being closed day tomorrow. So again, really no opportunities unless you're looking for a longer term trade like Dakota is over here and willing to hold that for multiple hours. But I think that unless you're playing this choppy range and you're scalping around, I don't think there's any opportunities. So I'm happy with being hands off here.
All right, back down to 180s, the low 180s.
Don't forget, it's right in the teeth of rollover. It's switch day and it's synthetic Friday.
And it's oh god!
And Michael, look where Michael's going.
Smells like a skunk in here.
Yeah.
Andre, is that you?
No, it's too early right now. My goodness, it does. Look, it's getting smoky around here. Chat, can you handle this? You know what's coming your way. 20,000 viewers. Man, we just lost about 20,000 viewers right now, Michael.
Oh, I'm carving up the market so well. I got that screenshot on our highs. I got a screenshot of 40,000 for Twitter. So whoever the bot was, thank you. Thank you for putting your last quarter into the machine.
Oh, here we go. Pushing 170s. Here we go. Do we get a break?
Very nice.
Are we going to get this break? Come on.
Give it to the guy.
Do it.
We moved 5 points. Let's cheer for the market.
Can we make
Hoorah.
new lows? Oil's still catching a bit. New highs in oil, $80.59. We're all watching NASDAQ
Tesla's
right
down
now.
over 2.25.
Come on, NASDAQ.
While you guys are waiting, please subscribe. That will help us get to 100,000 so that we can trigger the team to begin the process. Might have something to do with
Microsoft is beginning to roll over here too as well. I don't know if you've seen that, Dakota. That is some nice pressure.
Yeah, down almost 0.6%.
Mm-hmm. Right now,
We just need the NVIDIA now. What's going on? Well, NVIDIA's starting to pull back just a little bit. We're at that level. We're at a key level. We're testing these 160s, 157. But then the question is, do we just run it and turn around, or are we going to hold below it and see? That's always the question. Is this a stop line?
I'm playing run it and turn around. Yeah.
And I'm playing.
Let's put a poll in here. Are we above 20,000? What is it? 20,200 at the end of the day? I don't know. Let's just go at the end of the day.
Yeah, I heard that's a good poll.
You heard that's a good really? Wow. It just made it up right now.
Yeah, you did. That's original.
MP, let's hold off on that poll for a few minutes because we might have something we need to pin soon.
Oh my goodness! Look at these 60s are starting to give out here. Come on, Dakota, let's see it. Yes,
we're testing the
break it down.
57.
Globex lows just got snapped there. Beautiful. Let's go.
My
Get
call
down
options
there.
at 484 in the queues is looking sexy. They expire today.
Wow. All right. Dakota's looking for a push. Wants to get beneath those 57s. 157. Can we break through? Dakota with the patience today and conviction, staying short for the last. Oh, and now it's Smokey.
And he just unplugged his headphones. Now his stereo's playing.
My gosh.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's about that
I mean,
time.
we're sitting on
folks.
our lows now on the NASDAQ.
Here we go again.
I demand more.
Wow. Pin the top of the chat.
And I'm gonna have it.
Eddie, what is going on?
Oh.
What is going on right now, Eddie?
Where we go? Where are we going? Here we go.
That's right, everybody. It's a fire drill.
Yep.
Get ready, because in the chat, we're about to drop the form for you to enter, and we're giving away 2,500 invites to lock in up to 5 150K trading combines on Topstep X for only $129 a month, each month, every month, until you either pass that evaluation or you cancel that subscription. So enter for a chance to win via that pinned form in the chat. Those that win the giveaway will get their code by end of day on Friday via your email. Yeah. So go ahead and start filling it out. It's that fire drill, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, yeah, there you go. Chat's loving it, huh? Chat's loving
Yeah,
it.
oh yeah.
Can't please them all. Can't please them all. They won the $150,000. Yeah, they won the $150K. Toss up that combine. You got it.
Bone, they want a chew toy.
And then they want a T-bone. And they want a porterhouse.
And they want a T-bone.
And they want the tomahawk.
Then they want the tomahawk.
And then they want the whole cow. So right now, this is where we're at.
No chance of touching the house wine.
Oh, don't start. Oh, man. Remember the house wine discussion? Yeah. God, I got lit up. I got lit up for ordering the house wine.
We have these covered all the time. I love it, though. Keep it coming.
Keep it coming.
I was just long 58. I was just long 57.
Good level.
Just
Good
long.
level.
Did you cover?
157. Yeah, right away. I was getting to. It was below the 60s.
So far, you're right, MP. We didn't hold the breakdown yet.
Yeah.
Yes, again, that form will be pinned to the top of the chat for about 15 minutes or so. Actually, that's not true. I don't know how long it'll actually be pinned. 2,500 we're offering out today, so we'll keep you posted on the availability as we go out throughout the day. I don't know how long that. Jack, how long are we going to have that pinned to the top of the chat? Usually it's 15 minutes, but I'm not sure with this one.
I can answer that. We're going to leave it up for 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Thank you, James. 20 minutes. Look at that.
Somebody said 129.
Got a potential failed downside auction in the NASDAQ right now. Potential.
Interesting. Okay, cool.
John, what are you looking for to confirm? We see potential failed downside auction. What do you need to confirm that indeed it is?
Well, I want to see the next 30-minute bar open above 20,164. That would give a little bit of confirmation for the failed downside auction.
164.
We got plenty of time.
Yes, we do.
164.
Tesla's down almost 2.5%. Meta's about 1%, and Apple's about 0.75%. But Nvidia is all by itself. It's almost up 2%.
Les Frick, you are welcome, Les Frick. Thank you for saying thank you.
Thank you for saying thank you.
64% long YM. Everything else looks like a 50-50 across the board. Crude just continue to drift higher here. Trading $80.60. High today, $80.62. So we are well into the $80 handle. Closer to $81 than we are $80.
Yeah, it's crazy. S&Ps are trading practically flat here as well, which is just kind of like, what is this? What is this?
I know. Is this
the precursor to vacation day?
I think it is.
I can't believe that there's going to be people out there that are going to be trading tomorrow. Ah, man, I can't believe that.
Not
Crazy.
Not. Do not. Do not.
Tomorrow I'm sleeping in. That's what I'm going to
There
do.
you go,
I
Michael.
can't wait.
There you go.
7:45. That's what.
Uh,
Oh, back in the
Let's see
day,
if we
back
can
in the
get that
day, man,
continuation.
there we
I
go.
could sleep until 11 noon.
Mm.
College, you could never wake up.
No. It was 10 a.m.
Especially if
class
there's
tour.
an exam. Sleep right through that bad dogger.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Here we go.
Dakota, see if we can push here. Take a peek into the 150s.
Yep, let's see if we can see 100 evens.
If we can push here.
Next target to the downside for me, at least, is to see how we react around that 130, 120 level. But no trades for me. I'm happy to just enjoy the show, the Dakota show here.
Yep.
By the way, love the background there. Is that a turtle putting out a fire?
Yeah, that is. We had a fire drill for slow markets, and yeah, there it is. Little AI turtle putting the charts out.
I like that.
Got on fire.
You guys are getting creative with these.
That
We're getting good at this.
is hilarious. Yeah, so we really need to see those 160s really breaking down here. That's what I think is really going to get this scooting to the downside. We just kind of flirt with these Globex lows right now, and that's kind of what we're doing. I'm pulling up my chart here. I'm looking for these 130s to tickle, but you know, the way the market's been trading, we might have to wait a while for that price to get delivered to us. But with all of these Mag 7 participants sort of kind of trailing down to the downside here, like Dakota was saying earlier, Meta's down 1%, Microsoft down 0.5%, Apple looking for being down 1%, Tesla's going for down 3% here, Nvidia's just kind of waffling here, looking for new all-time highs again, up almost 2%. Yeah, Nvidia just doing it every single day, saying, "Oh, new all-time highs. You thought we were done? I got one more in me."
What a stock. What a stock.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing. Oh, it's just all the heavy lifting. Dakota, we cannot get the follow through in the NASDAQ just yet. Just like
Not yet. It can take its time. I don't mind. I
Agreed.
would prefer it take its time. If it takes all day and we finish down there, then sure. I mean, at this point, time is on my side.
I like that.
It's like the buyers are stepping in and saying we're going to go higher. It just seems like maybe there's just a bid or maybe a floor, if you will.
It's basically
nice thing
whoever
is we're
gives up
staying
first
here.
on the tug of war, in my opinion.
Yep. The nice thing is we're staying here. We're not immediately rejecting and rallying back up towards 200. So there is something to be said that we are spending a lot more time down here than just an immediate rejection.
I
And
agree.
we're only down on the NASDAQ like 0.1%. Like it's very small, very small.
MP still has the disco lights going on in the background, I see.
It's still happening.
It's a
Oh,
party.
yeah,
over
it's still
there.
happening, baby. Oh, it's still going.
It's J-
I love when
I'm JT style today, dude.
It
That's
was the
one right behind me.
Hamptons. It was the
Keep
Hamptons.
going. I'm gonna keep driving JT style.
Oh, man.
Have a couple
The
beers,
cherries and
go
blueberries.
driving, relax.
Yep.
So Rips, I'm
As you
curious.
Talk to me.
What are you seeing at the 120s to 130s?
A lot of air, a lot of nice rocky air down there. So if we did get down there, we'd have sort of an inverse of what we saw yesterday, which is low inventory to the bid side. And I think that would get shorts to pile in here. And if nobody's willing to support the bid, then we'd crater down and give back a lot of yesterday's move. But we're not seeing that in the here and now, which makes this, for me being a momentum trader, extremely frustrating for my type of trade style. And that's why I'm hands off. But what do I see? Open air down there right now.
So if we start to break down, it's just like there's nothing really holding it up, or there's nothing that we could see until we get to that area.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, there might be some icebergs. There might be some orders, some marching orders to some traders at some desks that may say, you know, let's start a TWAP buy program there and get excessively heavy on the bid side. We don't know until we visit it, but in the order book currently, it's pretty naked.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing really doing. And to add to that point there, we're not really seeing a lot of pressure on the sell side here. So it's a lot of what we're talking about at the top of the call today, where a day after a day like yesterday, we do end up with that push and pull, that tug of war, and that big disagreement in price where shorts are saying, I don't know. Do we want to jump in here? And longs are saying, I don't know. Do we want to cover here or start pushing the gas some more? It's a total tug of war right now.
Agree. At least the tug of war is happening on the lower end of the range for Dakota's sake. The buyers are really pushing it higher. They're just kind of stepping in. Maybe bids just getting stacked. Bids are getting hit, but there's no push to the upside, which would be favorable for Dakota. Shout out to Jay. I see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, everything's just kind of
I think we still break down. On a pure technical standpoint, we're hovering down here, and I still think we break down. I mean, I don't know. Tesla's down -2.5. I mean, and still 0.1% here on the Nasdaq is just so tiny, and we could definitely make a run for a -0.25%, -1.5. As a pullback, and I'm really favoring a breakdown towards 2100, and I was very, very biased. That's why I said I'm coming in today as a bear, and that's my target, 20,100. And if we gain even more momentum, maybe 20,000 even, but that's a very stretched target.
Big tug of war, like Rips was saying here, at the 160 even level, 20,160.
Could this be something where if we do break, we could just break hard because we're just kind of fighting?
It feels like that.
Be careful. It's roll week. Everything that's where you think you have it. And
why, Michael? Why do you say that? Why are you so careful about roll? We're going from the June contract.
It's my worst week ever during roll, and then every week after that was never a winning week. So then I chose in my full-time trading days. I chose not to trade the roll. After that, I don't know, a couple rolls, and then from every year after that, I would go somewhere cool for a whole week. Welcome to being a trader is what I always called it, because that was the fun little bounce.
Here we go.
I'd still look at the markets.
Come on, we're trying to push here for Dakota.
Are we all cheering on my trade? Come on, guys.
Yeah, you're on the team, man. You want to see the team
Fed
get
talking
paid.
about shrinking the balance sheet, so that should be good for your position there, Dakota. But we got to get those sellers waking up.
Yeah, this is the key level. We're just staying there. We're hovering down, and it's either we, like we were talking about, break and we consolidate and reverse, or we break and hold. And I like the fact that we're staying down here.
Yeah, and the thing is that we keep on advertising to find anybody who's attracted to a little bit of a higher price, and then we're finding exhaustion there. So that, again, another check for your short here.
Okay.
We are testing new lows here. New lows.
Here we go. Looks like it's
155 evens are the lows to break here. Let's see if we can actually snap that down. Here's some bidders ruining the party. Get out of here.
Tough. Definitely tug of war.
Sometimes the hardest trade to take is the best one, and it would be very hard to get into a long right here. So that is something to be said.
Long one from 60 right now.
As Dakota says that, Michael gets long. Michael just stepping right in. Let's see if we can.
A question from Thomas in chat. How does a long cover? They sell. They sell their position.
Yep. And vice versa. Short will cover by getting long or buying.
By buying, yeah, correct.
Yep. MP is long. What's your so we can update the board here, MP? What's your position? How many times?
21. Oh, just one lot. Just toe in the water down here.
Cheap trade, right?
Yeah, just one lot at 160.
Cheap trade until we get this massive roll through new lows. Let's go, Dakota.
Exactly. No, I'm rooting off on Dakota for sure.
Yeah. Maybe your slippage is 50 points. Does everybody in chat understand what slippage is? They don't experience very much in that simulate environment.
Yeah, it's when it snows outside and you walk out in the patio and you slip.
Wow. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
They don't have slippage in Florida.
Oh man.
It's growing legs down here. I don't like this.
Growing legs upside or downside?
To the downside. It's breaking legs. Maybe we're going to call it breaking legs.
It feels like that.
We call it growing legs when it feels like it's building to the upside. We'll call it breaking legs. All just joking. Nobody's doing that except Andre does live in Chicago, so it happens more there.
I mean, you got to pay your debt somehow, man.
So right now we have no clear definition of whether this is going to end up being a failed downside auction or not. We need to see it spend a lot of time inside the initial balance for that to happen. And the initial balance low in the NASDAQ again is 164.
164.
Yeah, this market is just like moving in slow motion
47
over here.
Yeah, there's just not much going on.
Dow making new lows. Crude making new highs. But S&P's, NASDAQ, whole lot of nothing right now.
I hope some folks got some of those longs above that weekly kickoff high, $80 in crude. That was a nice opportunity.
Yes, it was. We're firmly into the $80 handle right now, John.
Yep.
You see 81? Take a look at
That was
Topstep
very
daily
good long.
levels. We're above. Yeah, we are up and away.
That was a very, very good long MP where you have a nice cheap trade. You could have a tight stop loss, and you could get a really good risk reward there.
Look at what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to click break even. Didn't have to even scroll down, and I'm just going to let that one sit. Scratch.
I feel like when you're super casual on your trades, MP, that's when you're performing at your top. Like when you're,
same in golf. Same in golf. If
yeah, I mean, you're literally carving stuff up today. This is, I mean, I'm not trying to blow sunshine up your rear, but you're carving it up today. You're carving it up today.
Nice, John. So now we're starting to see a little bit of confirmation. If the lows stay, that's a failed downside auction, and the move should be to the upside.
So as of right now, Hogue, you said as of right now?
Yes. Yeah, if you want to show my screen, I can show you what it looks like. So, here's yesterday's range, right? Here's the NASDAQ range, very small. The NASDAQ looked below the IB low here. Again, that's 164. Came back inside, opened right at the IB low, and has come back inside the IB low. So if this remains down here, it's a failed downside auction. Price auctioned down to that level. Sellers backed off, buyers took over. The first target would be volume point of control. Second target could probably be TPO value high, but it's a very small range. I'm not looking for this range to stay this small today. So it's either going to extend to the downside or come up and take out the upside. And in the S&P it looks like this. So this is where the IB low right here, 47. Market looked lower, didn't find new selling. Sellers backed off, buyers took over and pushed price back inside the initial balance. So if these lows remain in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, the rotation should be back to the upside.
47's downside in S&P's. We're going to trade 48s.
47's,
okay.
Yep.
How's the count talk?
Nothing right here. No levels.
The failed auction is one of my favorite opportunities, but it's rollover. It's synthetic. It's a synthetic Friday. I'm looking at it as relatively low confidence, but I've been wrong before. But it is one of my favorite setups.
Oh, we should just call this Woozy Woo Week.
Yes, right.
Sure he does.
Woozy Woo Week.
MP is not a fan of roll.
Oh, never have been. Never have
We'll
been.
go from June to Sep. The volume is split between. Actually, the volume will pour into September contract. I think it has.
August is when it starts to get good again, in my opinion. This is like when we get into the summer doldrums, but then August is when it starts to get that life back into the market there. So
here we go.
Get my break
Here
even.
we go.
Get my break even.
Back into 150s.
we did reject just short of those 180s to the top side, so that is looking real nice right here. We just have to find that push to the downside.
Trying.
We did not see the buyers that we would want to see after a failed downside auction. I wouldn't take this long.
Seeing some overhead supply chasing this price down, we should snap here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Whoa.
New lows. Now, can we sustain it? That's the question.
Good golly. These bidders.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
taking
come
every
on.
fill.
Do the thing. Just a little bit.
taking every fill on the bid
the
side.
thing.
Oh,
Yep.
come on.
All right, they're going to
There
break
we go.
here. Give
Run
me the 40s.
50s. Hold the push. Come on. Give us 130s and a half on the print.
42s.
It's a struggle. It's like pulling teeth to go lower here.
Hey, if you update your daily levels, we got Coach Jay on here. They're adding others on here.
Yeah,
138, 2138 is a 50% off 4-hour IMB. All right.
Yeah, we do have a check mark along 140s. Check mark like 140s there. Or 38s. That works as well. Yeah, good seeing Jay.
What's your average again, Dakota?
194 and 3/4.
Wow. Oh my. That's 40 points away. Wow, what a trade. Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking for 100 even, maybe 194s.
Like that.
Or 2004. Yeah, or just 94s, not 194s, just 94s.
I like 80 halves.
80 halves?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see.
It's crazy though. This type of low liquidity, low volume is just like insane. You get one or two players that want to bid this, and the market just gets so frightened and jumps right back up. Apple said to suspend work on a high-end headset to release a less expensive version late in 2025. Latest breaking headline there from Apple.
Oh no!
Nice.
I guess nobody wanted the headset yet. I never even tried that. Anybody out there try that? Did you try that, Andre? Did you try that, MP?
I did not. MP had a pair of ski goggles that looked just like it, though. 3,500. He's got the Vision Pros right there. Michael, what are you seeing there? Virtual reality. Look at that. Michael, go.
Buy 100. I buy 100. I buy 100. I would love to trade. I would love to trade like this in a pet. This would be cool. I got to trade that up.
He's got the VR headset on demand right there. That might be the new cheap one. That might be the new cheap one.
I'll do this all day long. I can actually see just fine.
Oh, that was he got the prototype before everyone right there. Good job, Michael. Hey Jay, do you still like 140s, Jay? Let me know. We are in there. Pulling teeth to push.
Jay, does Jay like 138 still?
He does. I think they can.
CPI, AV, VWAP is no, that's a ways away. Never mind. The closest one is 138s right now. Here, let me see. Hold on, let me see if I can predict the future. Hold on.
What's happening?
What? So stupid, man. We gonna walk around the neighborhood with that on?
I know.
Why'd you run into the wall? Oh, I had the wrong Wi-Fi password.
Someone hacks into it and
yes. All right, see if we can keep pushing here in the 140s, 150s. Like Rip said, it's just step in, market runs away from it.
Doesn't take a whole lot to bully people today. Maybe like a $10 or $15 million account, and you could probably control a little bit of these pops and scuttles around here.
Something's too strong. Okay, trade off from along here, Michael. Trade is off. The sellers are in control.
The target that I'd be looking for, the downside that we are seeing some liquidity. We're talking about this. Dakota asked the question earlier, where do we see liquidity? And I said, the only place that I'm interested in is down there at those 30s. Well, if we get down to those 30s, then we're going to see that liquidity start to show up. Well, by golly, it showed up earlier. We have about 600, 700 lots there betwixt 40 and 35 right now. So we'll have to see what happens when we get down there. Are they going to pull that liquidity or are they going to keep it on?
Let's blow by and let's see 100s.
Hey, Lost Trader, you always give me good props. Thanks, buddy. I like it. You feel good.
NVIDIA is still just holding strong.
It sure is.
Imagine that. NVIDIA holding strong.
Just a wall.
Hey, what's that? Share that one thing that guy flipped off NVIDIA on TV.
The LinkedIn.
Is that
the Linux. The Linux guy.
Oh, yeah.
Linux
Linus
guy.
Torvald.
Yeah.
Did how he flipped him off. Is like that's like the least intimidating flip off I've ever seen in my life. Have you seen it? Watch it.
I saw it.
Yeah. Drop the link in here. I think it's a Instagram or not. I don't know what it is. Twitter, TikTok, Facebook still exists. I don't know.
MySpace.
MySpace.
I'm on
Did that get bought and buried, or what happened to that one? I used to like going to there and there. Just it's like you walked into their dorm room, literally. Like it's like wallpaper, crap all over the floor,
Music.
all that kind of stuff. Their profile.
Damn buyers
You could
coming
be
in
friends
here.
with that one dude.
Nothing on tilt right now.
Yeah,
Feels
I mean,
like a
just to
summer
give a
trade.
little market update, somebody said in chat, how is Rip seeing this is a low volume day? Well, we're looking at comparison month over month. I mean, I'm not looking today compared to yesterday. This is a low inventory session back to back here. So if we're looking at the market internals, the NASDAQ volume is only at 1.85 billion shares, which is basically 2% below its 1 month average. And decliners are leading advancers by 1.1 to 1. So if you're asking how I'm seeing it's a low volume day, I'm looking at the month over month statistics, not today versus yesterday.
Okay, let's see if we can make a run to another new low right here.
Yep. 44s. Man, this is tough.
I just went to
It
MySpace
wants to
right
go.
now.
It really wants to low.
Guys,
Get low there.
the slowest sell-offs you'll ever see.
Hey, take its time. As long as it gets there, it can take its time all at once. It doesn't matter how fast you get there. As long as we
Hey,
get
there it is.
There we go.
New lows. S&P is looking to go lower too. Yeah, nice. There you go. Here's 130s almost on the print. 130 evens.
We're down that 0.25% now on the NASDAQ.
Now, let me ask you this, Dakota. If we do actually entertain below those 130s and we start flushing to, let's say, my next target of 80s, would you keep the trade on and would you trail your stop behind it, or are you just taking it out at 100 and just saying that's the trade?
This is the hard thing about having one contract, right? Because it's all in, all out. One contract. If I was in two, I would take profit and then trail one. Because I'm only in one, I think I'm just going to trail it today. I'm managing some options positions here, and I'm okay with it's just a small position where I'm just going to trail it. I just moved my stop loss down to 183, or I'm going to move it a little bit higher. So like 187. So it's a free trade. I'm going to leave this run, see if we can push that 100. Maybe we see 20,000 even like that. It's not. It wouldn't be too
not
crazy,
that big of a
right?
Deal. Yeah. Coming down, looking for new lows again.
Pushing.
By the way, I didn't mention at all either that the NYSE is 12% below its 1 month average as well. So low volume across the board today.
Yep. Apple's down 1%. Amazon over 1%. Nvidia is starting to pull back just a tiny bit. Everything's red that I'm seeing.
Yep.
SPX just turned red.
Here we go.
Yep, that's a big deal. Testing these 30s, 30 and a half. That's the level.
Into the
A
20s.
bit of a kerfuffleation there at 30 and a half.
Kerfuffle. I love when you say that word.
That's page 62, trading manual.
Yeah, right.
Oh, man. Again, everyone, Dakota is long from 194. Short 194.
No, long,
Short.
he's short. Come on.
Short. What did I say? Did I say long? Did I say long?
Yeah.
Short.
Yeah, you said
No,
long.
absolutely not
He's
long.
long, taking a couple points of heat.
Yikes.
No big deal.
Short from 194. Yikes, not long. Currently trading 128 in the NASDAQ. Great patience there, Dakota. Absolute great patience, great conviction. That's what you like to see here. Real trades, real execution, real P&Ls around here.
Love that.
I played Coach Jay's 38s, taking a little heat on him. Average price 33 on a 2-lot. I'm playing his 38s, even though I know he said it was off, but it's still on my daily levels on Topstep, and I'm going to see how these hold up.
Yeah, we're currently bouncing at those 30 halves as expected, where we saw most of that liquidity kind of nestled and tucked in there. And if we do find the strength to sell on through that, I do think that we start to entertain those 80 halves to the downside.
Yeah, 71%
Yeah, it take its
short.
time.
Yes.
I have all day. And like I said, I'm managing options and theta is in my favor. So if we just go sideways the rest of the day, I'm happy.
Take it. Nick for a tick. ES still hasn't moved 10 points. Wow, sure hasn't, Nick for a tick.
Oh, yeah,
70% short in the ES, but it's okay to be patient here. New highs crude oil just made it print $80.64.
Nice call on that, Rips. We went right down to 130. Spent like 1 minute there, and we got a nice bounce off that level.
As we were talking about that ever since you put on the dang trade.
Yeah. You said 120, 130. That was it. 130.
Guys, I was looking at the anchored VWAP starting at the overnight session last night. That came in at 20,119. So pretty close to a kiss of that on that little drive down and then the push back up.
MP, you are long from 38.
33.
33 is better.
30.
Phil.
Two guys.
Did you scale into that?
Yeah, bought 40s and I bought 30s. 29s. I bought 37s and 29s.
Perfect.
1-1.
That's how it's supposed to be. Yep.
You're carving so good today, MP. Again,
he knows it too.
I'm not trying to go crazy here, but man,
turkey sandwiches all the way around. Here we go.
You're literally in the pocket right now.
Jesus.
When are you gonna look at a delicatessen over there?
I love when you guys do cheerleading trades because it's coming right when it happens. It's kind of like it just comes, stops you out, and you're like, when you cheerlead trades. I do it all the time.
Get your pom-poms out.
Get your pom-poms.
Cheerleaders. It's going to cost you a payout. Carl Hungus. I like it. New highs in crude, $80.70.
That's a good one. That will cost you a payout.
Here goes your profits.
You go ahead and buy those whatever things. And yeah, good luck on confidence on payouts. Whatever. Have fun.
Man, that would kind of suck, just not knowing whether or not you're going to get it, and especially if you're trying to plan for it. I'm definitely not going to be able to look at paying any expenses based off of an unknown factor in your trading.
Yeah.
Dakota is short. MP long.
I'm not getting the pop that I thought I would.
What do you want to see, Michael? How hard of a push to the upside did you want to see? In the 50s?
15 handle. Yeah, usually when you have a pretty good conviction, it on a flush out, it moves pretty hard. So then everybody thinks, damn, I missed that short or I missed that long or whatever it flushed out. But right now it's not holding.
Yeah, we're coming down to a lower end of this distribution curve here. So if we do not start taking out that 30 halves level, 130 halves, if we don't start taking that out, there's a really good chance that we'll just start meandering back up towards those 180 quarters simply because there's just not a lot of inventory right now. And the price is going to look and seek for that inventory. And when we come to a lower end of that distribution curve, it's harder to find that inventory.
Yeah, Apple's down almost 1.5.
Hey, Rips, what was the headline out of Apple? They're scrapping the $3,500 headset, essentially?
Yeah, well, not 135. I mean, that thing was expensive. It was like 3,000, 4,000 bucks or something like that.
3,500.
High-end headset. They're scrapping that and they're focusing on their low-end headset, which I think is a good play. But I think it's just too ahead of its time right now. It's there was complaints about it being too hot, too bulky. And I mean, it's a great idea. I think that's where the future is definitely going, is some type of wearable tech that is less intrusive, that will present you with, augmented reality and mixed reality. And I just don't think we're there yet. I think that we'll be, if you could wear sunglasses that do the same thing, that are that lightweight, that have a battery that lasts all day, that's something that would work. But yeah, just not there yet. We need battery technology to keep up microprocessors to get better. And
What happened to those Google
Glass?
Glass.
They actually released a new iteration that they're working on. That was kind of the reintroduction of Google Glass because that was one of the most hated mixed reality AR headsets that ever came out. And
you didn't know where if you're coming or going on those things, reality wise.
Yeah, but they actually did a little teaser, and it looked like they were doing sort of a Ray-Ban mashup, kind of like what Meta/Facebook is doing. But yeah, it's going to be interesting over the next little space here.
I took one off for 20 handles, and I'm gonna let this other one ride.
So you're gonna
got to come over to my house on Thanksgiving. You're carving that well.
I know. Turkey time. What's up, Dakota?
One contract long at what? 130 or 129?
130. It's either whatever it averaged out to be. I think it's 29 now. Makes me look like my. It takes your FIFO. I think first in, last out. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I had a 37 and a 20. Yeah, 37.29. Got out of one, so I think first. Yes, you're right. It's first.
It's FIFO or Philo. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
So that's how much we have locked in. I'm short 194 with one runner, or just one, and then you're long 29 or whatever.
Yeah, so technically, right when this is how you could leg out of this. When he gets out and I get out, then we actually lock that in for the house for the prop. But then he takes his cut, and I think all in all, yeah. I'll just let my trade play out. You let yours play out, huh, Dakota?
Yeah, let's do it.
Nice trade today, MP.
I'll be happy if we just go to the right. We might go back up to 200. You never know the way that this market is. We went to Rip's level of 130 and turn around.
For now, okay. Dakota is short. MP is long one. He shaved one for profit. Let one run. Michael, how do you manage this trade? You got one left. Do you go break even or you stick to your flat?
No, I'm out. Look at my screen. 2,200. I'm calling it a day. That's how quickly I'll do it. I'm done for the day.
Wow. Nice job.
Great work. Oh,
I want to. That was good. That
was pretty good.
Lock it in, profit. Lock it up. Lock it up. That's the great feature of TopStep X. Right now, if I couldn't do that, I would be watching this all day long because I'd be like, oh, I'm going to wait for a great trade and then blah, blah, blah. So the lock it out feature is helping me. I need to start using it more, and I did it.
What is what's your P&L, Michael, so we can update the board?
2285.
2285. There you go. Where else are you going to see the CEO trading live? 2.5 hours every morning, Monday through Friday. Where else do you get that besides TopstepTV? You don't. Nice trade, MP.
Pete Weber is amazing.
The bowler, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Walter Ray Williams Jr. fan in bowling, and he plays really well horseshoes.
Horseshoes and hand grenades, Michael. All right. Well, while we have some time, we still have some time. We still have some housekeeping to do here on TopstepTV on Fast Markets. Please click like. Please click subscribe. Upper left hand corner of the screen, you'll see hashtag Fast Markets. Send in your submissions to Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. We'll show some cool content. I know Hungus already has something submitted because he's the man. With that being said, though, let's go to JD. JD, we got some stats. We got some leaderboards. I believe we got the leaderboard. JD, hit us with everyone's favorite leaderboard.
For sure. Let's take a look at XFA P&Ls from yesterday real quick, though.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Pinson.
There's the live.
That's live.
That's live. That is live. I know I switched it. Hang on.
Pinson, 31 G's, man.
It's crazy.
I know.
It's
going to be nice.
Big numbers here. Oh, we haven't done
Give
the
that a
payouts
second
yet
to update.
either. Yeah, for sure. I got
the payout too, yeah. While we're waiting for that, I'll do the payouts real quick.
Let's do the payouts. Show the people how much money the people made. Payouts here at Topstep. Look at that.
Payouts from yesterday. Jalen, 19 grand. Dakota. There's the guy.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay.
Cleared yesterday. I know you did it. You did it on TV on Friday, right? But it just cleared yesterday. That's why you're on the board today. But very nice, Dakota.
Beautiful.
All right.
Look at
Let's go
that.
back
Dakota.
to those.
Cody, your personal check, wherever you're sending that money to, is getting padded lately.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and take a payout every other week, just like a regular job, paycheck, every other Friday.
Smart.
You are you dropping your ATM receipts around at all the local establishments so then people start to know?
So
Nobody
ladies are
knows. You
catching-
guys, I showed the one because I was honestly, it was crazy, not crazy, but it was great to see how fast everything worked. Where I paid out request Friday and it was there, in a couple days, and everyone wanted to see that. But honestly, it's the less people that know, the better. I move it into either a Roth IRA or I'm getting 5.25% on CDs.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm
Free
not
money.
going to spend it.
What
No
what
sense
term
spending
CDs
it.
are you doing?
6 months.
Nice.
Free money.
All right,
So
folks.
everybody knows that cash frees up in 6 months, right?
Yeah. Yep. At 5.25, which is half of that, right? So
100 grand at 5.25 is what? 5,000, 2,500 for the 6 months.
Not bad.
Mhm.
divide by 2. 5.25 is annual.
Yeah, so 2,500 ish.
Yeah, hurry and take advantage of it before they lower the interest rates.
Lock it in,
Yeah,
folks.
so
Lock it
2,500,
in.
and then every 6 month, that's $500 a month. That's going to pay for utilities easily. Well, not everybody's, but yeah. And that's just money sitting, right? Your utilities. I know you shared all your bills. Your utilities over $500 a month.
Nope. My rent's
There you go.
$1,450, and that includes most of it. So
Yeah.
I try and live as cheaply as possible. The less I need, the better. I don't have a lot of wants.
Yeah. Well, you want to have this one lot be a winner. I know that.
That's already a winner with my stop loss in profit.
It's true. True.
All right, where's JD?
You guys wanna
JD,
check
you
out
there?
those, yeah, let's
we're
get
not-
back to those
yeah.
XFA P&Ls real quick. We'll run through
Check
this.
them out.
All right. All of our XFA P&L leaders were trading the NASDAQ exclusively yesterday. Nothing but NASDAQ traders on this list. Christopher B., Chung, Evan, and WWB were all trading in single XFAs. Yep.
The initials.
Yeah, that's the way they did it. Nice.
I like that.
Christopher S. Christopher S. is trading in a pair of XFAs and profited a total of $17,500 yesterday. There's your XFA P&Ls. All right.
You know what
here's
I
the
like about
leaderboard.
that, JD?
What's that?
I like that those live accounts are beating those sim accounts. Pin put up
It's true. Yeah.
30K plus. I love that. Before it was the opposite, right? Where those XFAs were just crushing it. And now we're starting to see those live traders do really well.
Actually, you started that trend. It took months and months before a live funded trader took out an XFA on the P&L list. And then you did it for like a week straight. And now Pinson's up there, yeah.
We also give props to, and I want to give props to, the risk team who takes all the data, and they have their own way of knowing when to call people up. And that call-up process to live, the better they get at this, the better you're going to see traders at the live level, better than the ones at the sim world.
Yeah.
Live world, sim
They're
world.
doing an amazing job. I know I was teasing Mick a little bit about that because it says, someone's transferred live and then next week they have a gravestone. And I teased Mick a little bit, but man, it's so amazing to see what everyone's doing now.
Yeah. I get updates on that all the time.
Of course you do.
Check how the ponies are doing in the stable.
Ponies are roosters.
All right, you ready for the?
Yes,
you guys ready
thank
for
you,
the leaderboard?
JD. Thank you.
thank you,
Yes,
JD.
we are, JD. These guys are just talking
There we go.
jibber jabber right now. Thank you.
Here's the bottom. Here's the bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, starting at the top. Raphael lost. What did he lose? $7,000. Dropped from third down to sixth place yesterday. Soren made about $1,500 and held on to seventh for yet another day. I think that's 3 days in a row for Soren in seventh place. David A moved up to eighth from ninth with a solid $5,000 winner. Adrian and Karis are back in the list. They were both in 13th and 14th place, respectively, yesterday. Adrian moved into ninth after profiting close to 14 grand across 5 XFAs, and Karis is trading in 1 live account and 5 XFAs, took home a total of $10,500. Good enough for 10th place.
Woo!
All right,
Hot
here
dog.
are-
Let's see.
Here's the best of the best.
Wow.
This is
Yeah.
a tasty burger.
Big one.
Gets better every day, Eddie.
Oh my!
Eddie's
All
best
right,
at it.
Ooh.
A little bit of a
There's
shakeup on the top 5
Yeah.
today.
New names.
Nick for a tick suffered a small drawdown, fell from 2nd down to 5th. Arjun moved up a spot from 5th to 4th. Arjun requested a $20,000 payout yesterday. That's a nice
Beautiful.
little payday.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Don't forget to pay yourselves, folks. Brian P. mentioned him earlier. Picked up a total of $27,000 across 1 live account and 5 XFAs. Jumped from 6th place up to 3rd place. Kangway is trading in 5 XFAs. Popped into 2nd place after a decent $21,000 winner yesterday. And Dakota took a drawdown yesterday, but he's still looking pretty safe up there in 1st place for now.
Jab, jab, jab. He
Yep.
took a drawdown and he took a payout. Wow, that just balances out the day for you. I like it.
I just subconsciously like being in drawdowns, I guess. I mean, I don't really like
You
it, but it's just
They happen.
Something
They
I'm
happen
looking
with any athlete too. Hey, where can you get? I just want this is what is exciting about the funding model in my agenda. Where can you go without making a big deposit and put up these type of numbers that we're sharing? Like honestly, think about it. Name one place in the planet that you can go do this. I'm all ears. Not make a
for
deposit
what?
and go have the opportunity to put up 6 figures that you can take payouts on, pay your bills, buy your things, go on vacation. OnlyFans. Wow, that's a good one. That is a
That was a
one.
really good one. That was a really good answer. That was a really good answer. Yes. That was,
Question marks
spot
on that other funding company. Good luck on that one. Vegas, you got to make a deposit. You got to put a
Illinois
big bet
State
in.
Lottery.
No, no.
Oh,
no.
lottery.
Yeah, what?
There you go.
$2 bucks,
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Yeah.
but not
OnlyFans, I think, is the
consistent.
best
Though.
one so
Maybe the
far.
word is
Miami.
consistent. Can we throw
Oh, the
consistent
chat.
out there?
OnlyFans, guys. Wow. And if that company or that concept, you can be Stacy from the block or Johnny from the block. And
All right. Okay.
Or just Andre.
Oh, man,
Or
here we
Andre.
go.
All right. With that being said, my man Eddie's got
Or
to give you guys
Andre.
the news.
Or Andre.
Nope.
Not
nope,
this,
nope.
Johnny.
Not this one. What is this? I want to throw it to Eddie. My man Eddie, what do you got for us? These guys are talking crazy. Bring some sense into this world, Eddie.
Hey,
What's
we
up?
got some plugs here for everybody. Now, one of the first ones I want to talk about is our Topstep X feature highlight, and this is featuring requests and voting. So you got my charts up here right now. If you've got Topstep X, all you need to do is move all the way to the left where this question mark is. And you see when you put your cursor over it, it lights up. This is where you can contribute your ideas. We're going to get to it right now. And here it is right here. Feature voting. All right. Contribute your new ideas, new features, support ideas with others. And you can do this without leaving Topstep X. So you find that question mark, click on it, and tell us what we should build next in Topstep X. Now, how many platform companies give you that opportunity? And what you're going to do here is you're going to search for, if you got an idea, please search first to see if that idea is out there, because what you want to do is you want to vote it up, right? And as we vote it up, these are the requests, these are the ideas that we see first. If you don't see it, you can create a new post, put your idea in there, and let us know what you think we should add to Topstep X. So there you have that. Also, my friends, if you like what we're doing here, please take a moment to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Okay? We're approaching 100,000 subscribers, if you haven't noticed. And to show our appreciation, we'll have something very, very, very special planned for our viewers once we cross that path of 100K mark. So, yes, we want to do it honestly and transparently, and we're going to do it the right way. So do that. You can subscribe to your YouTube channel right here as we're looking right underneath the stream. Please like and subscribe. Also, if you got any questions about our TopStep program, we have a new channel in Discord, and this is going to help you. Head over to hashtag TopStep AL support. That is going to be the channel where you can submit your question. The chatbot will answer your question, provide you with details from our help center. This is an easy way to get quick answers, and I'm going to post that link here right into chat. So have at it. Remember, if you are not a member of Discord, please sign up because there's just so much information, great people. And don't forget our coaches are in there. If you want to hook up with one of our coaches, they do have their own channels. And there is the link. And that is what I have, Andre. And thank you very much for the time, sir. Back to you, sir.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Bringing some sense into this world. You guys are talking crazy. There's my man, Dakota, taking a payout yesterday. Dakota, you are short from 194. You said you got nothing but time today. Whoa.
Nothing but time.
Trailing?
There is one thing.
Yeah, please.
I'm just starting to notice now in the NASDAQ that might have some significance is this zone that we broke down. I'll wait. Yeah, there we go. So over here on the 5-minute chart, we did break below this zone, and it's basically the 160s. Like, this is a decent zone. We broke below that, and we've rallied up, and we've tested it. And so right now I'm looking at the NASDAQ as, does support become resistance? Okay, so I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. So this zone, 160s. So this was support. We broke down it. We rallied up. Now support's becoming a resistance a little bit. And so the question is, does it hold as resistance? And do we go back down to these lows and maybe make new lows? Or do we break back up above this and then we rotate back towards the 200 level?
Okay.
We're just kind of chopping around here, but as somebody in a short, that's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking that this could signal, what do we call it? Some
buyers.
I don't like it. Let's just say that. Me being in a short position is I would not like it if we do start to break back up above this zone.
All right. So are you trailing? Did you have a stopping? Are you trailing it, or how are you going to play this in terms of managing or perhaps?
Yeah, so I'm trailing it right now. My stop is at 187. 187. And if we do sell off and if we do go back down towards these lows, maybe make new lows. If we do that, then I will move my stop right to where that next pivot is, maybe like 168, 170. But first things first is we would need this to hold and become resistance, because this was support. And now I would need support to become resistance. If not, we do break above, and then maybe we can rotate probably back to where we opened up. And it's just another chop consolidation messy day where everybody's a little bit pissed off unless you're like MP and you're just carving it out. See profit, take profit.
Yep.
Locked it up, baby.
Locked it up. All right,
hey,
real quick, Rips. Sorry, MP, real quick. I need a scouting report. I need a scouting report from Rips real quick. In about 2 minutes, we got Collins speaking. Collins, Fed speaker. Collins, again, we got a full slate of Fed speakers today. Rips, give us a quick scouting report on Collins before we hear from her.
Yeah, nothing doing there. I mean, that was a late add to the schedule there. The only one that I'm really caring about from here on out is going to be Adriana Kugler. So it's a non-event for me. I don't think that we're going to have anything fascinating that's going to be said from that. And in fact, as the day drags on, the only real thing of events that I'm looking for is that 20-year bond auction. Outside of that, I'm waiting for Friday. Employment numbers on Thursday, but Friday, that PMI, that's really going to solidify things for us.
Money, dude. God, scouting reports on demand from my man Rips, just killing it up. What's up, MP?
Boeing CEO going to be testifying on safety. Is that today? I haven't heard that. And you know those two guys that were going to testify that are now
the whistleblowers that are no longer.
I mean, I don't know. I'd be pretty nervous if I was CEO going on there and be like, hey, what are you guys hiding? And oh, by the way, what happened to those two whistleblowers? I don't know. It's weird.
The headline I have on that is Boeing's quality inspector reportedly alleged that Boeing mishandled and lost track of hundreds of faulty parts and may have installed them on new planes. Not a good thing.
Just flew a Boeing airplane on
I lost track. It was just, a line item. We installed these faulty parts on these new planes. What do you want to do?
Line item.
Just a little line item. No
It's
big
like
deal.
games. It's like GameStop sneaking in their earnings the night before Roaring Kitty's talking and pumping everything up. No, by the way, we're selling 75 million offered. This is worse.
It's bad.
There's something here. It's too ironic.
It's the CEO is going to be testifying before the Senate panel today. That's the CEO, Mr. Dave Calhoun.
Yeah, that guy needs to be tossed.
NVIDIA is making a run for 2.5%.
NVIDIA is still pumping higher here. Let's take a look at that NVIDIA chart. Yeah, it's currently trading 134.12, 134.12, up and away. I thought the split. Pete, look at him. You can't get to. What's so funny, Michael?
I mean, he should Amelia Earhart this thing and be like, you know what? I'm taking the plane that has all these parts on it. I'm going around the world. Shut up when I land.
Amelia Earhart this thing.
Oh goodness! Did you know that the GE, the CEO of GE was approached by people at Boeing for him to be the next CEO of Boeing, and he said, "Nope, no chance.
I'm good over here.
So we're good. I don't want anybody in my family getting whacked over here."
Yeah, Boeing is some serious trouble. One of the proud Chicago companies we have here in this great city. Well, they said they're going to move. I don't know if they're still actually here, but we do have a building down here.
I think Calhoun actually came from GE. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he did.
State. All right. Well, we still have a couple more things. I think we got a Series 3 coming up, and we got some hashtag Fast Markets content coming up right now. We got about 16 minutes left on Fast Markets. Dakota did say he has trailed stop to the 87s. Dakota, we are seeing some buyers stepping in. You kind of did see you didn't like to see that as you were short. What are your thoughts now on your trade here in the NASDAQ?
We're in that zone. We're in the zone here in the NASDAQ that we struggled to break down below, and now we might struggle to break above. If you want to short this market, I would say this would be a decent opportunity to take a cheap trade in this zone, right? Looking for this support to become resistance. And if you believe that the market have a type of a continuation, it's hard for me to just add to it. If I wasn't in a short, I might consider getting a short into these 70s. But essentially, yeah, this is the zone. This was support all morning. We broke down below, and now we're coming up and we're testing it. And it would be a cheap trade. It's a lot harder to take right now. Yeah.
Yeah, in the early morning, we were rejecting buyers on the high side, and ever since we've revisited that, since we've seen that 130 level, we've been finding a harsh rejection of sellers here. And again, with low inventory to the top side, we are just grinding higher. By the way, you were asking me earlier about Susan, Ms. Collins. She did come out and start yapping away. She is a non-voter. That's why I said it was kind of an insignificant yappage from her. But she did say that it's too soon to say inflation is retreating to 2%. Big shocker there. U.S. central banks have made notable improvements towards the path of inflation towards 2%. And she does caution against overreacting to recent inflation data. So again, a lot of just lip service, nothing talking, nothing doing, nothing really headline worthy from Collins right now.
Okay.
I got a little headline. Dustin Best goes, Larry Culp is just as bad. He works at GE Aviation. There you go.
That was the CEO that I think they were trying to poach to get over into Boeing. I'm pretty sure.
He's basically, he's like, he's just as bad.
I don't want that gig.
No, not that one.
Oh, man.
All right, buyers have stopped.
Yeah, we are meandering back up to that 180 quarters level. So from level to level right now would be a nice trade, but I didn't take any of that myself.
I had 29.37 for an average price of 33. Just to let you know.
Yep, that was a nice level by Jay, Coach Jay. Again, Coach Jay's levels, you're starting to see them now pop up in TopStep daily levels. It is pinned to the top of the chat, as you see right now. So please have, like I always say, make some real estate on your screen for those levels. Those levels ahead. You saw John's weekly kickoff with an $80 level, getting long above $80 in crude oil. We're currently trading $80.65. Coach Jay, like the 138s in the NASDAQ. We're currently trading 172. So there you go.
Yeah, and ripped as well. Like right before we even started to sell off, just 130. This 129, 120, 130. And
NVIDIA, by the way, new
One of
all-time
those.
highs. If you were curious, yeah, still all-time highs.
We did it.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, we did it again.
We did it, Rips. Currently traded. What do we got?
We're gonna look it back and say, wait, how did we get to $6 trillion of market cap soon enough?
Goodness. Oh, what a beast. What an absolute beast of a stock. All right,
We're
Jeff,
going
come
for
to you here.
1,000 on an NVIDIA, right? So $1,000.
Yeah, no
option,
problem.
right?
Absolute
Hey, Coach
beast.
Jay, I know you're in here.
Slam
Great
them.
great number, Coach Jay. The 138s. I said when we were down there, I'm playing Coach Jay's number. Good at your numbers, buddy.
All right, we'll see. Well, the S&P is firmly through VWAP. I got VWAP at 55.49. About 3 points, 3 handles higher now. Currently trade 55.52 and some change. Which their Nasdaq's looking at target VWAP. VWAP at 20,188. Currently trading about 10 points beneath that, 178s. Hard to stay short in this market. Hard to stay short.
Another thing, daily levels, the link to daily levels, which we'll share on here again. This will be, it is being built now. Somebody asked, got to give you props.
Into the
Any
charts,
ideas?
right?
Dan Trader goes, any ideas when Topstep daily levels will be automatically put into Topstep X charts? I'd say within 60 days. Within 60 days, probably within much sooner than that. But yeah, it'll be an option. And then all those levels, you don't have to have the link here to look at. They'll just show up on your charts. I think it will even say Coach J, VWAP or not VWAP or weekly kickoff high or something like that. And then lastly to that, our goal is to keep, I don't know what's the right word, Andre, to finding folks that are really good and dial in on their levels, and then bring that into the daily levels, which will then show up on your charts. I know at Trading the Pit, we always had a piece of paper that would get handed around, whatever, and it had levels. Asterisk was like a strong level. Yep, 3-star. Yep, stuff like that. Put it in your pocket. You'd always look at this. Oh, we're coming right to it, and then you'd feel out how the market traded around that in the pits to take either a long or short. We didn't call them support or resistance or anything like that. We just called it an area of importance or a level.
Yep.
So we're going to make that completely always, free for you guys, and also something you can take advantage of, much like we do Tilt with the data you can use. Yeah.
So there's a little bit of profile information I can share with everybody right now, if you'd like.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Get us.
we have in the S&Ps, the initial downside failed auction didn't finish, right? We extended down below it. This afternoon pullback low right here, it was something I was very interested in, and that's 55.44 quarter. When the market came back inside and started showing acceptance back inside the initial balance, 55.47 even, I think we could call that kind of an auction fade. It looked lower again, came back inside the initial balance and started to show acceptance inside the initial balance. The target is to value high for today, 55.54 for an initial target. If you're long multiples, you may want to move your stop up to a short time frame swing low, but this is a pretty decent opportunity for a long. Once the market came back inside the initial balance, your risk was, let's call it 74.47 so it's about 4 points of risk, and right now we're better than 4 points of potential profit on that trade. So pretty decent auction fade at the bottom there in the S&Ps. We're not really seeing as much of a fade in the NASDAQ. Here was our initial failed auction that did not complete. We looked lower. We came back inside the initial balance. We're spending time inside the initial balance. This is that same level around 60, 64, 63 that Rips and Dakota were looking at, but showing acceptance inside the initial balance brings a potential profit target. Initial profit target up to 199. Let's just call it 200 for shits and giggles. And There's a little bit of profile info for you.
Thanks. Thank you, John.
Rips, I wanted to ask you,
Yes.
When you're looking at delta divergence in, like the front month, do you find that it's much more difficult to read during rollover?
Yes. I mean, it's almost impossible. It's almost a the fact that we had divergence today was the only thing that stuck out to me. But even then, it's the same thing that we see yesterday. It's like lack of inventory that creates that type of move. It's just, if you put too much weight on it, you're going to make your head spin. So yeah, I just think it's kind of a non-event this week. So next week, we're going to get some better data. It's the same thing with finding levels. Thankfully, the levels are working this week, but we're going to have much more defined positioning over the next couple of weeks. Even though it's summer, it's still going to be more defined than what it is now.
And the reason I think for that is because most of the longer time frame traders are really trying to get a good rollover. They're trying to get a cheap rollover or make some money on the rollover instead of adjusting inventories in longer time frames. They got forced into doing that a little bit yesterday, but today it's been so range bound. I think they're doing a very good job probably of getting a lot of their rollover done today. And that's why we just don't look at delta during rollover. Thanks, Rips.
Yeah, and that's why we were seeing like a lot of these times when we get to a certain price, it's like getting hammered by orders. And that's where you see these algorithms are turning on and say, that's the price we need. That's the price we need. And then they're getting in and out of their positions there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Andre.
Andre. Let's see what you got.
Andre Rips in Dakota.
Serious 3-time.
Let's make sure the polls have a deal. Let's down.
Get the polls ready here.
Get ready.
There he sits up in his chair. There he is. Loosen up. He's about to go 12 rounds in the ring. Let's do this.
Waiting for it in the chair. All right, here we go. Thank you, poll. All of the following statements about an option writer are true except A, their risk is limited to the premium. B, they sell a put or a call. C, they are obligated to perform if exercised like a demon. Or D, they receive a premium.
I think C.
We all know this.
Because they're not obligated if it's out of the money.
Yeah, I'm with Dakota.
Yeah, it's C.
Michael, you got your answer? Yeah.
Come on, I'm a writer. I just wrote some call options.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's C because if it has to be in the money if it's extra. I mean,
If you write an option, you're saying that your risk is limited to the premium?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Hey. I'm going
my naked puts are only limited to the premium.
That's what came out of the gate here. A came out of the gate hot on the poll here. I got C.
It's about a writer. Okay.
I'm very confident that it's C.
Okay, a writer is somebody who actually has it, correct? I mean, if you're selling calls.
Somebody who's writing a contract.
If you sell a call, that's unlimited risk, isn't it?
Yes.
So the risk is not just limited to
Unless you have, it doesn't say in here about having the underlining or physical or whatever.
You could write.
I think it's C. I'm with Dakota.
I'll go A.
Risk is dramatic.
Well, the poll right now,
Andre just going with the crowd.
The crowd's A. The crowd's A, Michael. The crowd's A. Look at the poll right now. The crowd's A.
Okay, then I'll go with the crowd.
When you buy an option, the risk is limited to the premium. When you sell or write an option, it's unlimited.
Right. So that means that A is
it's
false.
unlimited risks. A says the risk is limited. A says the risk is
unlimited.
What is true,
A
except all of these statements are true, except the seller of the option.
Risk is limited.
I'm reading the question.
No,
I'm
you
such
put
a
it
bad
in.
test taker.
I know. You put it in already, Andre.
There we go.
Oh, it's A.
I got it
Dang
wrong.
it.
I got it
Go
wrong.
ahead.
It's A.
Dang it.
The answer is A.
I read the question. Oh, no.
Johnny Hogan is ready for the
I owe
three.
someone $5.
Nice one, Hogue.
Read the damn question, Andre.
I got that three.
And
man,
it was
speed
just
reading
only
with
capitalized and bolded and right there in front of us saying accept.
I think I'm going to fail this series 3.
We just got to read it. I got to read like 7 times. It's just a test-taking eye.
And you only have 2 minutes. No, it's 1:20 per question. It is, and then there's questions that have like, you got to break it down, draw a little graph. I bought it here, sold it here on cash. I bought it here, sold it here on futures. What's my basis? What's the difference between that basis and that basis on blah, blah, blah. And then you get a number. And then maybe that number's lined up. And if it doesn't line up, you got to do all your math all over again because you probably read it wrong. Yeah. Those are the ones that you have to.
Read the damn question. Yes, I agree, Dolby. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes left here on Fast Markets, and we do want to get in those submissions if we are ready to go with hashtag Fast Markets. Do we have some stuff
We
to
sure
show the
are.
people? Yes.
Yeah,
Jeez,
let's
we're
do it really
killing
quick while
today.
we still got some time. We got a little bit of everything. You asked for screens, Andre. You get screens.
Ooh.
Here's some setups for you.
Ooh. Well, who's this? Ms. Abe?
Busy. That is a
Say
busy
nothing
desk.
too fancy. Works for her.
Good
I
job.
think that's
All right, we got-
fancy. Yeah.
That's perfect.
That's nice.
Yeah, cool. I like the setup.
We got simple setups too.
There you go.
Simple
Nice.
right there. Coffee. Be careful with that
Works, it
coffee
works.
right next to the keyboard.
Yeah, it's a little close to the keyboard.
I've done it.
I
TV,
don't
you've done it.
fully endorse this next one, but nothing
Oh,
beats
yeah,
passing
no.
combine while
Come on
riding
now.
on Topstep Mobile.
Oh boy.
Oh.
And
We've all
don't
done
spoon
that.
feed and drive.
We've
Yeah,
all
we've
done
done
that. Dakota.
I want to see if they have positions on.
Yeah.
That's me on like the golf cart and like running into like a sand trap or something.
Moving along, we got
Oh,
more
I
of
love
your pets and family and some Topstep.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. Somebody's a part of the 5K DC trades, part of the 5K club. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Real payouts. Oh yeah. Oh
This
yeah.
kid stole their
Kitties.
hat.
Kitty's rocking
Uh-huh.
swag. Love it.
Love it. Raul.
And now, onto some good, funny ones. Here we go. John Jones, I visit my Mima in nursing home to intimidate other residents into liking and subscribing to Topstep TV. Your fingers hurt? Well, now your back is going to hurt. You just earned landscape.
John Jones. We appreciate it, but we don't need a muscle. You don't need to be the muscle for
Ooh.
Topstep TV. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we
though.
wonder why we
Helping
were
us
bumping
get
up
to
to
Mista.
30,000 live viewers.
Mista.
All those retirement homes.
He's an informed Mista.
ACH, anything can happen.
Yeah, you think it happened.
The look on her face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
That's a big John. That's a big Hoagland line, guys. ACH.
When you see 40K viewers,
Oh.
you realize it's all bots. One day they won't be.
These bots.
Oh, right.
Gone
Here we
now.
go. Here's a really good one, Andre. You'll appreciate.
Let's see.
Someone laughs on Topstep TV. Andre, what are you laughing at?
Pretty much. I gotta know.
Andre hasn't seen that. Andre hasn't seen that yet. That's
The Grinch.
you gotta have
It's
you
called
gotta
The
have
Grinch,
some
Michael.
kids or an uncle or something. Yeah, it's
Called
a
The
kid
Grinch.
show, Andre. Yeah.
Yes,
you've
thank
got
you,
to see
Michael.
that.
I love to know what the
And then-
joke is, man.
Of course, it wouldn't be
He's right.
a
Yeah.
fast market submission without the Carl Hungus meme of the day.
Bringing the
Do
heat.
you have strong facial hair? Do you trade futures? Welcome to Topstep.
Look at Hungus's beard, man. Look at that beard in the
I
middle.
know.
Just amazing.
I love how he center staged himself and gave him
I
just
would
a
too.
stunner. That's a good looking shot of you, Hungus. I like it.
Yeah, that beard is not
I'm
made for
gonna
a
have
little
to grow my
thumbnail.
beard out again. I liked
That
it.
is a top.
John,
to
I
bottom
like
beard.
where you're at. You got a little of the curl, the flare
Little
on the side
handlebar.
with
Oh.
a handlebar. I think it looks great.
All right, gentlemen. That fast markets went by very fast. There was some trades to be had. Ultimately, we were pretty patient though, but we still have a lot of show left. Michael, way to carve it up. Dakota is still short. We're going to ride that trade out through the day. Rips made one right off the bat. He's very patient, as well as his scouting reports on all the Fed speakers. Just a super solid day all around. That was a lot of fun. Coming up, we got power players coming up with Raul. Raul's going to be joining us. I think I saw him in the green room wearing his Real Madrid jersey. Congratulations on winning the UEFA championship. Very strong. That's 15, I believe. 15 championships for Real Madrid, if I'm not mistaken. Then we got Top Quiz coming up with Eddie and Anne-Marie. Shoulder Tap, Jack and Ben. Group coaching with Dolby Time and our man David Green. Please tune in for that one. Then we got Market Stalking with D. D will be joining us later, as well as Power Hour with Dolby, myself, Austin Silver. And as always, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota, the man in the upper right there. Dakota is short. Rips is killing it. Good job, Michael. Great job trading today and locked out the account. We're about 1 minute late here. Michael, leave us with some words of wisdom, please.
I'm going to pass it on to Rips.
Yeah, Rips, thank you. Rips, what do you got for the rest of the day? Rips, what are you looking at for the rest of the day? You like Kugler? You like the 20-year auction? What else are you looking at?
Kugler, barely know.
There's a great meme that I always default to, and I have it up on my screen. And I think it's it's a fantastic meme, and it is in line with the whole nursing home thing. So I'll just leave you with that. That's my
Oh my
parting
God!
words there.
All right, we're getting out of here. Dakota, we'll see you later on Marcus.
I didn't see it. I missed.
We're not going to show
I
the
don't see
meme.
any meme.
Where's the meme?
I mean, where's Jack?
We are off the rails. We are off the rails right now. All right, gentlemen. If we don't have it real quick, we got to keep it moving. We got power players coming up with Raul. He is in the green room. That was a lot of fun, guys. We'll see you guys on the other side. Power players coming up next.
Simple bracket orders are super helpful in managing your position. Now on the trading floor, which I'm at right now, if I put a position on, I would give a stop order and a profit target order to a broker, and I'd walk out and I know I'd be okay because those orders would get filled depending on which one got hit first. Now on Topstep X, simple bracket orders will allow you to manage your position so you have a stop and a profit target in there, something every trader should have when they have an open position.
Incredible rally, incredible bounce back. S&P is about 2 points off the highs of the day, but in the meantime, we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, I want to introduce you to the man in the middle. Is Raul. He is a power player. Welcome to Power Players here on Topstep TV. Raul, how are we doing today?
Doing good, doing good. How's everybody
Very
in
good.
the team here doing?
Very good. You know the man on the right.
Well.
Gabe, freshly shaven. Look at that clean face. Shaved up,
Yeah,
cleaned
man.
up the board. Look at that.
Bear shave dropped about, now I'm looking like I'm 18 again.
Yes, you do look young indeed. Okay, Raul, you've been with Topstep. You've been with Topstep for about 7 years. You are a funded trader. You've taken 3 payouts with us. Raul, tell us about your journey. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you?
So, I mean, yeah, like you said, I've been with Topstep for 7 years. What was that? 2017, and my trading journey really started in 2009. 2008, 2009, it was my freshman year in college. And that's literally where I was introduced to markets. I had no idea that the stock market ever existed or anything like that. And just like anybody else, you start out with stocks and then you move on to options. And that's where I was at for a lot of years, trading options successfully and not successfully. You know how it goes. And, eventually I just got tired of the theta, which is the time decay in the options. You might be correct on a position, and then suddenly, because it didn't go anywhere fast enough, it chops up your contract to basically nothing, and then it eventually takes off, and boom, it's like you're right back at break even or not even in the money anymore. And then I just got tired of that. And, I wasn't a guy of means. So I had to find a way around the pattern day trader rule when it comes to, trading equities. And that was it. It was futures. And suddenly I started looking into like prop firms. Some people give you 20-to-1 leverage. You put in a small amount, so on and so forth, get a series 50 something, and you're a proprietary trader.
Yes.
And I tried to do that. I think with the guys at T3. I only know of them because I've seen videos with Scott Redler. He's like the head guy over there, and it didn't work out. I never really went for the testing or anything because I just didn't have any education in it. And, that's where I just started looking around, and Topstep was an option. And I said, let me try this out. So that's kind of how I found Topstep, just by mistake.
So far, so good, I would say. Like I said, Raul's
yeah.
years.
So far, so good.
I've seen him on the top. I've seen you on the leaderboard before. I think everyone's seen him on the leaderboard before. He was top 100 funded with us. So we're looking at one of the finer traders we have here at Topstep. Gabe, we are following your journey to becoming funded. I am seeing a bit of a pullback here in the S&Ps. Kind of came off those 55, 56 level. Gabe is trading the NASDAQ, so let's take a peek over there. We are beneath VWAP right now, trading 20,175. Gabe, you said in the green room you're looking at taking a long. Have you taken that long? If not, or what price are you looking to get long from?
Yeah, I actually jumped in at 20,184 and a quarter. Just eyeing a push up higher. I really do like the fact that we took the overnight lows already. So I've got the overnight lows marked out at 20,158. Now, granted, this is the micro, so there might be a little bit of a point discrepancy, but 158 was the low we took out. We went right into a 15-minute fair value gap, got a nice rejection, push higher. Would like to see us continue higher, but I'm not a huge fan of the 15-minute close that we just had. So I'm just kind of eyeing the smaller time frames, getting into a little bit more of the context of what's happening. Seeing some demand here between 181 and about 170. So I'm hoping to see if we can push back above here, but got my stop right below 169, risking about 15 handles.
Awesome. All right, we'll keep an eye on that as long as this market plays out. We did see a nice bounce in the S&Ps. Raul, what do you think? What's your take on the markets? Have you taken any trades today? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm already in a long. I've been in a long. Let's see. I got in at 20,156, and that was just a little while ago, probably like 11:30.
Nice.
I'm still trying to get my charts situated. we had that little hiccup in the green room, but data's starting to flood into the charts, and yeah, I mean, the idea. I mean, I'm an ICT trader, right? I know it can be controversial because we know the man, and the man is controversial, but the concepts, they work. I mean, that's what's really turned my trading around, and putting me up there on that leaderboard and taking some nice payouts. And now just want to build the account. You know what I'm saying? And just maybe come after the Kodo or something. I don't know. But
I like it.
but just gonna just take my time here with it. But I am long, and the idea was waiting for the news, right? You wait for the news. That was the retail sales. I wanted to see, can we take out the high and then reverse lower, and that would set up a market maker sell model. And it happened. I got into it, but then it was so choppy right at the open. And a little bit after, where it just, I started trailing my stop, and it tagged me. So I was with Dakota in that short. And then, I got chopped up a little bit. I wish I'm going to share my screen, but I just want everything to populate real quick, because, it's just taking a little bit of time here for some reason. But,
All good. Take your time here, Raul. It's okay. Raul's long, and we got Gabe long as well. We did see a nice bounce back.
I'm going to try to get out here at 20,214. There's a lot of highs that were made up there. Between 8:30 and 10:45 in the morning. So I figured, if there's, if we're going to draw somewhere, we're going to probably draw up there, since we already took out that overnight low and also that Asian session low.
All right, Gabe, we got your stop. You can say you got your stop about 15 points beneath 184. So we're about 5 points off your entry right now, trading 20,179. For a push higher here. Looking at the other markets, crude did retreat off its highs. High of the day in crude, $80.74. About 50 cents beneath that, trading $80.27. Again, those Topstep daily levels up somewhere on your screen. John was able to take a long above $80. Sure enough, we've held above $80 all day long. Well, not all day long, but for the most part since the opening bell. Be sure to be in there. Okay, Raul, you are long. What is your stop? What is your take profit? How do you manage a trade like something like this?
Yeah, so I just I'll flip over between different time frames. So I look at like the 1, the 5, the 15, 30-minute, 1 hour. But when I'm managing a position like this, I like to stay within the 1 minute and the 5 minute. And pretty much if I'm long and I'm expecting higher prices, any down close candle should function as support. Right now, what I'm seeing is at 11:55, we have a down close candle, and seems like we're holding that range, which is between 180 and 172, and we're actually starting to, test into it a little bit. It should function as support. And if we, on the 5 minute, which is what I'm looking at right now, if we happen to close below that, the body of that candle, I'm gonna start putting my finger on the close button, just because I'm gonna get a little squirrely. It might just rip up, or just really come down violently. But so far it's holding. I could actually, I think, share my screens finally, if you guys want to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about your indicators, your chart setups. Look at that if we can. James, are we good back there? If we can.
Not just yet. I'm not getting anything coming through.
Not just yet? All right. Well, either way, I do have a hard stop in place, and I'm only long one contract, but it's really 1.3 contracts, so I'm also long 3 of the micro contracts. And that's just on a different strategy. That's a market profile, which you guys know very well. I hear about it every day on TopstepTV. But right now, just watching it. I want to see it bounce from here. and try to reclaim that high that it just put in at 12 to 1210. 198, just right underneath 200s. There's going to be resistance at those hold numbers. It's just,
yes, there is.
It is what it is.
Yes, it is. All right, I want to switch over to Gabe really quick. Gabe is on his funding journey right now to getting funded, I should say. Gabe, we're starting to see a little bit more sellers here in the NASDAQ. You have your stop in. So what would your take profit be?
Yeah, I closed. I want to see if I can get a better entry. It looks like we came back into this zone. We obviously had a nice little bearish 1 minute candle close down. I felt it was looking a little heavy. We get a bounce and we see some momentum. I might re-enter. I don't want to say chase, but I might, re-enter if we have some momentum back up. But I would like to see a, push back down into maybe the 50s and 60s. See if I can get a better price. I just, I saw the continued heaviness. I was figuring I want to obviously preserve capital. My initial risk on the trade was a little over 300, and I ended up flattening at 200. So see if I can re-enter here. But in terms of targets, I like where Raul's targeting. We obviously have a lot of highs created, 202, 213, 219, all along the lines of this morning. So if there's anybody that's short, their stops are, the probability of their stops being around one of those highs or above those highs would be pretty likely. And then we have relative equal highs up near the 270 region. So, knowing we've taken the overnight low, pushing, obviously back into range, I wouldn't mind seeing a push up to the high end of the range by the end of the day. You guys might have a little bit more momentum in power hour or the back end of this afternoon. But for right now, just going to see if I can get a re-entry on this long.
Okay, very good. All right, Raul, you're long from 20,156. You kind of seen the uptrend here. Are you typically a short-term time frame trader, longer time frames? Where do you fall on that?
It takes as long as it takes. Sometimes you get in and the thing flies immediately. Sometimes you get in and it's just a snoozer until just something fundamentally happens and markets start finally moving. Sometimes I'll be in 30 minutes, the shortest amount of time, because I do look for larger swings. I'm not a scalper. I'm not trying to take 5-10 points. I'm usually if I can get 20, 50, 100 points on a single trade, that's kind of where that's the sweet spot.
Yes, it is. I like that. So
yeah,
it takes
so
as
right
long
now
as it takes.
I
like that.
Yeah, right now on this trade here, I'm targeting 214 and a quarter. That's a little over 50 points.
214.
Again, market's willing.
I like that. Why 214 and a quarter? What's significant about that target or that price?
Yeah, it's just a lot of the market tried to trade above that 1, 2, 3 times that I can count right here, and it just couldn't get above there. So it's likely to hold a lot of buy stops up there. And if as an ICT trader, we're searching for where's the liquidity. Where are we most likely to deliver? I would say we already delivered the downside target, and now it's the smart money should have gotten in there if we are going to go higher, and now it's just a waiting game to deliver to the next buy stops, right? So that would be the buy side liquidity. That's what they call it.
Yes, they do.
Call it buy stops, call it resting stops, call it whatever it is. The order type that's sitting there is a buy stop.
It is. No, I agree. I completely agree.
Or a sell limit. It could be anything up there. But
all right, real quick, we got new highs here in gold as well. Trading 23.4430. High of the day, 23.4480 cents, and 80 cents just about 50 cents off the new highs of the day. Just ticked them there. Crude retreat now, trading $80.14. Again, high of the day, $80.74. We're about 60 cents lower than the high of the day. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot. S&Ps, let's see if they can make another push to the upside. Again, VWAP at S&Ps 55.50. Currently trading about 3 points higher. NASDAQ still beneath VWAP. VWAP at 20,188. 20,188. Currently trading 20,182. We do see some buying coming in right now. See if we can get one more push through to
Yeah.
the upside here. Raul, what are you seeing right now? What do you?
Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of deltas, coming in. Both the S&P and now they're just selling it. Like,
just as we said,
they came
just
in
as
and
we
now they're
speak.
gone.
Just
And
as
they're
we
gone.
speak. All right, very good, Raul. So you're probably primarily a Nasdaq trader, correct? You dabbled in anything else?
I've dabbled in gold, crude oil. I mean, I've traded everything except for like that Fed fund futures contract.
Yeah.
I mean, who trades that? But I've traded just about everything throughout my trading career. And I'm just stuck with the index futures now. I mean, that's it's the market I follow. So
absolutely, Nasdaq is by far the most popular product traded here at Topstep, and for good reason. The volatility is there, the volume is there. It is a little thin on the ladder, I will say, but as far as popularity, it is by far and away the most popular product here at Topstep. All right, Gabe, we're starting to see some sellers maybe coming in. The buyers do step in.
Yep. So we're pushing lower.
Yeah. What do we got?
Pushing lower. I have an entry sitting at 165 to get in at for 5. So we'll see if we can get back down there. We tried to take us up above into the 180s and failed to really close into the 80s. So, I mean, right now, though, we just continue to see this back and forth right now at this area. So there's obviously a pretty equal interest of buying and selling at the moment. I would like to see if I can get a better entry. If I miss it, once again, if I miss a better entry and we see some momentum higher, I might just, enter in with a tight stop. But for the moment, I'm going to see if we can get back down to the 60s still.
yeah, Andre, I like what I'm seeing here too.
Okay. Why?
Another thing here is just I'm looking at a 5-minute chart right now, and we got a fair value gap sitting between 169-ish and 173, and every time we keep slamming into it, we keep popping back up. So, it's functioning as pretty good support right now.
Yes, it is. We are seeing some buyers step in here. Gabe is working a bit of 165. Gabe working a bit from 165. I don't know if we're going to get there, Gabe. We might be see another push to the upside here, but your thought is correct. Crude comes right back down to VWAP. Crude now going to be testing this $80 level. A 70-cent sell-off here in the last half hour or so. Dow's starting to see some sellers as well. All right, Raul, what price would you like to see a breakthrough to get you confirmation that the bulls are indeed in control? Because right now I'm looking at Nasdaq's kind of chopping around sideways. What are we looking for a push through?
Yeah, I mean, 20,200.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Clear and obvious right there. It's one of the indicators I'm using here. It's like a little smart money concepts type indicator. It gives you like your strong highs, your weak lows, your internal highs and lows, and you got a pretty strong high at just above 20,200. So I want to see us break that, and that would actually create a break of structure. And that should, as long as we can get a break of structure and a fair value gap, I think we can, this thing can probably continue running to the upside. But I'll be happy at 20,214, wash my hands, and that's it. Wait for the next one. Yeah, call it a day, basically, because if we're going to keep seeing this kind of price action, I'm just like, I'm going to get chopped up, and, I'm going to want to do something. And, psychologically, I'm looking at the charts. I want to hit the buy button or the sell button. I want to hit something. I want to be into something. So,
get that dopamine rush.
Yeah. I want to get in now.
Yeah, man. Oh, for sure. But yes. All right. Raul, I want to talk to you. What indicators? You said you're looking at smart money indicators. What indicators do you look at and you use to get in and out of trades?
Mostly time-based indicators. So, anything that I can put a time and a range to. So on my charts, if we're able to share, if not, it's okay. I have these time windows that I like to just look at. And that's basically it. I mean, other than that, it's just the candlesticks are the indicators. But as for market profile, I have a custom coded market profile, a lot like Deeyana. I know she got her stuff custom coded. I got my stuff custom coded on NinjaTrader, and I'll use that just to just look at levels. I use it for levels. I want to see where the most volume is, where the highest volume is, value areas, so on and so forth. And the unique thing I like to do with my market profiles is I like to split them again based on time, because one of the things ICT teaches is time and then price. So one of the things I can do with market profile is I can split TPOs into separate times and just evaluate their value areas individually. And one of the things I like about that is I went to college. Okay, I went to Seton Hall University and I studied physics and engineering.
Okay,
and while I was there, I had to take statistics. And the number one statistical bell curve that I never ever saw, it was a multimodal distribution. But we get those a lot in the market.
What does that mean, Raul?
So multimodal meaning you have multiple peaks and valleys, right?
Okay.
So multimodal mode, we all went to grade school, right? Mean, median, and mode. Mode being your point of control in terms of trading, and your mean being your VWAP, and your median being your, kind of like your 50% Fibonacci of the entire range, right? Your most middle. Now, what was I going to say here? Okay.
Statistics.
When you got statistics. So when you got multimodal distributions, you can't really dissect the data, but you can dissect the different bell curves, because what you have in a multimodal distribution is more than one normal distribution, which is, multiple single bell curves. And that's what I aim to do. I aim to split the distributions, or the TPOs, into, just singular normal distributions, and then analyze the value areas individually, rather than just the entire session as a whole, even though it's just something a little different. I remember that from physics lab, and I'm like, why do we constantly have or allow this to happen? Just multiple distributions, when we could dissect a little bit more data if we get their just singular bell curves rather than adding them all together. It gives you different sets of data.
I see that. All right.
Sorry, I had to geek out there a little bit.
I like it, man. I like it. People in the chat. People in the chat learn something. I learned something there. Anne Marie says, think like a mountain range with 3 peaks, something like that. I like that. A mountain range. That's good.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
Good
Exactly.
Good visualization.
Just cut the mountain into pieces and take the value area of each.
I like that. All right. Well, real quick, S&Ps are stuck at VWAP trading 55.50 right now. That's also a quick heads up. Here in about 26 minutes, we got some speakers. We got Logan speaking. We got Kugler speaking. Remember, Rips in Fast Market said they will be paying particular attention to what Kugler has to say. Kugler is a voting member. Also at noon, we have a 20-year bond auction as well. So real quick, we got Logan speaking, Kugler speaking, who is a voter, and a 20-year bond auction. So that's in like 26 minutes. We will be in TopQuiz when that happens, but we'll be sure to break those headlines for you as they hit the wires. All right, guys, we are trading sideways right now. Not a whole lot to do.
You know what? It could be because of that bond auction coming up. I knew about it, but I forgot about it.
That's okay.
But things like this, they're gonna wait till like 1 o'clock or 1:02. It's weird. They released, it's mentioned on the economic calendars as 1 o'clock Eastern time, right? But it'll be at 1:02 or 1:01. They're slow to release it. They must be faxing it or something. I don't know.
Well, the auction takes place at noon. The auction takes place at noon, and then you have to wait for the results. And that takes a minute, 60 seconds, 90 seconds for the results. The process to play out.
I see.
When the process plays out, yes. The auction will happen at noon.
Okay.
It happens rather quickly, but then they will release the results about 1:02 after it is done. We're looking for bids, indirect bids. We're looking to see what that bid to cover ratio is. Again, anything above a 2.0 in the bid to cover is considered pretty strong. And what that means, for every dollar the Treasury is offering, There's for 2-to-1, a 2-to-1 bid to cover for every $1 offered by the Fed. There's $2 worth of demand for that $1. So what does that do? That drops yields down, drops interest rates down. So it's kind of something we're going to look at. Watch the bid to cover. 20-year doesn't necessarily is a big mover, so to speak, but if it comes in out of whack, out of line, you will see the market react strongly. Mostly to the downside. If it is a poor auction, we will see some sellers come in the equities. But it is typically a non-event, but it's something that we have to have on our calendar. So again, 20-year auction. Also, Kugler, and we got Logan speaking here in about 24 minutes here on Topstep TV. What's up, Raul? You are along from 21. Yeah. You're along from 151, 156. Let's push this sucker higher.
Yeah, it's a non-event, and it's always been a non-event, okay? But then suddenly the Fed raises interest rates, and now that money is actually worth something. It's like, it controls the market for, that short period of time. It's crazy. Every time I saw it, I used to see it. Like I said, I've been trading since 2009. I've been seeing, you had all that QE, 0% interest rates, and every time the bond auction came around, nothing. It maybe moved like the Ultra Bond or, the UB, the ZB, maybe those bond futures. But as for the equity indices, it did nothing. I never remember them moving the markets.
Like I said, if it comes in poor, if the auction comes in poor, you'll see some action in equities, but typically it's a non-event. Bond auctions continue to be strong. The rest of the world, institutions, sovereign funds, and the likes, continue to have high demand for the United States' debt. So until they break that cycle, the cycle will continue. All right, Gabe, I'm going back to you, my man. You're working those 165 bid. It doesn't look like we're going to get there here in the next, we got 5 minutes left here on power players. You were long from 84s. All right, so you were bullish. Right now, what are you thinking in terms of your trading journey? How's the trading journey going, by the way? How's the journey to getting funded going?
Yeah, so ended last week with a little bit of a rough couple days, Thursday, Friday. So I decided to reset. I was about $100 away from max loss. So the official reset counter for these 5 combines has hit the number 1 so far on the resets. So I'm I'm on a fresh batch of accounts. Was up 150 on these accounts as of this morning. Once again, just looking to work towards funding. Yeah, obviously you guys are seeing kind of everything that I do on stream, the good, bad, and the ugly. Right now, I was looking for a little push lower outside of this little 1 minute range that's developed, but looking like we want to just end up going higher from here. But we're just continuing to chop. Got this little 1 minute range box mapped out. Just struggling to break out one way or the other. We've taken this little 1 minute high at 182 3/4. We've taken this low at 170. So we're just kind of sitting in this range. I wouldn't mind seeing one more leg lower though. I mean, we've been sitting in this area. So if we're just talking supply and demand, the longer that price sits in a specific area, the more time that people have to transact in just terms of, orders. So if we have demand, we had 2 different levels of demand. One here, I'm going to map out this guy right here, which is at the 175 level. I'm going to map that out in green. And there was another rally-based rally right above that. We've been here for quite some time now, so I wouldn't mind seeing one more leg lower. It would take out, any stops that are below 167, and then we push into this little 5 minute demand. So and retest that 15-minute fair value gap in the overnight low one more time. So looking to see if we can push lower, quick little scalp down into the 60s. But once again, we're just continuing to chop here. So we'll see what happens.
Now, Gabe, most of your trading is only going to be done on screen, correct, in your road to funding?
Say that one more time, brother.
Most of your trading will be done only on screen. You won't be doing much trading off screen, correct? Okay.
Correct. So actually, all of my trading will be done on these combines for this road to funding will be all on air.
So that's your windows are narrow, your windows are smaller to get in there and trade. Adds another level of difficulty to that. But hey, we're gonna give it a shot and see how it goes. Currently trading 20,000.
Good luck to you, Gabe.
Thanks,
I like
Raul.
it, Raul.
Appreciate you.
Good vibes.
Yeah.
Good vibes, Raul. All right, Raul.
Sure.
We got about 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left here on Power Players. I got a quick question for Raul. Do you have any friends or family watching right now?
I got a whole bunch of people watching. I mean, I got the whole ICT group in the Topstep Discord watching right now. I got, shout out to my guy Zeus. Okay,
Zeus.
that I learned he's the one that I learned the most from, and he was the bridge to close the gap in just my understanding of the ICT concepts, basically, because you sit and watch the YouTube videos and you're just like, oh God, it's just so much nonsense, and maybe 20 minutes of it is actually good content. But my guy Zeus, shout out to you. And just come check us out on the Discord. I hang out in the ICT group, in the strategy sub tab or whatever you want to call it, sub Discord. I hang out in there, and shout out to my guys at the Futures Culture. Woo! Okay.
Yep.
All right. I promised everybody I would give them a little shout out. So.
All right, well, get it in now. We are going to copy your YouTube link here. I'll throw it in the chat really quick. Maybe we can pin that real quick. Raul, it's been a pleasure. I told you this goes by fast, man. You did really great, though. We're seeing a bit of a bid here in the S&Ps. NASDAQ kind of asleep right now. Again, keep in mind, 18 minutes. We have a 20-year auction against Speakers, Kugler, and Logan. Well, Raul, Gabe, that went by fast. I want to appreciate and want to say thank you again for joining us, Raul, on Power Players. This will not be the last time. We will get you on for a power hour and make some trades. Again, he is long from 156. Looking for a push higher. Raul, any last parting words? Go ahead, Raul.
Yeah, just a little update. I just moved my stop to 168. If the auction comes in and it decides to go up and hit my target, good. If it decides to swing lower and hit my stop, whatever, I'm out. And I'm up. I'll be up on the day either way. So
beautiful. Locking those profits.
Might just call it a day there.
Nothing wrong with that. Again, one of our live-funded traders here. Raul's been with us for 7 years, so he's an OG here at TopStep. Raul, just want to say thank you very, very much. Gabe, keep us posted. That was a short window to trade. We'll see more of Gabe later this week. But Raul, just want to say thank you so much on Power Players. You are officially a TopStep Power Player. Thank you, sir. Okay, on the other end of this, on the other side of this break, you're welcome. On the other side of this break, we got TopQuiz coming up next. Stay tuned, everybody. Thank you.
Yes. It is time. It's time for Top Quiz. James. James, he's out again.
James is killing us.
Time for Top Quiz. Yes, it is. And hopefully you signed up. Remember, that link is up in the top of our chat. We've pinned that to that. Click on that. That's going to get you a seat in this wonderful game we call Top Quiz, invented by our good friend, Jack. And we've got Anne-Marie with us here today. Anne-Marie, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I survived a fire alarm that was not real, so it would have been bad if it was a real fire.
Oh, gosh.
That's okay.
Thank goodness. Well, we can all relax on that, though. But, we had a fire alarm here today in Topstep. So everybody's safe. Nobody was injured. God bless. All right. This is Top Quiz, where you can win yourself a free reset. Yeah, a lot of us are saying, I need a reset. I need a reset. This is your opportunity. This is the way to go if you do need one. Remember, this is for fun. This is a little timeout from trading. We're going to have a little fun, and we're going to bring Jack in here to explain how you can possibly win a free reset. Jack, are you there?
Y'all know the drill. Once you sign up, when we start, there will be 4 questions. Answer them on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of those correct, you are into a raffle for one of 55 free resets, with 5 more going to the top 5 finishers. That's a combination of speed and knowledge. That is about it. Oh, yeah. Just to reiterate, too, do not use a 1-letter name. These are the things that will make me skip over you and go to the next random number. If it is a 1-letter name or something wildly inappropriate, let's just say usually involving race. So let's not do that. All right. I have a high bar for everything else. You know who you are. All right. Anyway, these questions are by Eddie today. You can thank him. And that's how we do it.
Boomer Palooza. I was watching chat, and boy, I tell you, these are questions. If you were paying attention in today's stream, you're going to get one right. The other ones are ones that if you went to school, got a little education, you should know those too. So this is good for everyone. Everyone. All right. Jack, I think we're just about ready. We still got people signing in here. Come on, get those names in there. We're going to get this game started right away.
Ready to go?
So whenever you're ready, Jack, we can get our first question. You ready? There it is. Welcome to Top Quiz Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. Our first question of this lovely, wonderful day. What animal hibernates the longest? Is it the snail, the bear, Andre, or the sloth? It's not what you think.
I'm going to guess I don't know what I think. I'll say a sloth.
A sloth.
I have no idea.
You got the first letter right. It is.
Yeah, very interesting.
It is a snail. Yes, a snail.
Didn't even know they hibernate.
Up to 3 months. Right. I think if a bear did that, you'd find its bones and fur. But yes, a snail. 3 months. Got everybody on that one. Sneaky. You thought it was the bear. It's not. Look it up. All right. So a lot of people are 0 for 1. Sorry about that. Let's get on to our next question. Oh, I'm sorry. Here we go. Inside Trader got that one right. Slippage number 2, Jack Ole, Nasdude, and Future Forever are top 5 here for the day. And yes, next question. I forgot the rhythm here. All right, here we go. What alcoholic drink is usually made with juniper berries? Is it brandy? Is it rum, gin, or moonshine?
I'm going to say gin.
Gin. It could be. It possibly might be. Juniper berries. And yes, the answer, we got a lot of people playing here today. Yes, it is gin. Congratulations. You got that one right. Good job. All right.
The only
let's see our
booze
top
that
5 here.
smells like pine needles. Sorry. Yes.
Pine needles. I like gin. Gin's my drink. Slippage taking the number 1 spot. Futures Forever. Danny Powell's yes. And Jack equals the man. And BS, our top 5 for the day so far. Well, let's take a look on. Yes, Jack?
And for the record, I'll even allow that to go. It's a very specific trend of names that I'm not going to repeat, but you ain't winning a reset if you got it. All right, let's go.
Thanks, Jack. Question number 3. Which of the 7 natural wonders of the world is found in Africa? Serengeti, Mount Kilimanjaro, the Red Sea Reef, or Victoria Falls? Which are very beautiful
I'm
falls.
Guess. That's Victoria Falls.
Victoria Falls, and take a look here, and yes, it is Victoria Falls. Good job on that. I thought it was Mount Kilimanjaro. Boy, I'm throwing the curveball here today to a lot of people. Top 5 here. Futures Forever back in the top spot. Jack the Man has moved up to the second. Eddie's Hog. Seaman Steins and Cootie Go Fish are top 5 so far. And for our first and last question, the first of our last questions, let's see what we've got here going. Here we go. Last question. What 4 Top Step traders ran today's fast markets? Was it John Paul George Ringo? Was it Rips Dakota MP Andre? Was it Kramer, George, Elaine, and Jerry? Or Bill, Hank, Dale, and Boomhauer? Who could it be? My goodness, what a tough
That would be
question.
our favorite in the blue.
In the blue, yes, it is Rips, Dakota, MP, and Andre. That is a big one. See, I gave you guys that one. So, who voted for Kramer, George, Elaine, and Jerry? I'm not sure on that one, but we had 19 people on that one. Watch the show. Get here early. All right, let's see who our winners are for today. In our third spot here, Jack equals the man. Congratulations, Jack, man. Eddie's Hog. All right. And number 1 here, sitting in the number 1 spot, is Futures Forever. Boy, I like these names here. Very, very nice names. Nothing we've got to worry about. And Seaman coming in cahoots, 4 and 5. So you 5 will automatically get a reset. It will be in your email tomorrow. And stick around for Power Hour because we will have the announcement for the remaining randomly picked. And remember, if you got 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4 questions right, you will be put in that draw. So be here for Power Hour, 2:30-ish Central Time, and we'll have that list up. But anyway, Anne-Marie, thank you very much for being with us here today.
My
Awesome.
pleasure.
It's always good to see you. You said
Same
you did
here.
quite well today.
Except for the snake.
Anything before we go, Anne-Marie?
Have fun this afternoon. Trade small size. Could be
There you go.
squirrely.
Thank you, Henry. All right, coming up here next, we do got Shoulder Tap, and we do have our good friends. We've got Ben and Jack going to be doing Shoulder Tap, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap on this lovely Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. I'm Jack, and I'm joined by risk manager Ben. Ben, how's the day going for you?
It's going well. Busy, but yeah, it's a good Tuesday overall. Excited to dig into some of our traders, what they're trading, how they're doing on the day, and yeah, looking forward to it, Jack. Should we jump right in?
Well, yeah, I mean, Mick's gallivanting around Europe, so why don't we just get down to business? Unless there's anything you want to talk about on the board that's happening outside the cards, or...
Yeah, we can give a quick rundown of how our live traders are doing. Seeing a lot of good activity today. I think today's one of those days it really depends on what instrument you're trading, because there's been a lot of chop. If that's your trading style, you like those conditions, it's been a good day for it. And a few markets have been trending as well. So pretty product dependent, but some of our winners today, we've got MP up a cool $2,200. Love seeing that. He's been carving it up. Nick for a tick also up $2,400. Justin K up $3,000. Donald up $2,700. Francisco up $2,300, and David W up $3,500. So lots of good size winners today. Happy to see a lot of those P&Ls steady. So they hit $2,000 or $3,000 and haven't moved much since earlier in the day. Today is one of those days and really one of those weeks, I think, with a market holiday right sandwiched in the middle of the week on Wednesday, and rollover and all of the other factors that go into this week. It's good to take money when you see it and bail out. There's no reason to swing for the fences this week. I know we've spoken a lot about that, but just to echo and reiterate that, like seeing people go up money in the morning and keep it all day long, not trade additionally beyond that. So, yeah, good stuff. We can move into some trading cards, do kind of some deep dives. First card we have today is going to be someone all too familiar with the TopstepTV audience, Dakota. We're going to talk about Dakota's account today. And I know Dakota's on often talking about his trading, talking about his strategies, his highs and his lows, but I thought it'd be helpful to go into some of the statistics and then some of some recent patterns that we've seen with Dakota as well. So if you aren't familiar with Dakota, I'm not sure how much TV you've been watching, but he's one of our excellent live funded traders. He's trading at 150K live account, trading with us from Utah, and was just on this morning. He talked about how he had taken that daily loss limit in his live account, had also taken daily loss limit on Friday. And so really for the month of June, we've seen a bit of a deviation from Dakota. Had some profitable days, but those days have been a little bit smaller than the daily loss limit. Whereas especially in May, where he was just crushing the cover off the ball, having that higher DLL didn't really matter because he was taking home, 20 or 30 grand at a time. So slight change recently that we've seen, taking more frequent loss limits, but most importantly, not really outpacing those DLLs with the big winning days. So just an interesting trend there. But overall, Dakota's got 87 trading days completed in this live account, which is excellent. Very close to that 90-day mark. And the hold times look healthy, holding winners longer than losers. He's very good about letting those winning trades play out, scaling out of them, over a period of time and into profit. 60% winning days and 52% winning trades with a greater than 1-to-1 reward over risk ratio. That spells out profitable trading. So very simple formula. If you're winning more than you're losing per trade, and you're winning more trades than you are losing trades, you're going to be making money. Dakota's a great example of that. It'll show 14 trades per day. Just the way the system calculates that, that's also scaling in and out. So it's not exactly like he's taking, 14 trade ideas per day, but he's scaling in and out of those positions, as he talks about often when he dives into his trading strategies. So, the numbers look good from a 1,000-foot view, but again, zeroing in recently, and particularly the trading activity for June, he's, I think slightly red for the month of June. And, we're going to have been in communication. We, spoke with him yesterday about where the daily loss limit is at, about where the current risk parameters are set to. And we may be making a change to that, soon. We want to see Dakota finish the month green, because I'm very thankful that he's constantly speaking about this. It's really important to look at your trading either by large quantities of trades overall or by trading months and even quarters. That's how you're going to get a really good perspective for how your strategies are performing, and breaking that down even more granularly into what strategies work in what conditions and what's working right now versus what was working, last month or the month before. So we know Dakota's capable of putting up big numbers. It's about managing the downside first and foremost. And so want to continue monitoring that and working with him about mitigating the losses there. But ultimately just needs to stay the course. Don't let a few losing days or, even being red on the month, halfway through the month, get to your head. I also saw he's been taking a lot of trades in trading combines and for other people that might be a practice account trade. That's really healthy, especially if you're kind of treading water, maybe on a losing streak, going and trying out different strategies, pivoting. You have to be nimble. You have to be dynamic in markets because, again, what worked yesterday or even what worked in the morning may not work in the afternoon. So being flexible, being curious, being dynamic, and trying things out in lower risk accounts. And then if that's working out, I know Dakota's been workshopping those gold trades in slow markets. Love seeing that. If that continues to play out as expected, definitely take some of those trades in the live account as well. Start building some cushion back up and getting to working back towards those account balance highs long term. So just wanted to go into some statistics, talk about where Dakota's at, where he's been. Ultimately, he's taken $138,000 of payouts in this account. That's money that hit his actual bank account after profit splits and everything else. So 138 grand in payouts since May 7th is don't have a lot of words for it. Fantastic trading, very highly profitable trading, and love that you're paying yourself regularly, Dakota. And it sounds like taking that money and putting it in investments and stuff for long term. So good on you, setting the example, and love to see it. Anything that you picked up on looking over Dakota's trade reports or from this card, Jack?
Yeah, I mean, we've all seen Dakota trade. We know what he does. If you have a sample of 87 trading days and your average P&L is $1,500, that's pretty good. Really good, as a matter of fact. One thing I'd like to point out is we do have backwards. People point out in the card, and this is confusing here. In Topstep, we talk about reward to risk, but the phrase I've always heard is risk to reward. So yes, those should be reversed there. It should say reward to risk ratio is greater than 1.4 to 1. But I don't know about you, Ben. I always find myself wanting to say risk to reward because that's the idiom I've always heard it phrased as. So that's what he's doing there.
I think it's a matter of phonetics, just the way that it rolls off the tongue. It's a little bit easier said, risk reward. Generally speaking, traders know what that means, but yeah, to be very specific, and I think I even typed that out. So maybe it's something we talk with production about, but yes, making 1.4 for every one that you risk is the correct way of outlining that.
Yeah. I mean, obviously Dakota's doing awesome. And I think as far as the stats go, people point out that Dakota said he's wins a quarter of his trade. That goes back to it's difficult. The definition of what a trade is to you is different than what will show up if we just look at the contracts, right? Because someone Dakota that we know will add to winners, will trail things. That will kind of skew what it is there. But I would take his word that he's about, 30% winners or something like that, but just does a lot of stuff around them. So great card. Good stuff. I see NVIDIA's the biggest company in the world now, Eddie said. What a day to be alive. All right.
Incredible.
We got next, Ben.
Next up, we've got Brian. Should be Brian B. So Brian, it was one of our live funded traders and was off-boarded from the live account for breaching the maximum loss limit after a total of 25 trading days completed. So we're going to do an autopsy here and talk about what was working, what wasn't in this live account. If you're new, just joining us, you get called up to a live account. That speaks to who you are as a trader and your skills in and of itself. You have to clear a certain threshold to get into a live account. So we know Brian can trade profitably. Far too often, we'll see people get into live accounts and maybe deviate from their strategies, trade new symbols that they're not accustomed to, trade with larger size, just make some change from what we see in the XFA. And, there's something deeper happening there psychologically. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but, sometimes we see changes there. And Brian has, changed from what he was doing in the XFA into the live account. And that's reflected in an average daily P&L that's negative. So losing on average $472 a day. The winning day percentage is, right around 50% at 44%. The problem is those losing days are overshadowing the winning days. So losing $1,900 on the average losing day versus only winning almost $1,400 on the average winning day. So that makes it difficult. You're, kind of on a downhill slope day after day when you're trading in that manner. But additionally, that reward to risk ratio, we've got it correct on this card, is 0.3 to 1. So only making 0.3 for every one that you're risking. You've got to be very, very highly accurate with your winning trade percentage. And while 62% is a good winning trade percentage for that type of reward to risk ratio, it's not going to cut it. You're going to be losing money over time. You're going to have significant, you might have a decent winning streak, but then you're going to, give all that back in one or two trades. So, there's a lot to say here, a lot of different things. I think one element that you can take away from this, Brian, if you're listening, is, when you eventually get back on the horse, whether that, I know you have some open trading combines, probably a good idea to take a break, but it's really important to not just manage your trades that you're in from a risk reward standpoint and kind of you want to win more than you lose. You need to manage your account from an account level. What I mean by that is we are trading futures contracts. They're highly leveraged. There is a massive profit potential. There's also massive loss potential. Thankfully, with the program that we offer at our proprietary trading firm, you're protected in a lot of ways from what you'd be exposed to if you were trading a personal account. But there's still a lot of risk associated with this, and you have to manage the account appropriately. Some of the ways you can do that, and I recommend this for everyone, is setting a profit target for the day, setting a loss limit for the day. I know in Topstep X we now have that personal daily profit target, personal daily loss limit that you can set for yourself. I cannot stress enough how important those tools are, especially for newer and developing traders, even really experienced traders. It's vital in my opinion, because if you have in your mind just this uncapped profit potential, I'm up $3,000, I could be up $6,000, I could be up $10,000, I'm up $10,000, I could be up 20. That mental game you play with yourself can go on forever, right? There's mathematically speaking, no reason you couldn't make $1 million in a day trading futures. Of course, you'd need larger leverage than what's offered in this account. But the point being, you have to keep things realistic, and you have to set these structural rules and limits for yourself in your own account to make sure that you're taking profit out. That would have helped Brian a lot, I believe, in this account. There were 2 separate days that he was up $3,000 and then up $4,000 on a different day, only to then take the daily loss limit of down $3,000. So having a $6,000 swing in the opposite direction, having a $7,000 swing in the opposite direction, trading accounts, it can be demoralizing, and it's also not only giving up profits, taking a loss on the day. So whatever that is, I like to keep it realistic. I advise keeping it realistic. If you work a job where you make, $150 a day or $250 a day, maybe set that as your trading target for the day. I'm not going to allow myself to, shoot for more than $500 of profit in the day. That will help you stay grounded, make sure that you're not, trading on tilt, maybe the other side of tilt, trading really greedily. So having a maximum number of losing trades that you take in a row, having a personal daily loss limit, all of those things can help you manage your account from the account level, not just on a per trade basis. So that's what I'd recommend going forward for Brian when he inevitably, gets back into the swing of things. Narrow your focus a little bit, figure out what's working, and then have the confidence to put those trades on that you have proven to us previously you can do in a profitable way. So Had to offboard this live account today. We never enjoy doing that, but ultimately, if you learn from it, it's a positive thing, and you'll be able to be better in the future because of it. So anything you picked up on from the trade reports here, Jack? There's quite a bit of content from this trading.
There's a 3-day stretch that really killed this account. It was right. It's days 2, 3, 4, and the end result of the 3 days is Brian hit his daily loss limit on all 3 days. Okay, $3,000. You can't, like, if you were trading for a professional company or something like that, you cannot. You have a loss limit. If you hit it the first day, you should not hit it the next day. You got to lower it to something like that. And you certainly should not hit it the third day. You're obviously not seeing it right. And it's especially painful here because I see on that third day is that they had a high P&L of plus 4,300. So I think you mentioned this. To have 2 days with the daily loss limit, have 4,000 on the board, and then swing back $7,000 at the daily loss limit, that's not super serious, as Mick would say there. I would say as a rule, unless you're someone who's putting up huge days where this could be your loss limit anyway, and that's what you trade, like someone like a Dakota or something like that. If you hit your daily loss limit, you should not lose that much the next day, and certainly not 3 days in a row. So that, and then don't give away more than half of, if you're up big, don't start using that as manufactured loss limit. Like suddenly, oh, I'm up $4,000. Now I have a $7,000 loss limit. That's no bueno. So think about it, Brian.
That's a losing mentality in my estimation. And we've used we all the time, we have kind of a catchphrase at TopStep, always trade for tomorrow. That's not just a tagline. It really is important to your longevity in this game. Even for someone like Dakota, trading for tomorrow, not putting on too much size in a trade, that maybe is only a B setup or is something that you're just now working out because you say, okay, well, I was down my daily loss limit yesterday and I want to get back that much the following day. Not to say that Dakota does that per se. I'm just saying even the best traders are subject to that type of mentality and that shift in mentality. Really keeping yourself grounded and focusing on how you maintain the account and how you trade, not just for a couple of weeks and looking for a payout, but how are you going to stay solvent and stay profitable for 3 months, 6 months, on the year? What is your P&L going to look like for the year? Keeping it in perspective and truly trading for tomorrow would have prevented, I think, that $7,000 swing the other direction, like Jack had mentioned. So it's really important. Go ahead,
One
Jack.
last thing on this too. You got to be able to back up if you're going to do the club DLL. You got to be able to make more. I think the best day in this account was up $3,000 and change, but they lost $3,000 and change like 6 separate occasions. That's not going to work. So yeah, sorry, Brian. It's tough. Learn something from it. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to kick anyone while they're down. So anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Again, the good news is we're always here. There's always a new opportunity. Thankfully, it wasn't your own money. I always come back to that when we have these offboardings. Thank goodness it wasn't your own money that you had lost. And there is an opportunity to recover because there's a lot of people that trade their personal accounts who don't have that opportunity to recover because they took major losses. So Brian will be back. We'll work with him and he'll be back soon. I have no doubt. Let's go to our final trading card. I've been dwelling on this way too much, how to pronounce this trader's name. I'm going to go with Mikkel. I think it's Mikkel. It's either Mikkel or Michelle, probably. Mikkel just got called up, trading with us from Miami, Florida. Called up to the live account in 150K XFA. Really fantastic trading that we've seen. And Jack, that pivotal 30-day mark, they've traded 36 trading days. So we've got a really nice sample size to reflect on. Trading the S&P and the NASDAQ, 83% winning days is amazing. 76% winning trades is also really excellent. You tack on the fact that it's a 1.5 to 1 reward over risk ratio. See, this card's different too. All right, I'll talk to production about it. We'll make sure we're synced up.
No worries.
Making 1.5 every one that you risk. And probably the most awesome aspect of this is really only averaging one trade per day, averaging slightly more than one contract per trade. That's just because sometimes every once in a while they'll put on 2 contracts instead of 1. But we've got hour-long hold times, 3 hours for the winners, 3 hours for the losers. They are going in, pre-planning, putting on a trade, having a profit target, and letting the trade work out. Something else I really like, Jack, you'll notice on the trade reports, a couple days that they took, a $20, the P&L for the day was $20. That tells me that they are, once the trade moves in their favor a certain degree, they are protecting themselves. They are moving that stop loss to, break even or near break even, and being comfortable taking that, scratch day, that $20 day. So really, really awesome trading here. $15,000 in payouts taken out of the XFA. Love seeing you pay yourself, and super consistent trading volume. And, we want to see that same consistency in that live account. That's my number one takeaway here. We just talked about it on the previous card and how Brian had made some deviations once he moved into the live account. Trade this live account in the exact same way that you're trading the XFA. Liquidity is not going to be an issue for you because you're trading one contract at a time. Go in, and really sky's the limit. You put up some good numbers, build some consistency in the live account. You're going to be getting a phone call from the risk team. We're going to be talking to you about how we can scale that trading up and how we can get you greater size, greater profitability in these winning trades, because certainly with this body of work in the XFA, you've proven yourself. It's time to move to the big leagues. We want to put live capital in your hands and help you scale that up to really take home a sizable paycheck as often as you'd like once you get past that 30-day mark. So, I know we're bumping up on time, Jack. Anything you want to pat him on the back too, or what else?
Oh, yes, 100%. So the total contracts on the sheet, right? That's in and out. So if they had 1 total trade and 2 total contracts, that's trading 1 contract.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I need to say this. Yesterday, Michel, I was listening to how it's pronounced, made $5,640 trading 1 NQ future. 1 trade. And then on the 13th, made $2,000 doing the same thing. That's really freaking good. Like, this is a really clean card. Seems to protect the risk. Trades small, gives himself a lot of room. That's how he gets that moving the stops. Is how he gets to that high winning trade, winning day average. 1 contract. That is, we need an award for the best 1 contract trade. That's got to be up there. That's just wild.
It's awesome, man. You reverse engineer the math, right? How many points that you had to get out of 1 contract to achieve that P&L? I mean, taking big bites out of the market. Yesterday is a perfect opportunity for that big trend. You just catch. We had a Pin Sin who did the same thing. You just get on the right side of the market in a trending day, and if you can ride it out for a considerable distance, it's an amazing P&L. And so back to the point about leverage in futures, that's what can happen if you see the market well and trade responsibly.
Way to hold that move. I mean, that is 280 points in the NQ to take 1 contract and then to just hold it that entire time. That's great. Nothing there. So good job, Michel. Hope we size up and really get cooking. But Ben, thanks for joining. We got to end right about now because we have David Green and Dolby waiting in the wings right now to do group coaching. You won't want to miss that. We'll be back later with Power Hour. We'll be showing some quiz winners. It's going to be a good time for everybody. So stick around, and we'll be back with David Green just after this. Bye.
everybody, and welcome to group coaching. I got my rock star shades on because I'm hanging out with a rock star, the David Green. And if you missed him, he was gone for good reasons because his daughter was getting married. David, how was the wedding? Did you have a good time?
The wedding was spectacular. Yes, it was. It wasn't just one day. I think we got there last Wednesday and didn't stop until, let's see, the rehearsal dinner was Thursday. We had the wedding on Friday. We had a brunch on Saturday. Came home on Sunday, so everybody's exhausted. But it was great. It was
That's
great.
awesome.
Daughter was beautiful. I didn't make it through 5 minutes without crying. You know how that is. We were both hysterical for the father-daughter dance.
Oh my goodness, I can only imagine. So glad you had a great time, though. You did say that you were in a trade right now. If we can pop open your charts and you can kind of walk us through this trade that you're in right here.
I got the Topstep up right now. Let's see.
Ooh, Topstep X looking great.
You got it, baby. I'm actually going to take this trade off now. I'm up $235 on one contract. And then I'll tell you what we did and why we did it. Let's just take it off for a nice little 15 points. All right. Topstep. Here we go. So we're watching the NQs. And first of all, I don't know. Yesterday was one of the best trading days early in the NQs we've had in a long time. We just kind of trended the entire day until like 3:40 when we had a big dipsy doodle down. But those days are few and far between. When you see them, you just try to get on the same side of those trades and stay with it until it tells you not to be in it anymore, right? Doesn't happen very often. And that 340 time, 340, 350 time, we always talk about, Nick, as your turnaround time, when you'll see the markets actually start turning at that time, get on the same side of the trade and ride that till the end of the day. This is a trade that we call it a momentum trade. We can see all this price action we had right around 204. So when we got above 204 here, we grabbed a little bit. And you see I just sold it up at like 215, 216 for 12 points. Now we're pulling back. We'll see what happens the rest of this afternoon. I kind of would like, if we pull back to our 200 EMA, I'll put some orders out there. 20185. Let's pop something out there, see if we stay in this regular moving average trade down to the 200. Yeah, I miss you guys, man.
Yeah, chat definitely missed you. Someone in chat said you might have left a position on in Topstep X if you want to double check that.
Let me see. No, I'm good.
Nope. Oh, there's a buy order.
Waxy.
Did you want that buy order in there? You got one.
Yes, I do. That's the 200 EMA. We're going to leave it down there to see if we can pull back to our 200 EMA to get long. Yep.
Perfect. Okay.
And you see, I made $368 today. I am not a big trader, guys and girls. I try to average between $250 and $300 a day. That's all we're looking to do. You'll be surprised how quickly it adds up when you start doing that. And I'm trading one or two contracts most of the times when we do it. I do also. I'm just trying to see if we had any other trades that set up today. Yeah, we had a few good ones that trade. A few good trades that set up today trading the futures.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we have, if you just want my opinion on the overall market, I think we're getting a little frothy up here. We keep making, new high after new high. If I go to my daily chart, let's take a look where we are. And you can see, right? Very rarely does this happen in the end. We can't swing these overnight anyway, but there's other things that we can do that I'm looking at. Check out our relative strength on a daily chart. Okay, we're up around 79. Right? If we just go back historically, very rarely are we ever going to see, and I'm going back 3 months, and I can go back longer, very rarely are we going to ever see a 79 or 80 RSI on a daily chart, which to me means we're just getting a little stretched out and everything.
A little stretched, yeah.
Yeah, and we are, at this point, almost 200 points above our 9 EMA, which doesn't happen very often either. So, we can't swing these things. In my regular account, I can swing these things. So I'm probably going to look to do that within the next day or two if we continue going up like this.
Yeah.
So I got another thing to keep in. Go ahead, Nick.
No, I was just saying, if you can finish your thought, I do have some questions here that got submitted that we can run through. But if you want to finish your thought, please.
100%. This is summertime. We're in summertime volume. And you could see some really big outside moves in the futures come out of nowhere and for really no reason whatsoever. So I always am a little bit more conservative, and we don't have a lot of volume. The volume has been so far off, even its average volume. We're a little bit more conservative during these times. The trend trades, if we can find them, are at the absolute best. But just generally speaking, it's slow. It is slow. And the one thing I always tell everybody, don't force trades on because you're bored, right? That's the worst thing that you can do. Good traders should be bored most of the time anyway. But unless something sets up based on my technical analysis, I'm not making a trade. And sometimes that's hard to do when you sit around all day. You know, I find myself in a private trading room. I'm singing and we're playing games sometimes. So it's okay. It's all right. You don't have to be in a trade all the time.
That is right. So I do have a question quick, and then I'm going to get to the sheets here. So we did a class on moving averages earlier this week. It was Robert, Anne-Marie, and myself, and we were kind of getting rotisserie in chat because we are not primarily moving average traders. How do you use moving averages? Because we were typically talking about the moving average crossover, which is kind of like the noob way of using those. How do you use the moving averages to help you trade as a true professional?
That is a great question. Okay, so I also like the moving average crossover. I basically call that a momentum trade. When we see all the moving averages, get above where they're trading, and we have this like right here. If you look how many times we pushed against my 65 EMA, and I'll explain this stuff a little more. We hit our 65 EMA, we hit our 65 EMA, we hit our 65 EMA. We got all the moving averages going in the same direction. So to me, once we clear this, which we tested a few times, that is telling us that the market wants to go higher. So it's crossing over all of my moving averages at this point, every single one of them. So when I see that, I just call it a momentum trade, and we'll grab, if it's on the way up, we'll grab some and stay long until it tells us not to. If it's going down, we'll get short until it tells us not to. I don't claim to have the holy grail as far as moving averages is concerned. I don't think anybody does. With the futures, I'll tell you what we do, okay? Because it's a little different. When I'm trading the NQs, right, and I use a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and 200. Those are my moving averages. If I was trading a regular stock, I would look for a $2 to $3 move before it hit one of my moving averages for it to fit my criteria for a trade. When I'm trading the futures, especially the NQs, I'm looking between a 30 and 50 point move for it to move to hit one of my moving averages. I find that when it does that, that puts the odds in our favor of that trade working. If we look here, when we hit our 200 EMA in the NQs, and we went from, let me just see how far we went down, 2023 to 201.85. So we went down 39 points to hit this 200 EMA. And you can see what happened when we hit the 200 EMA. We just about touched it, didn't go through it at all. And again, if we would have, I would have my stop order in, like I would in every other trade that I do, right? And then we got, when we got in this trade at 21.85, here's our resistance. And that was almost, 23 points when we got in. So I use my moving averages just to show me support and resistance. And that's what technical analysis is, Nick. That's it. Moving average, all technical analysis is based on support and resistance. Where is a spot I might buy it, and where is a stock I might sell it or short it? So my moving averages show me support and resistance. And as we go down the line from 9 to 15 to 30 to 65, 200, they get stronger in strength. So when we hit a 9 or a 15, I only use those for trend trades. And then I'm looking for the movement to hit one of my other ones, either my 30, my 65, or my 200 EMA. But just throwing EMAs in a chart, I wish it was that simple. Then we'd have an automated trading system, and I could put an order in every single one of my EMAs. It doesn't work that way. You got to have movement, and you got to have speed. So when I'm looking at the futures, the NQs, and I'll show you the ESs today. This was a couple of beautiful ones. If we look at the ES again, didn't really move much to hit all these moving averages. It really moved to hit the 200 EMA, right? And if you look when we hit the 200 EMA down here, we've just been off to the races ever since then. So for people who aren't used to using the moving averages, my 200 is, I call it the holy grail. I'll make a trade every single time something hits my 200 EMA. And by using my EMAs, Nick, what I'm trying to do is just put the odds in my favor of that trade working. That's all I'm trying to do. Put the odds of. Go ahead.
What
Nick.
is what is your response to traders that say the moving average is a lagging indicator and it's hard to place stops because of that?
I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. I mean, I'm showing you a bunch of examples where a stock moved far enough to get down to our 200 EMA, and it maybe it broke through a little, but we didn't get stopped out on any of them today. Now, that's not to say that you can't get stopped out. We have losing trades. Everybody has losing trades, right? I don't think it's a lagging indicator because this is real time. Okay, this is as this is happening, and when we see this starting to go down, I'm going to put my order on my 200 EMA. If it hits it, I'm in a trade. If it doesn't, then I missed the trade. So I don't believe that it's a lagging indicator. But listen, I'm doing this for 35 years. I am open to anything that anybody else suggests to me. But journal it for me. Show me 100 trades where you're doing something different. And I have people in my private trading room and that take the course that send me different stuff every single day. And I look at every single one of them. But if you can show me something that works more often than it doesn't, okay, that's a different technical than I use, I'm in. There is no ego. I mean, I'm doing this too long, and I try to learn new stuff every day. I love listening to you guys during the day because there's always someone on there who might have a different approach than I do, right? And if you're stuck in one thing, especially if you're not being successful in it, right? If you're struggling with this and you're doing one thing or two things that aren't working, then you have to look for something else. I can tell you that we're between 70 and 80% on most of our trades that's set up for us. So for me, what we do works. It might not work for everybody, but we've been on a few times, Nick, where we've thrown out levels, whatever it was, and they work more often than they don't. So that's all I can ask for when I'm using my technicals.
Awesome. So I do want to get a trading psychology question here. I think this one is really important, and a lot of traders can relate to it. How do you disassociate from trading money?
That's a great question. First of all, what I tell all of my traders, especially beginning traders, is don't trade your P&L. What do I mean by that? I have a plan on every single trade that I get in, whether it's to make 10 points or 20 points, depending on what kind of trade that I get into. And I don't have to have my eyes on that P&L every second that I'm in that trade. Because a lot of times that's going to prevent you from getting the most out of your winning trades, right? When you're staring at that P&L and you're watching every time it ticks up or down, especially for beginning traders or traders who are struggling, you're going to want to take that profit immediately, okay? So I don't even look at my P&L when I'm trading, to be quite honest with you. I know if I'm making good trades, the P&L is going to be there. And if I'm making bad trades and I make enough of them, I'm going to stop trading for the day. It's a very difficult thing to do, right? That's one of the hardest things to do, but you could ask people in the audience, I guarantee more often than not, especially if you're struggling with this, you're just trading based on what that P&L says. And it's going to prevent you from staying in trades longer and making the money that you should be in those trades. So I don't even look at, people ask me too, well, how much should I make? I'm trading Topstep. I have a $50,000 account. Should I try to make 1% a day or 2% a day or 3% a day? I don't even bother with that stuff either. If I'm a one contract trader and I'm making, between $150 and $250 a day, that's a good day. You can't expect more than that, right? You're talking about making, 10 points. If we do that, 10 days in a row, you're qualified in your account already. And the easiest thing to do is go from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 and 3 to 5 and 5 to 10 and 10 to 20. It doesn't change how I'm looking at my technicals. So the easiest thing for me to do, and anyone out there should be, once you have a proven system, doing more contracts is the easiest thing in the world. Just don't let it change your plan and where your profit targets are and your stop orders are.
Yeah, exactly. I got another question here from Kubaja. How do I become a disciplined trader? And I guess let's answer this from the perspective, this trader has never traded before at all. What would be your recommendations for someone who's just getting into trading and wants to start getting disciplined? What would be your suggestions for starting to build that muscle?
Okay. First of all, you got to have some kind of technique that you're using to trade. That's number one. If you're just throwing darts on the board, you're never going to be successful. It certainly does not have to be mine. It could be whatever it is, but find something that kind of works for you on a consistent basis. That's number one. And there's a couple of quick rules. I'll give them to you guys real quick, okay? I have a stop order on every single trade that I do. And I'm going to be wrong on trades. But what I'm not going to do, hopefully, is blow up trading accounts by not having a stop order and just watching the whole P&L disappear and be gone. So number one, I have a stop order on every single trade that I do. I know I'm going to be wrong on trades. Okay, everyone is going to be. Get used to having losing trades. It doesn't mean you're a losing trader. It means that whatever you're doing didn't work that time, and that's going to happen. Okay. I try not to average into trades. I think that's a recipe for disaster. If you have enough buying power and you have enough contracts that you can do, I can probably get you out of almost any situation that you're in if you average in the proper way. You know, a lot of people think averaging into a futures contract is I buy one and it goes down 2 points and I buy another one. No, that's not how you average in. You got to really spread them out at a good technical level. That's how you average into trades. As a beginning trader, I don't suggest averaging into trades. I think it's a recipe for disaster. You're going to blow up your account more often than you're not, okay? Also, if I lose a certain amount during a day, I'll stop trading, okay? It's just a bad day. Things aren't working for me. What we find ourselves doing, even as experienced traders, but especially as beginners, when you have a loss, the first thing you want to do is run back in there and get that money out, right? That's just our mindset as a trader. Just let me get that money back and then I'll stop trading. Trust me when I tell you that doesn't work. So there are going to be days where things don't work. I'm not blowing up any accounts. I had a bad day. It's going to happen, right? I'll come back from a bad day. What we won't come back from, and again, we know it only costs $50 to open up an account. So everybody just thinks that, oh, well, so I blew $50. I'll throw another $50 in. But when you do that 10 or 20 times, it starts adding up to real money, right? So at some point, you have to say to yourself, maybe I'm not doing the right things, okay? So we try to treat these as if it's my money. This is my money that I'm trading. That's how I look at it. And the last thing I will tell you is if you're having a good day and you're at or near your trading goals, just stop trading, all right? First of all, one of the best things about what we do is our time is our own, right? And time is the most precious commodity in the world. We ain't getting it back. So a lot of times in the room, if we have a decent morning where we had a couple of good trades, you leave and you go do something else. There's no sense in being there anymore. You know, another thing that we're always afraid of is we're going to miss the next good trade, right? Oh, I can't leave now because then I'm going to miss something that's going to happen. Who cares? I could care less. I'd rather be on a golf course. I'd rather be in a pool. I'd rather be doing anything else but this, especially after I've made my money for the day. So I would say start with those steadfast rules. Don't break those rules, okay? And it's hard. This trading is hard, guys. Anyone who tells you that what we're doing is easy is full of shit, okay? Pardon my language. It's not, and it takes time. It takes work, which is another thing. Especially people who are going to us with Topstep, right? A lot of people, Nick, are just looking at this as a quick fix thing. Oh, I can do this. I'm going to get my accounts opened up in 2 days, and it's going to be clear sailing from there. This is work, guys. This is a craft, okay? You have to learn your craft just as if you were a brain surgeon or anything else. It's the same thing. It takes work, and you have to be willing to put that time in if you really want to be successful at this. That's the bottom line. So I don't think I can give you any better advice than that as a beginning trader is find yourself a system that works for you on a consistent basis. Journal every single trade that you do so you know what's working and what's not working, and then follow those simple rules that we just talked about.
Man, that was an incredible answer. We are definitely clipping that, and we will tag you on socials because that was wonderful and concise. I'm going to combine two questions here because they're pretty similar. How do you handle a losing trade, and how do I handle a losing day? And how do I get ready for the following day after a losing day?
That is a great question. Okay. When you get a little more advanced in your trading, okay, I'm going to do every single trade that my charts tell me to do based on my technical analysis. I know that about between 70 and 80% of them are going to work because I have kept track of every trade I've ever done for the last 3 years. Okay. So I have that track record. So right there, when you get to that point, I'm not afraid of doing any single trade, and every single trade I get in, I think I'm going to make money on. Otherwise, I wouldn't get into the trade. It doesn't mean that I'm going to, okay? If I have a losing trade and I've executed it the right way, in other words, I was willing to lose what I was going to lose, and I lost it, right? I forget about it. It's done. It's over with. And it's the same if I have a winning trade. I forget about that. It's done. It's over with. Every single trade that I do stands on its own as a separate entity, whether I make money in a trade or whether I lose money in a trade. And guys and girls and whoever's here, this just comes with experience. It comes with trading. The only way you're going to get really good at this is to have a good system, yes, and then to trade, right? That's the only way you're really going to get good at it. So to me, quite honestly, there's no difference between a winning trade and a losing trade. One, I lose a little money, but I executed it properly. One, I make more than I was willing to lose, and I executed it properly, okay? If at the end of the day, I've had a bad day and I followed all my rules, then who cares? It was a bad day. I'll come back from a bad day. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'm on till tomorrow. I'm not going to sit and keep losing trades. If I have 3 maximum loss trades in one day, whatever that is for you, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, I'm done as if I hit my goal for the day. Same thing. I'm not going to sit there and keep throwing good money after bad, because once we get into that bad mindset, it doesn't go away. And you're just going to start doing things you shouldn't be doing to try to get your money back. And as far as walking in the next day, it's the same exact thing. Every day I walk in, it's a brand new day, okay? I'm going to wait for my trades to set up. I'm going to use my technical analysis, and I'm going to get into trades as if I'm starting over. But get used to having losing trades. I don't mind having losing trades if I'm doing the right thing in those trades. And that's how you have to look at every single trade that you do. And again, I'll go back to this is hard. This is not an easy thing to do. It's just not. It's easy for me to sit here and say, and tell you all these rules and not feel bad. Of course you feel bad when you've had, you do. You feel bad. I feel bad after I have a losing trade, but I'm going to journal it and I'm going to see I did the exact right thing. I did what I was supposed to do. That was one of the 3 out of 10 that didn't work. Oh, well, it happens.
Yeah. I got a question here. How much position management are you doing? You get into a trade. Are you moving your profit targets? Are you moving your stop loss? What kind of rules do you have for position management for your system?
Yeah, 100% I am. All right. So if we look at the ESs, right, we just hit the high of the day, right, which we had hit previously earlier. Okay. So if I was looking, I probably would have shorted this. 55.62 was the level. Great. I shorted one contract at 55.62. It was a level on my chart. It was a technical level. Okay. I did one. If I do one contract and I make 5 points on the ES, I'm fine with that, because to me, this is like a regular moving average trade. But first of all, can everybody see what happened when we hit here? We stopped going up and we started going down. Okay. So if I had more than one contract at the 55.62, okay, great. I'll put in one to buy back at 5 points. And if I can get 10 points on an ES trade, that's a phenomenal trade. But once I've taken this first profit, Nick, and let's say I took one of them off now, okay, I took half of my trade off, I am going to manage my trade by bringing my stop to break even now. I am not going to lose money on this trade. And I'll do that in every single trade that I do. Once I have my first target is met in a trade, I will lower my stop order so I cannot lose money. Worst case, I put a little money in the bank, and I'll get out if it goes back to that level. Because chances are, if we go back to this level, it's going to go through that anyway. Okay? So now I've covered one. I'm trying to get more points on my second one. Worst case on this trade, I made a little bit of money, and I'll get knocked out break even. And I'll do that on every single trade that I do. Every trade that I get in. I am a big believer, okay, and I don't care what you're trading. Doesn't matter what it is, of taking some profits right away. I want to put some money in the bank. You know why? Then you feel a little confident, right? I already got some money in the bank. The worst thing I'm going to do in this trade now is break even, and I put some money in the bank. And to me, that's the best feeling in the world. What a lot of traders will do, especially when we're trading futures or when they're trading futures, is go for the big home run every time you get in a trade. That's not going to happen, okay? Yesterday was a spectacular day from low to bottom. If you stayed in a trend trade, you made over 200 points, right? But those days are few and far between. So I'm a trader. Now, you want to call me a scalper? Okay, I'm a scalper. If I can make between 5 and 10 points every time I do an MES trade and between 10 and 20 points every time I do an NQ trade, wait till you're doing 4 or 5 contracts every time you're doing a trade and see how quickly that money adds up, right? And you're going to have some losers. Yes, you're going to. But yeah, I actively manage every single trade that I do, right? So this just gave us 5 points. All right, thank you very much. I'll put my break-even stop in, and I'll try to get it down to where my support is, which would give me 9 points or 10 points. And yeah, you got to manage every single trade that you do. Absolutely.
So I do want to, you're talking about contract sizing. We do have a question here. What contract sizes do you think are reasonable based on the account size? So let's say you're trading a 50K account. Are you trading the micros? Are you trading e-minis? And then I guess, how many of each contract are you doing? And then what's your daily loss limit, for example?
Yeah, on our eval accounts, right, a $50,000 account, we can only do 3 contracts anyway. Am I correct, Nick?
You can do up to 5 when you first start.
5 contracts, right. So again, this will depend on your experience. This will depend on your journaling and seeing how well you're doing, right? If one of my levels line up, okay, I will do my full amount of contracts at that price. That's what I'm doing. If I can do 5, I'm doing 5 when it lines up at my price, okay? And then, like I said, I would suggest a beginning trader, maybe do 2. This way you can scale out of your trade, okay? I would never do 1 because 1, you're probably going to get out of your profits too early. I want to do at least 2 or 3. And to me, 3 is ideal because I can skim a little profit, I can skim a little more profit, and then I can get out of the last one, where my chart tells me to get out. So I would say in a $50,000 account, I would do 3 every time one of my trades sets up. This way you can scale out if you're right. It's not going to cost you too much if you're wrong. I would also say if you're a beginning trader, I would not trade the NQs right out of the gate, okay? They're just too, they're volatile. Like I said, I look for between a 30 and 50 point move before I get involved in the NQs. So imagine being wrong in something with 3 contracts for 30 or 50 points. The account's going to be gone. So as a beginning trader, I would probably stick to the ESs. It's not going to be anywhere near as volatile as the NQs. So I would stick to the ESs as a beginning trader, and I would always do 3 contracts so I could wiggle myself out of it as it goes up.
3 micros or 3 e-minis?
I don't know. To me, I don't even mess with the micros. To me personally, it's just not worth it. They have to move so much for you to make any money in them. I mean, what is it? $5 a point in the MES, and then we're paying commissions. I think also on that, Nick. I think we are right.
Not in TopStep X, but in other platforms. Yeah, you would pay commissions, so it adds up.
Yeah, then it's not bad. I mean, if you're doing 3 micros, and so it's what is that? $15 a point. I would go ES, guys, minimum. Stick with the ES and don't do the NQs until you get a little more confident in it. So I would stick with the ESs.
Nice. Okay. So
now
we are.
go
ahead.
Go ahead, Nick. I know we're pushing up against it.
No, I mean we're getting close to the 1 o'clock here. So if you have an idea that you want to share before we wrap up, please do.
No, I'm just looking at my charts now, okay, and we can see that everything is in a nice uptrend again, right? So I look for a pullback to my 9 and my 15 EMAs to get into a trend, and if we stay in this trend, we're going to bounce off the 9, we're going to bounce off the 15, and just keep going higher for the rest of the day. It's 2 o'clock. I'll say this though, at 2 o'clock. I'm going to say this real quick. There's a bunch of turnaround times in the market that are pretty important, okay? 2 o'clock is when the first imbalances come out. I'm not going to get into that whole thing right now, but that's when you get your first imbalances at 2 o'clock. They update again at 3 o'clock, and then they update again at 3:50. So I'm kind of careful with trend trades at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 3:50 or 3:45 to 3:50. I will look to see which direction we're moving in and get in that same direction. If we start breaking down 3:40, 3:50, get short. If we start breaking up 3:40, 3:50, get long. Those are the times when we can have really big moves in the market.
Nice. David, thank you so much for coming by. I got to be honest. I miss seeing your face. And I'm talking to Tim. We're going to see if we can get you for a full hour, not just this little half-hour bit here. Not nearly enough time. Is there, what's Wall Street Global Trading Academy up to? Any free webinars or anything going on?
Yes. Tonight, Nick. Tonight
yeah.
is our monthly free webinar. We have over, I think, 795 people registered now. We can only get 1,000 in there. But even with all those people, guys and girls, it's free. It's tonight. Just register it. Nick will post it up there. Just register at wsgta.com. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff. We're going to answer any questions that anybody has, no matter how many people are there. 90% of it, we talk about futures, so you'll be right at home there. Yeah, it's tonight. We have room for another 200 people or so. So, guys, come in. It doesn't cost anything. Come hang out with us for a couple hours tonight.
Is Peter going to be there?
And then next time I come in, Nick, I'll invite anybody. Next week is my boot camp. But if I come in, I'm talking on Friday to, what's his name that you just mentioned?
Tim,
I'm talking to him on Friday. We're going to work out a different kind of little schedule. So next time I come in, guys and girls, if it's next week, I have my live boot camp next week. But if I come in next week, you guys can email me and you guys can come and hang out in my trading room for 5 days for free. I do that every time I come in Topstep. We usually get 40 or 50 people that come hang out with us for the week, and we're just trading futures and answering questions.
Oh,
that's it.
Man, that sounds like a great time. David, thank you so much. I'm glad you're talking to Tim. We're going to get you back for at least an hour. I mean, that was just really good. You answered some great questions there. We're going to clip that and put it on the internet for all to see. David Green, thank you so much from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Coming up next, we have some people in the green room right here. I see a Coach Jay. I see an Eddie. I see a D. And so I think we're doing some market stalking, if I had to guess. So stick around. We got that coming up, and then we got Power Hour at 2 to close it up. David, we'll see you later. Have a great week.
See everybody tonight. Thank you, Nick.
welcome back for more trading education, trading knowledge, and of course, good looks. Welcome to Market Stalking with Deeyana, Robert, and Coach Jay. And I do see a smile on each and every one of their faces, and that's good to see. Deeyana, how are you today?
I'm okay, Eddie. Yeah, good to be here. Just did one trade of my life, so I'm in a crude oil long. We're back on crude oil. So I managed to get in around 80.08. So I was looking at overnight VWAP.
Good entry.
And I was banking on a kind of a failed auction, primarily because we reclaimed that 80 level. And now I just want to see whether we can maybe push it even higher towards 80.50, maybe even higher the day. And if not, obviously just close it wherever it ends up. But yeah, so I did some other trades today, but it wasn't on my live. So yeah, nothing much. Just trying to see whether crude oil has come alive. And one of the tools that I use for that is an oil VIX. It's very similar to what the equities have, but it measures crude oil volatility. And every time that tends to go over 30, there's a little bit more movement in crude oil. So it's not as range bound. So naturally, it brings more opportunities. And this is why I've decided today to do some crude oil trading. So we'll see how that tracks throughout the summer. Typically, crude oil and RBOB, they have a tendency to go up. So if we look at some data statistically, June and July are very bullish over the last 3 years. And even though we had the Black Swan event, the COVID lockdowns where crude oil went absolutely insane, it's still a pretty good measure from a fundamental point of view because they have to use kind of slightly different mixtures for both crude oil and gasoline, the resulting products, which naturally drives up the crude oil and gasoline demand over the summer. And then typically August, we have a quieter August and very frequently mainly down. So I'm just playing around with those ideas and statistics and looking for this 80 level to stay where it is, so go up from here. So that was the idea that I had today. And yeah, so I'm just sitting in this trade and seeing what happens in the next 20 minutes as we go into settlement. How are you guys?
And you're sitting very pretty on this with your long right now. And tell you what, yesterday we missed the 80s by what, just a couple ticks, and it was good to see that market did go through. Now, if you were to put a stop in there, a buy stop, a little above 80, you would have been looking really good here today. But you got a good position on, and good to see that you're trading crude back again. Crude missed you very much.
Yeah, well, it's been a mixed bag for me last few months. Whilst it was very range bound, but yeah, we're kind of back and we're talking again. Counseling is working, so yeah, we'll see.
Let's swing it over to Coach Jay. Coach Jay, how are you, buddy?
Coach Jay.
I'm doing good, Eddie. I'm doing good. How are you? D, Anne-Marie had a question also. What is the ticker for that crude VIX? That's the first time I've heard it mentioned when we were in the green room.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Hold on.
If you can pull that up.
I think
I'm doing good, Eddie.
VIX.
Just VIX. Got you.
Oh,
got it.
It's OVX. The different forms have different tickers,
one more time on that,
but it should be under crude oil VIX.
Crude oil VIX. Okay.
Am I cutting out?
Awesome.
I see it. Yeah. You're good now. We got it.
Yeah.
Good. That's a good share.
Yeah.
And check into that.
Yeah.
Coach Jay, you got any trades on today?
No. And in the green room, we were talking about maybe being patient. And as soon as I said that, the NASDAQ started to pick up some volatility. So maybe looking for a trade here. We just checked down towards the initial balance low, which was at 2165. And we kind of bounced right off of that. And I think Hogue would call that a potential failed auction, right? Maybe. I don't know if it still counts this late in the day. But we checked that initial balance low and bounced 40 points off of it. But I did trade gold today. I had a gold trade that would have worked out had I held it the entire time. Was looking for a level. If my charts look crazy, I just put a bunch of drawings on them. I can see the price action. but was
What
looking for a
happened?
short.
You got out of the trade early, too early?
Yeah, I got out too early. Where I entered, I'm a momentum trader, so I like if I have levels, I like the market to do what I'm looking for it to do as quickly as possible. I don't get to choose when that happens, and I realized I entered in a consolidation. So I had a 3-lot on, scaled down to a 1 because it wasn't doing what I wanted. Was able to hold that 1 to the profit target of 23.34, which we bounced right off of. So was happy with that. I'm working on my patience, right? This would have been an hour-long trade with that 3-lot on for that profit target, which doesn't really fit my style of trading, but don't want to make excuses, right? If I see the market trading between levels, just have to execute from there. But up on the day, nice day so far. Maybe looking to take one more trade before the end of the day.
Right.
Nice one.
What are you up on? What do you got? What's in your
I'm up
pocket?
330 on the day.
That'll work.
And an
That's a
XFA.
good day. That's a good day. Coach Robert, we're not going to forget about you, my friend. Quick here, what do you got behind you? Let's take a look
let's
at
get
that.
that out of the way. I always make these fun little backgrounds using AI, and this
Kitty
one's
cat
market
or a
stalking.
werewolf or something.
Yeah, let me kick
What do you got?
my ugly mug out of the way. There we go. It's market stalking, but I did a little addition to the market stalking, saying we're market stalking, and we are also market stalking 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. We are so dang close. Can't wait for that to happen. And I did not prompt ChatGPT to give me a cat like this. This is literally what it showed up as. And to be honest, it's actually the second one I said, do it again, because it spelled the word stalking wrong. And it came up with another image, which was very similar, but it still came up with this cat staring me down in the background like this. So we're staring down the markets, we're staring down the trades, we're staring down the charts, and we're staring down 100,000 subscribers. So hopefully we'll get there in the short term and have some fun with that
Robbie,
as well.
if you got time, please give that kitty some catnip. It looks like it's not too happy, so catnip will help it out. But
I think I ate it all this
It looks hungry.
It does look hungry. It does. That staring right down the back of me, like those mountain lions, like dive on your back. So no trades today, and that's what you're talking the green. But it's really tough, and I really want to get some trades on and show what our viewers here are looking at. Say, hey, what's Coach Robert doing? Well, there were the 2 trades I would have taken today, and I say would have, not as hindsight, but I can trade on air. This is a live account. Y'all see it. We're trading it up. I'm sharing it all the time. The 2 trades I have plotted, one of them came to fruition, and my screen is right there. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Production, I think Gabe is back there doing a hell of a job. My first trade was this zone right here, 213 to 223-ish. Basically, it was plotted around this time frame, being 11:27 Central Time. And it ended up making the entry at 12:21 Central Time and ended up completing it at 12:45 Central Time. So that would have been the trade if I was on air. But we were listening to Fabulous David Green, and how do you shy away from that? The second one I plotted was that this little target zone down the bottom said, and that area is roughly 158 to 163. Now that's such a small target area. I would be going the break of the pivot that it's calculated from into that area to make the trade worthwhile. I don't want a 3-point trade. Ended up being about a 10-point trade. And what time did that happen? 1 p.m. Central Time, while we were in the green room discussing what trades we're going to take. So hopefully we will get lucky one of these days, and I'll be like, yes, we have a trade setting up and I can actually trade on air. So that's my rant. Sorry about that. But if I see it, we'll put it in there. And if anybody else wants to see another instrument, let me know. I'll pump it into my my trusty little calculator I got going over here, and we'll put a zone up and we'll see how it works out. I have no problem with that whatsoever. If I can't take mine, let's take yours.
There you go. Let's check out Deeyana's trade here. Sort of back and forth here, really not showing us direction, but I think, if anything, we're leaning towards that top side. It looks like the bull. Hopefully we got the bull for you here on that crude trade. And taking a look at crude here right now, 66% long in the tilt. Yes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's some volume building a little bit to the upside. How far that gets is anybody's guess, really. But yeah, I mean, it could go anywhere from 80-50. It could go all the way to high of day, or it could go nowhere. So yeah, we'll see. We have another sort of 17 minutes or so until settlement. So whatever it does in that time period, so be it.
Well, coming over the wire here, we've got our good friend from the Fed, Mr. Goolsbee, saying that inflation number that came out during last week's meeting was excellent. Hopefully, we'll see more data like that. And he also says that there's still a little bit of juice left after last year's rapid inflation decline. So see how that plays out. But he is speaking right now. I know that we've got him here at 1 o'clock, and we'll keep an eye on what he's got to say. But opportunity-wise here, I was watching crude here too, Deanna, and like I said, I was just sort of waiting to see if it would tag the 80s or at least complete the 80s. And we've seen it. I mean, 74 ticks above 80. That's pretty decent for a move.
Yeah.
I didn't put a trade on, but I did see that. I think once we get above that, we will see some action north.
Yeah, we'll see. Crude oil has been doing this weird thing where it keeps moving after settlement. Yesterday was a pretty big day, so I wouldn't expect anything crazy given the fact that we tried to go higher and then we sort of went into this failed auction and bounced straight off overnight VWAP. So, sometimes it takes a while to build more power after breaking a significant area. And if I go to my 4-hour chart, yesterday we actually did tag 80 just, and then it kind of went away from it. Today we've broken 80, it went higher, then tagged it again. So we use that sort of very simple resistance turns into support idea. I mean, this could be a pretty good trade. So even from a swing point, but we do need it to hold over 80 this week. So we'll see what happens.
You think it's going to do that? Hold over 80? I think, it was so hard to get there.
Really. I mean, it's purely because of the time of the year when we do have those stats on our side. We do have some fundamentals to support long crude oil. So, yeah, I mean, again, anything can happen, right? Nothing is guaranteed in this business. But there's a good chance it's a higher probability trade that we keep going higher. So usually it's June and July that we keep going up, and then August it kind of comes back and smashes smashes down again for the month I'm talking. So just like an overall trend to have something to back the idea of crude oil going higher above 80. But like anything, we can have some news from the Middle East that are not favorable or are favorable. So if they're favorable, that can push crude oil more. If they're not favorable, then obviously, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, 80 is a pretty pivotal level, I would say. If we can't sustain above it, we might come back into a range, and then I'll have to reassess from that larger time frame view. But for now, it's looking pretty decent.
Right. And let's not forget we got our API weekly crude stock today. And that reports the inventory level of U.S. crude oil, gasoline, and distillate stock. So if you're just wondering what this API does, if the increase of crude inventory is more than expected, it's going to imply weaker demand and bearish for the crude prices. So see what that number comes out a little bit later on today. And if we can hold above the 80s, keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. When's that?
That's going to be coming out here. Let's see it at about, what we got here, just towards the end of the day. It's 1:14:15. It's going to be about 3:30. So we'll be on our way out, and that API crude stock. Previous was negative 2,428,000,000, and we'll see what that is here. But the program will be done, but we'll find out first thing in the morning. And remember, markets do open up at 5 o'clock, and it's going to take significant move if it is sort of skewed on that 5 o'clock number. So keep your eyes and ears open, and see what happens there. So,
yeah, definitely. That could be the catalyst that pushes it even higher. But like I said, no guarantees.
It's no guarantees, but it's something that we need to know about, and we need to keep our eye on. Be prepared.
Absolutely.
Just for about anything. Yep. Coach Jay, you're very quiet here today. It's
Oh, sorry. I was doing some stalking over here.
Hi.
The Nasdaq looks like
stalking?
it's setting up an opportunity. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the market's trying to do right now. We
Nasdaq?
had this, looking at the Nasdaq and the ES right before we got on. The ES didn't make new all-time highs and then kind of sold off right after that. But we have this candle here that almost ended. And I'll take the drawings off. Almost ended in a doji, right, where sellers look like they tried to push the market down. These are 3-minute candles. They tried to push the market lower, and right now we're kind of holding that candle. So I'm looking for an opportunity to buy somewhere in this candle, risking the lows of it. The low is right around 2160. The high is 2184. I don't want to risk that entire thing. So if I can get an entry somewhere around 50% of that and risk the lows, I'm looking potentially for a buy. The only reason I don't like the buys is because on that push up above 2200, there wasn't much buying above that, right? So we get to the level. I want to see buyers say that they're convinced that we need to trade above. Didn't see it yet. So kind of, again, trying to figure out what the market is doing, right? We might just range until power hour, but just looking for some levels to potentially take a trade.
Now, we did establish that high 2270 half. But I mean, that was short-lived. That market sort of pulled back really quick and put us in this these levels here right now. And we've seen this level trade many times today.
Yeah, that 2270, we traded it. There was some news pre-market. I don't remember exactly what it was. If anyone is ever in At the Buzzer with me, you guys know I never know what number is out. I just know that there is a number that comes out. And news kind of helps with the volatility, so it's welcome. But we made new all-time highs on that. Retail sales. There we go. And that's why I watch TopstepTV.
Dee, you were going to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I took it off because we're coming into a high volatility period now, and I'm already kind of sitting around 2R here. I only use the 17 tick stop. And at this point, it can kind of go either way. And it wasn't that far away from my entry. So I just decided to book the, whatever it was, 300, 290 or something like that. Let me just check. 290. Yeah.
Okay.
So
you took a profit.
Took that off. Yeah.
All right. So can get your P&L?
290. This is the only trade that I've done in my life.
Okay. All right. Let me get that up there. 90. Nice. All right. Coach Robert, you got a grin on your face. You just put a 20 lot on?
Yeah, 20 lot on my 5K account. That'd be brilliant. No, the smile was actually we're talking through the trades. I mean, we're going right through. D had it on. Had some comments from Jay. He's like, "Yeah, this isn't working out. We're going to take it off," and then made some structure behind it. So hopefully everybody is listening on this and just talking through all these trades. We're right at the point of control on NQ. So Jay, I don't know if you happen to see that. I didn't see it on your chart over there, but we're right at the point of control on NQ. We may be dumping off of it. So that's something I always like to take into consideration. I do want to address a question in the chat. We had AJ ask a couple times in here. Yeah, asked a couple times and said, looking at the 50K, 100K, 150K combines, like what's the difference? How does a trader know? And we can all chime in on this, but it's really going to depend individually on the trader. So if you're in the market a short term and you're just getting in and out with these quicker trades, quicker scalps, if you want to call them that, and you don't have a lot of need for holding on a long time and drawdowns, then you might want to choose a 50K because the profit target is only $3,000 to get to your XFA and start taking payouts. However, if you're a trader that likes to hold on to trades for a long time, several hours, and needs to withstand some of that drawdown for it to go in your direction, you could be right, but just I might have to take a little heat on this first. Then you might want to opt for the 100 or the 150K, where you have a lot more room on your daily loss limits for that drawdown. Just remember that you also have a profit target of 9,000 versus 3,000. So it really is an individual selection as to which combine you would like to use. 50K is the most common. That being said, there's if you want to trade with larger size, then you have to go with the larger. You don't have to, but you will need that, because remember, you have the scaling plan also. If you're on the 50K, when you get into the XFA, you have the scaling plan. You're limited to 2 contracts till you build your account up. The 150K, your limit, I believe it's 5. Well, I'll verify that, but you can thanks Eddie. You can still have a little more room to hold on to that larger size. Plus, you get a little more room on drawdown. But again, you have a larger target you need to hit. So it's kind of 6 in one, half dozen the other type scenario. Just really matters of what is going to work for you as an individual trader. That we're all different characters, different styles, different risk tolerance, different philosophies. So work it out. Go in your practice. See what it's like.
I like how you said that, Robert. If you're new here at TopStep, I highly suggest give the 50K a try first. And if you do pass it, that is one way to build some good confidence, knowing that, hey, I can put some winning trades on, I can pass this. And as you go along, as you grow, you can jump into the 100K or the 150K, but start at that 50K and see how you can do there. I tell you right now, I've got 150K combine just sort of having fun with. And, I got about 6,000, a little over 6,000 profit on it, but I'm not in a rush to get that $9,000 profit. I've had some very good days, but I'm looking for certain opportunities. I'm sort of being the sniper, if you want to call it, being very cautious. But the 50K, put up $200, $300, $400, $500 a day, and you'll be knocking on that XFA door very quickly. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for sure.
Yeah, I also like the 50Ks for a particular reason. Whenever I'm choosing a challenge or a combine, especially with some of the people that I coach, we always look at something called the drawdown to target ratio. So how much drawdown does a challenge allow, and how much target do you need to actually achieve? The lower that number is, the easier the challenge, because you have a decent amount of drawdown and the target is not super massive. So whenever I get someone who's never received a payout, or they've never really done the whole XFAs, they've never passed the combine, but we sort their skills out first and then we go for the 50K. It's very achievable, right? You get $2,000 for a drawdown, 3K for a target. And usually that means, let me just get my little calculator out. So that particular challenge, combine, has a DTR of 1.5. Now, usually 150Ks, they have a pretty aggressive target and only just over double the amount of drawdown. But it makes it much more difficult, longer, obviously costs more as well. So if you're somebody who's just coming into this, or you're somebody who's never gotten a payout, I would go for the 50K. I actually prefer the 50Ks over all of the other accounts. I think it's a much easier way to get into an XFA and get going as a trader.
Right, exactly. The thing is, you like I said, if you can pass it, you're building confidence. If you're building confidence, you're growing your mindset, and you're setting your mindset in the right direction. Positive mental attitude, where knowing that, hey, I can do this. This is something that I can do. I can pass. I can get to where I want to be. And that definitely helps, especially when that mindset is set where I know what I need to do. I know how to do it. I just got to follow through, trust myself, commit to myself, and do it. Do it. You can do that. And then real quick here, Deeyana, it looks like you're crude moving a little higher on you.
I've been so squirrely after like 4 months of crude oil not giving me follow throughs. So I would rather kind of take whatever I had there, because it's coming into settlement, right? And this increase in volume that you see, the amount of time that it goes against me, it's like, or it just does nothing. So I was like, okay. But it is doing exactly what I said on my live stream, that we're going to tag 80, then get to higher day.
And there it goes.
I had that. I just mapped that zone out for you. Yeah, as you were talking earlier, I used my little trusty little calc there over there on CL to see if it was going to continue going. And yeah, it just smoked right through it. So I was just like, oh my God. So, isn't that funny? We get around a little bit there.
Here we go.
You did the right choice. Made the right decision.
You know what annoys me? Like, we've had
new
the entire day. Yeah, we had the entire day to do this. And what does it do? In the last 2 minutes, it It moves.
What a move.
Now, see,
What
I
a
don't
move.
really care
look at
about
that.
losing a trade or anything, but I'm just like, I was in this. It's like, what? Why?
Well, Deeyana,
Last 2
one of the
minutes.
things, as you as a professional, you took your profit. That's fine. Market moved all,
No,
you could have
it's
had
absolutely
better.
fine. Yeah.
It's absolutely
Yeah.
fine. Much better than having a
It's
losing
not that.
trade. Seeing this,
Yeah, it's not the profit. It's the fact that, like, if you watch back through my live stream today, I literally said the following words. For the second part of the session, I'm looking for it to tag 80 and then to potentially test the high of day. And he does exactly that, and I take 2R out of a 4R trade, which is fine. 2R is nothing to be sniffed at, but
right?
it's just I've had this running theme over the last sort of couple of months where I'm very squirrely with like me. I used to hold trades for hours, no problem. But one slightly annoying thing is that usually these sort of moves used to happen throughout the whole day, not in the last 2 minutes. So that's something that I'm going to have to modify a little bit and to just hold the trades throughout those 2 minutes, do or die, like whatever happens. But yeah, it's a little annoying. I'm not gonna hide
It
that
can
at
be,
all.
but you got to remember, you take what the market gives you, and if it is giving, you are taking. Now, if it's taking, this is where you've got to really think things out and say, okay, enough is enough. You know what? You've taken too much. I'm out, or I'm done for the day,
Yeah,
or you've
it
got
kind
me
of wears
today.
you down. It wears you down. You sit in a trade. I kicked off this trade whilst I was doing my dog walking. This was 2.5 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago. So I've been waiting for the pop, and then it finally pops in my direction, which is great. It means that the plan that I had worked to a T. I'm just going to have to maybe modify the times of day when I'm expecting these moves, because this is now changed. Markets are an ever-changing animal. It's never quite the same. And even though I have time periods of the day when I expect certain moves, there's always slight variations. And over the last probably about a couple of weeks, we've been getting this sort of nothing, slow crawl. And then in the last 2 minutes, that final volume comes in and pushes it one way or another. Now, I will say this could have easily gone through the initial balance back to my entry. So I'm not kind of pining for taking profits. I'm just like, it was exactly my plan. I should have held it for 3 hours, not 2.5. But there you go.
Where are we going to go tomorrow? Now WTI just settled here. Crude July futures settle 81.57 a barrel. That's up $1.24 or 1.54%. That's a good gain here today. But as you can see now, there's still trading here, and it's sort of coming off the top here, back down to 69, 85, all the way back down to 69. So roller coaster ride here for the crude. But D, as long as you walk out with a positive trade, you can't complain. You honestly can't.
No.
Yeah.
No, I mean, just slightly annoyed that I kind of took it off a little bit too early, but it is what it is. We have to live with our decisions, and there'll be more trades. We've reclaimed this 80 now into a very strong settlement. That's good news, right? So let's see if we can continue that. Obviously, tomorrow is a very short day. Thursday we have the inventories, so we'll see whether we can actually keep going and get that June trend on the way finally.
Now, tomorrow, just a reminder, everybody, you're going to log in and you're going to see tumbleweeds blowing by, and nobody at the bus stop. We're not going to be here. We've got a holiday. It's Juneteenth tomorrow, so stocks are going to be closed. It is a national holiday here in the States, and Topstep will be sleeping in tomorrow. But we will be back Thursday. We'll be back Thursday, nice, refreshed, relaxed, and ready to go. So we'll do that. But just a little reminder here. Tomorrow trade. Coach Jay, how's your opportunity looking?
It looked good for a second if I would have taken it. I didn't take it, and it popped 20 points. But that's just the Nasdaq. We've been talking about dealing with frustration of missing trades and all that other stuff. It's just if you do this long enough, it's something that happens. And I just got to remind myself, next play mode, right? We have an hour left in the day.
Yeah.
There's another trade coming up. I dealt with that earlier today, right? MP, one of the levels I had put on the Topstep daily levels. I suggest checking those out, even if you don't use them. Some good work goes into that. Shout out to Hogue, Coach Paul, Coach Jack, who are putting levels on there. 2138 was a level that I had in the NASDAQ. We had a 80 point bounce from there, and I didn't take the trade. And it is what it is, right? You're not going to catch all of them, and we just move on. So right now, everything is flat. Someone just asked what I'm looking for in the ES. VWAP is flat right now, and Robert, I know you said point of control. I don't have point of control on there, but I do have VWAP, and it lines up almost exactly. So I see what you're seeing. Right here feels like a 50-50 trade either way you take it. So I would need to see some extension from that area, either to the upside or the downside, to take a trade from there. Like I said, I was looking for it to the downside. We got a quick dip from VWAP. We traded to 2175-ish, nice 20-point bounce, and have to think about it as a range trade for now, right? Not looking for follow through. VWAP is a 0-degree angle. So the likelihood of a 50, 60-point move right now is pretty low for what I'm seeing.
And that point of control is at 20,189. I didn't call that number out before.
Nice.
That's the one I'm looking at for point of control. That is the day session for today on NQ, just so we're all on the same page. 20,189.
Awesome.
Coach
And,
Jay,
I
you
got VWAP
mentioned
at 186.
something. If I can, oh my goodness, there's got a little smoke here. If we could rewind a bit, you're talking about, let's rewind it here. You're talking about coaches' levels? What's going on there? What are we doing here at Topstep to make it even better?
Oh, yeah. So the daily levels, I think we can put the link in. The link was in the chat. It's usually in the chat in the morning. But daily levels, right? Levels that any of our coaches are looking at. Hogue's weekly kickoff levels, settlement, daily highs and lows, anything that we're looking for as an area of opportunity. Now, again, it's not going to be, hey, this is a level you should take this trade here. But where does the market have potential to react?
Coaches, right?
Yeah, from all our coaches right now, and I think they're pretty good levels. And not to say that because I'm not promoting my own levels, but they're good, right? And I think we put a lot of work into them. And more than anything, it's not a trade call out. It's, hey, the market has the potential to respond to this area. And now how do you take a trade and manage risk from that area?
Coach Ray saying Bigfoot sightings. Now, this is a gathering of all of our coaches. They put their prices, their levels, what they see, what they think, and we sort of put it all together. And then we share it with our community and definitely with our traders here each and every day in Fast Market. So it's something that I thought was really good. And we got some more smoke coming in here again. I don't know. Check my ashtray, my garbage here. I don't know what that was coming from.
What you got going on?
My screen too, so it must.
As you can see, I don't have a water pipe in front of me or a bong or a doob. So it's not me. But could be later.
For me, I have a vape.
You got a vape? What flavor is that vape?
It's grape.
Grape. All right. I like grape. Grape or pina colada. I used to have, my wife got me a vape and she thought, oh, well, I like pina colada. You must like pina. Okay, I'll take pina colada. So my vape was pina colada, but back to cool menthols. It's no pina colada there. But yeah, we've got cannabis flavor.
The ice ones and menthol ones, they kind of burn my throat a bit. So this is the only one that is quite smooth. So
that's why you sound like an angel and I sound like the dungeon devil. So that's why. Yeah, I'm smoking. I'm smoking. Camel no filters. That's right. Sound like Brenda Vaccaro. But anyway.
Oh my God, where did we just go?
Robbie, how you doing? I'm looking at you.
I'm doing all right. I got no. Yeah, we got no smoke, we got no vape, but I will jump something in here real quick. I see Carl Hungus has been in the chat. He posted a thing earlier about a bunch of beards. He made this meme about all the guys on there having beards. And I did have a beard at one point, believe it or not. It was a COVID beard, and I will put myself on the chopping block here.
Oh, wow.
That is me. Now, here's the date. This is a Facebook picture. September 1st. So
Wow.
I basically stopped shaving at the beginning of COVID, didn't do anything else on the left side over here, literally just let it grow out. And then on September 1st, I was going away for the Labor Day weekend. I was in North Carolina at the time, going to the mountains. I'm like, I don't want to be all scruffy and shaving like this. I literally went to the hair. I said 6 minutes to take off, but I drive to get my hair cut, snip, came back, shaved. So 6 minutes elapsed time. Bada bing, bada boom. That is what it looks like. And that's why I don't do beards anymore. I think it's pretty silly.
Yeah.
No, I'm 55.
We got some comments saying
You
bring
sort
it
of
back.
look like Will Ferrell there.
A
Bring
little
it
bit.
back.
A little bit.
Bobby.
Yeah, with the beard, obviously.
Oh boy, I know. I
Now,
just
Robert, you know who you look like in the picture on the right. I don't know if anyone knows. If you're a basketball fan, you probably know who Tim Legler is. But you might be his twin.
Really?
If you
doppelganger.
Google a picture of Tim
I've heard
Legler,
a couple
that's
of people
exactly who
based on profiles and stuff like that, like a side profile. I've had a couple things, Ethan Hawke and things like that. No, that's me. Anyway, all right, I just threw myself under the bus there, but I think we've got more important things coming up here pretty soon, Eddie, don't we?
Yeah, coming up here. Just more smoke we got going on, but waiting for the greenie here. But I think that COVID thing changed everybody. I used to shave my head. I'm letting my hair grow, and got it down to my back.
It's really smoky here.
It is, and I can't see the charts anymore. But let's see here.
I can't see anything anymore.
I can't see anything, Ryan. What's going on? So we'll clear that smoke if we can. We've got here we go. Oh, we got a fire drill. Is that the green light that we're waiting for? I think so. There it is. There it is. Oh, we got another one. My goodness. And we got the air raids going on here. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It is time, yes. And for those that were wondering, gosh, I missed everything. I missed everything here earlier today. This is your last chance. Yes, this is your very last chance to put your name on one of those 2,500 invites to lock in up to 5 150K combines, the Topstep X trading combines, for $129 each. Now, it's going to be each month until you earn funding, until you pass XFA, or until you cancel the trading combine. Let me repeat that again. This is your last chance. We have pinned the form up on top of our chat. So if you are interested, this is for your name in one of the 2,500 invites that we have. There's still a few left to lock in up to 5 150K combines, Topstep X trading combines, 150K. They've been asking for that for a while, for $129 each. Be 5. You want 5, $129 each. That's until you earn funding or until you cancel the trading combine. So if you didn't pass this month with it, and you get the rebill, it's going to only be $129. You didn't pass it that month. What's the rebill going to be? Still $129. So that price will never change until you either pass, earn funding, or you cancel your trading combine. Okay. So hopefully we get that out. Thank you very much for that. That link's going to be up there for a wee bit, just a wee bit. I have it up there for a wee bit, but we will be pulling it down here and shortly. So there you go. There you go.
That's
guys.
a great deal. I see some people saying, I can't afford 5 combines. You don't need to buy 5, right? You only need 1.
Yeah.
Right.
You only need 1
if
you treat it well. Go ahead, dude.
And also, if you can't afford combines from a company that is legit and reputable, maybe you should rethink your life. So let's say that maybe you shouldn't be a trader just yet. Look at your personal finances first, because if you think this is going to be your saving grace, think again. You've got a lot of work to do. It never ceases to surprise me how many people have really bad personal finances, and they're like, "I'm going to be a trader." How are you going to be a trader? This is about risk management. If you can't manage risk in your own life, How are you going to manage it as a day trader? Where it's like the Olympics of trading. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And just to set the table here, it's $129 each. Okay. And some people here are saying that other companies are better. But remember here, I'm not sure if other companies actually show payouts or people doing them live or guaranteeing that. Be careful. Okay. Be careful. Because what waits in the shadows is something that you need to remember. So keep that in mind. But yes,
I just like the comments, man, of the too expensive stuff, Eddie, man, and Deeyana, you said the same thing. If you're having trouble with $129, I drink more of that in coffee a week. You know what I mean? So it's not.
I know.
If you can't do it and you find it's expensive, then it's probably not. Yeah, $129, and you can get all of that and plus access to everything and the coaches and everything else. And if you hit your loss limits, that's a lot of money. You're losing $129. I don't know how you don't understand that. If you lose $500 in a trade today in your combine, you lose nothing. If you lose $500 tomorrow, nothing. $500 the next day, nothing. Once you lose $3,000, you can reset.
Boy, that's a
it's $129. I don't understand. I'll go on a rant. I got to be careful.
Robert,
I
And,
horse here.
and again, there's somebody else, George G, here saying there are people in certain countries that make 130 a month. So you think then it's better for them to do this with their own money? Fine. Then what? $2,000 a pop or $4.5 a pop is
it's
less
tough for some.
expensive. Like I don't understand what you're saying there. Like yes, there are third world countries where you make $130 a month. We're not a third world country. You know, this is not our target.
One thing also that I want to say is remember we got the 50K. And now if you can't afford that 150K, you go to the 50K like we were talking about before. Much more affordable. There is still a great opportunity, probably I might tell you, better opportunity to get that thing passed to an XFA. And remember, in an XFA, depending on you're trading certain profit days, you can withdraw. I mean, that is an opportunity. So remember, if the 129 is just too much, go to the 50K. It's much cheaper. You can afford it. I mean, we give you some options here, but one thing I just want to make sure that we're transparent is we pay. Okay, the traders pay themselves. I should say, traders pay themselves, and that's a guarantee. I don't think we've had a situation where it went viral that Topstep isn't paying anybody. I've been here 14 years, folks, and we've been moving forward consistently, and that's the honest to God's truth.
Absolutely, the innovation has always been something that Topstep has done very well, and you guys are pioneers in the space. This whole industry wouldn't exist without Topstep. Let's face it. And the issue, I see some other people are like, oh yeah, the other guys are cheaper. Yes, they're cheaper, but they also give you look, I support any prop futures programs, and I always will. Okay, just want to make that clear. But there's certain rules that are constantly added. They're not clear. It's like you request a payout. Are you going to get a payout? Nobody knows. They want to watch you trade on Zoom. So there's a trend that's gone a little bit weird recently with some of the discount firms. And, if that's what you're after, we're not going to stop you. Absolutely. You think you're saving your money, but are you going to get a payout? Just ask yourself.
Well, let's take a look back at these markets. We got lots going on here. Still looking forward to Power Hour. This is going to be something I'm looking forward to also. But, I think that having the opportunity to sort of break these markets down, have the opportunity to at least trade in some of these markets. I mean, back on the trading floor, either you had to know somebody, you had to have somebody back you, or you had a 50K T-bill. I mean, there was a lot to do to get on the trading floor, but opportunity now is for everybody and anyone. So let's keep that in mind let's stay positive here, and we'll go from there. But that'll work.
Speaking of the markets, Eddie, someone was just asking, do I think it's a good idea to buy here in the NASDAQ? I don't. We're still kind of hovering around that VWAP. We're chopping around. In the last, we'll call it 30 minutes, we've been in a 14-point range in the NASDAQ. There's not enough opportunity there, right? For me, I'm looking for 60% of the expected move, and 60% of 14 is just not enough for me to take a trade. I have been working on range-bound trading the NASDAQ more, but I need that range to be somewhere around 50 or so points, and that's not what we're seeing yet. So building up consolidation potentially for a move in power hour. Again, I'm looking for a sharp move in either direction out of this range with some volume, and then that'll let me know whether or not there's still a trade opportunity. But for right now, I don't see anything worth putting the risk behind.
Yeah, I would agree with Jay, because if I look at NASDAQ, we have a neutral day type just to kind of give you a little bit of profile reading. We are inside value from yesterday, which means that we are in balance. Today, compared to yesterday, is a nothing range. It's very range bound. We're now in the middle of the middle. On range bound days, you want to stay away from doing any trading in the middle of the middle, whether it's VWAP, POC. All of those are just mean averages. So it's some kind of an average of the price, right? So moving average in the middle, VWAP in the middle, point of control is the widest point of the profile where we've kind of built up structure. So really you want to look, if you're going to look for longs, I would be focusing somewhere around 20.35 and below for a long, and for a short, somewhere closer to really closer to this supply area here. So that would be 20 to, let's say 236. So that would be a short zone for me. Not that I would want to be short an equity index that's constantly making all-time highs. Yeah, 236. Yeah. Primarily because that's the edge of the zone, and it would mean a false breakout if you take today's range into consideration. So we've extended it to both sides. And if you get an extension, further extension of the range, but no volume behind it, that's almost always a false breakout. And that's how you can fade the range bound days back to VWAP as a target, not to use it as a bounce point, because right now it's just 50-50. You don't want those odds. You want asymmetrical opportunities.
Awesome. Hey, real quick, if I can intervene, the form that we have up top, if you filled it out this morning, don't worry about filling it out again. Okay, we've got you in there, so you don't have to fill it out twice. Thanks, Gabe, on that one. We're going to have the form up here just a little bit longer, give you that opportunity for the 150K. But appreciate all the positive comments here in the chat. But yes, Robert, let me ask you something, sir. You offered something earlier with a calculator, and I wanted to bring that back and say, what the heck was that? Break that down, explain that to us.
Oh, sure, I can do that. So we all know that Topstep X that we have here, we're constantly adding features and more items to it, like custom indicators and stuff like that. So I just use a process that I've come up with in my head. It has a lot of just mathematical formula stuff, like different calculations and speed and timing and pivots and length of candles and wicks and all the other stuff. I kind of threw into my own little chicken soup, I guess, so to speak, like Hogue uses chicken bones. So kind of took that idea from him, put it all together, and I made it into an indicator that can stick on the chart. And as soon as the custom indicators, we get them into Topstep X, I'll put it in there, and we can all use it. For the
how's that going to help me as a trader?
Oh, okay, yeah. It just gives you potential, in my opinion, potential target areas once we break out of consolidation spots. So I like to plot the pivots above and below, and then it's got calculations there as far as time, as far as angles go, as far as inversions go, as far as these weird messed up type pseudo fib levels that I came up with that seem to work pretty well. And that's what it does. And I actually have it just done behind the scenes. And because I can't have it in the chart right this second, I want to make sure the traders can have it as well as I'm on. So I just hurried up over the past weekend and coded it in this little calculator thing that you see. So I can put the pivots in and it will give me the zone. I plot them on chart so I can share with everybody. And that's good for any type of instrument. I just put different calcs. I put a crude oil one on here. It was once we broke over a pivot level, which was right on that 80.43-ish, we should be targeting up around 80.57. And D, unfortunately, literally a minute and a half after you closed that trade, it popped up, which we saw. And at least like, hey, at least we have some validation to what I'm plotting out right now. So this is what I have on the chart. And I had one from earlier, and there's one a little bit higher in around 42 to 51. And there's a very low one, but we have to come down past the day's low. And that's really all I have at this point in time. And that's what I use it for. So anytime I'm on, I'm just going to put them in here. As I see it, we'll share it. Traders can use it, not use it. It's totally fine, but that's what it does.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. Now, Deeyana, before we go, market stalking. Okay. I know that I have much respect for you, and I love when you're on. You've taught me so many new things being in this business for close to 40 years. But tell us a little bit about what market stalking is and how we can sort of get a hold of you, contact you. I know that you do offer education also.
Yes, so market stalking came out of my style of trading. I'm not really a scalper. I come from a swing trading background, and I did pretty well for the first 5 years of my career as a swing trader, but then I decided I wanted to go into prop trading professionally, and some adjustment to what I was doing was needed. So I started adding different components to it, and I got really good results. So eventually people would ask me, hey, how did you know it was going to turn there? Like, I have a penchant to pick tops and bottoms because of the ASR high and low, average session range highs and lows. So they're not levels that are obvious, but they're relatively easy to plot on the chart. So you take like 10 days of whatever's happened, and then you make an mean average out of that. That becomes a potential turning point and a volatility indicator as well. That coupled with supply and demand and market profile and some very specific times of day when we have certain events that happen nearly every single day, that comprises my style of trading. So the more people ask me, how do you do this? Can you teach me? Can you show me? So eventually I was spending like 8 hours a day explaining it to individual people over and over. So to prevent me effectively just having no free time, because I kept talking to every colleague individually, I decided to start putting things on a little website. Eventually, more and more people started finding it. One of my my very first YouTube video where I have like big purple hair, because I was still a rock musician back then, in 2015 went kind of semi-viral. Within a week, it got up to like crazy amount of views. And I was like, that's a bit odd considering it's an obscure concept about using supply and demand on a lower time frame. And that's when I sort of started putting the course together. And so it wasn't anything that was like super calculated, like, oh my God, I'm just going to create a course. It was just a need of mine to put the knowledge out there and to have other people find it. So now that's grown a lot. On our short courses, we're knocking on about 10,000 students that we've had via various course platforms. And that's all now on the main Market Stalker's Thinkific website. That's the platform that we use. You can also find all of these links on my YouTube channel, which is Market Stalker D. I do live streams on my own channel, usually on Tuesdays, so probably worth checking out how all of that works. And, you know, obviously, it's not for beginners because it might go a little bit over your head. You can see how I talk on TopstepTV. You can see how I choose my trades. And it's usually best if you're an intermediate trader. So you've kind of traded for a couple of years and now you want to go further. That's when you're going to find most value in the course that we're doing. So check it out. It's been pretty transformative for some people. And actually, Coach Ray is one of my market stalkers. He's spoken about that before. He obviously has his own twist. And because of the way the method is created, it's very malleable to whatever you already have. So it's not like let's throw out the baby with the water. It's if you're already consistent, there are parts of the method that you'll be able to take and apply into your own style. So that makes it pretty good to match up some of the high probability levels that I use. The failed auction gold that I took yesterday, that's one of those that was value low into a failed auction at a very particular time of day and with some very particular price activity. This crude oil trade, same thing. We were looking at a psychological level, time of day, matching all of that up with statistics and probabilities of the trade working out, looking for asymmetrical opportunities. So yeah, it's a really interesting way of trading, but most importantly, it's about choosing the right opportunities.
You got that right. Well, Deeyana, thank you very much for being with us here today for Market Stalker segment. And Coach Jay, quick comment here before we say hasta la vista, baby.
There goes the NASDAQ. Breaking out of that range that I was looking to take a trade from, that 175 it held. Again, it would have made me wait for 30 minutes, but
it happened.
That's trading for you. Am I looking to go long still? Potentially, I am, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Coach Robert, we know you. We love you. And thank you very much for being with us here. We're out of time. Coming up next, we got Andre. He's going to punch me for that one. Andre Dolby and Jordan S. for Power Hour. So don't go away. This is going to be fun here. Markets are moving. Let's see if they get the house account running, and we'll be right back. Away.
Welcome back, everybody, to Power Hour. The man in the middle, Austin Silver. You've seen him here before. He's been trading up a lot lately, doing some good things around here. The man to his right, my partner here at Power Hour with the fly shades today. Dolby time.
Hello.
Really quick, before we jump into Power Hour, I think one of my buddies wants to say something. Eddie, what you got?
I made a boo-boo. I did a boo-boo. Yes, it is Austin Silver. Yes, that guy, that cool dude in the middle. Yes, that Austin. I apologize, and
Nah,
love
Eddie,
you,
all
brother.
love, brother. Thank you, bro.
Man.
Appreciate you. It's good to be back,
You guys
everybody. It's
have
good
some
to be
fun.
here.
Let's make some money.
Let's have a good one. Yeah, let's do it, boys.
Absolutely. Let's do it. All right, we do have the house account open right now. No trades taken yet. Today, we did see new highs in the S&Ps. I don't know if those are all-time highs or not. Looking out at 60, just beneath 63s. Might have been all-time highs. Anyways, Austin Silver, talk to us about your trading day. How has it been going so far?
Good. I had 2 XFA trades. I'm up about 550 between both accounts. One account's up like 304. I'm locked out on the other account that I made some money in today. I'm really trying to stack this thing up and get a payout here. So I manually locked myself out after I made the 250. That's up about 3K now on this XFA. So doing good there. I'm not pressed to trade here today since I'm up 304 in this XFA, but this one's just getting started. I just passed this yesterday, actually. So was able to activate it super easy last night through Topstep in the back end, which is awesome. And now caught a little trade this morning. It's been pretty rangy today, though. I know you guys were already talking about that this morning. Tight range on ES. Does it want new all-time highs? Are we going to see a sell-off here in Power Hour? I'm not sure, but my money made today was on the short side. Trading back, filling a little bit of a gap using Edgeful. I know you guys are loving Edgeful as well. We saw about a 64% probability that the gap would close on ES, and it did. And that was what fed my short today, which was nice. So now going into Power Hour, I was hoping we would get some new highs, but we just rejected the all-time high about an hour ago. So we'll see if we can catch a bid here and send it higher.
I like that. All right, my man. Dolby time. Austin just said his range bound. What kind of ranges are we looking? I know you got your live account open. Talk to us about your trading today and ranges that you might be seeing play out right now.
Yeah, well, let's get to the ranges first before we get to the account. So the NASDAQ has been hanging out in a 4-hour range pretty much all day, with the exception of that one big push down at, I believe, 10 a.m., which is kind of that flush that Dakota was looking for and talking about during fast markets. We did end up bouncing and getting back within the 4-hour range. I was trading actually a little bit in my trading combine just off screen. There's been a lot of people in chat have asked for like a more like kind of descriptive thing about my system, how I like trading ranges. And so I'm just trying to like take notes on more of like the intricacies of the system that I run. So I was taking some trades on there. And, you know, one of the things that I noticed that I kind of got caught up in is that the bigger range you are looking for, the bigger the wicks can be stretching outside of the range, and it can still kind of hop back in. So if you're trading like a 5-minute range, it might have like a little bit of a stop run and then come back in again. But if you're trading a 4-hour range, that little wiggle to the outside of the range, let's say today, for example, in the NQ was what, 157 to 127. So a 30-point stretch outside the range only to come back inside again. So it's something to be aware of if you are going to trade ranges. The bigger the time frame, the bigger the stop runs out of it, and then theoretically also back in again.
Makes sense. Okay, well, real quick, in the upper left-hand corner, you will see the hashtag Power Hour. See the hashtag Fast Markets in the morning, hashtag Power Hour in the afternoon. Dolby time, what is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, back to me, Dre. I'm already tired. Oh my god, like loosen up already. You got me talking so much. Okay, so hashtag Power, hashtag Power Hour. We're on Twitter, everybody, at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. We want your funded trader certificates. We want your tick picks. We want your battle stations, whatever you got. We want to interact with the community. So if you share and post it, we will grab it off the internet and we will put it on TopstepTV, and you can actually see your own content in real time. That is tick with a T, chat, a tick pick. Tick. Not my joke. Thanks to Scott in chat. If you're in there, that was a great one. A little
trying to make ticks around here.
Not think that up myself.
Get your mind out of the gutter, chat. Come on now.
I know. Hey, we love a good innuendo in chat, don't we? A little double entendre.
Puns are fun. Just to recap the day, we did have a bunch of Fed speakers today. No one said anything really of note, so to speak, kind of talking out both sides of their mouth. So nothing really to take from that. Today is the most Fed speakers we're going to have all week. Again, tomorrow is off, federal holiday. Stock market will be closed. Don't trade futures tomorrow. Take a break. Anyways, okay, Austin Silver, what are we looking for levels-wise? S&P is currently trading 55, 53 and 3/4. Kind of in the middle of the range. What are you looking for right now?
We've got stretches of this daily VWAP on 55, 51 and a quarter in the last hour. So it looks like 50 is support right now. That can be switched pretty quickly, but it looks like 50-50 is support. And I'm thinking we can go 50-60 here during power hour. That would be the longs that I'm looking for. I'm really not short biased today, specifically because when we're near all-time highs, price tends to act like a magnet. You know what I mean? It seems like it wants to go there every time. I actually pulled it up recently. You want to take a guess at how often we make new all-time highs since 1994? Anybody want to take a guess at this one? According to a Reddit post that seems. Yep.
New all-time highs since 1994. In the ES? I will guess.
Give me a guess. One out of how many non-consecutive? 1 out of 20, 1 out of 100. Do we make new all-time highs? What's the guess?
I will say 1 out of every 50.
Okay. Dolby, you got a guess?
I don't know. I mean, I would say it's pretty high, to be honest.
1 out of every 13 days, non-consecutive, do we make new all-time highs? Isn't that crazy, bro? So when you think about like bulls versus the bulls clearly win. So when we are this bullish, you're never really going to get me on here on power hour thinking big sell-off power, unless there was a catalyst, unless there was a news event. Right. I'm going to look to that next key level above and I'm going to say it's probably going to act as a magnet. So like I said, I like the 50s as a little bit of a bottom right now to see if we can go up to 60. That's what I'm looking for here.
1 out of every 13 non-consecutive days. That's I mean, yes, the market has a natural bid to it. Like I said, new all-time highs, 1 of every 13 days. That is wild. Good to know.
Non-consecutive, right? But just knowing, just knowing that those stats exist, it just tells you where the drift is, you know?
Yeah. So, that's why I'm never getting short again. That stat just confirms that. Never, ever.
I actually just broke my short button, threw it out the window, everyone. Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Is there a hide sell button and a hide short button in TopStep X?
He's coming out here on TopStep X. Definitely will not have a sell at market button on that hotkey at all. That's wild. 1 out of 13.
Andre, since you mentioned Fed speakers, we have a 62.5% chance, according to the CME Fed website, the CME Group website, 62.5% chance that we lower rates in September. 92% chance that we don't do anything at the end of July meeting, but they're saying September 62, which is the highest I've seen in a long time, 62.5.
Yeah.
So that would say we are likely going to cut at some point, at least once this year, it looks like here.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll take a look at the 10-year yield real quick. I don't have that at my fingertips, but 62% chance of a cut in September. Okay, so started pricing cuts as early as September. We know the back end of this year will be at least 1, we think, if not 2. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, guys, starting to catch a bit of a bid here. Come up to 20,200 here in the NASDAQ. Looking at the 5 minutes, seems to be the upper end of the range in the past hour, 15 minutes or so. Dolby time, if I'm looking at this right. NASDAQ.
I mean, I was about to say, Jay, you're taking the words right out of your mouth. We are in a 5-minute range, starting at about, it's like 1 o'clock. Really haven't done a whole lot, but we are testing the top of it, which is around 20,200. If you fancy yourself on the short side, that might be a cheap short. I don't know if I'm tempted to be taking shorts on the NASDAQ, but you never know. But we're also kind of stuck in the middle of the range as well. And let's see if we go from top to bottom today. We are only about 4 points away from the dead middle, if you include that 4-hour extension out to the top. So we are kind of diddling in the middle right now. But I would say that maybe the 15-minute range is the best one to trade, but that's basically the 5-minute range at this point. So it's already kind of rejecting a little bit. It's kind of a coin flip on whichever you like.
All right,
for house account, maybe 150s to see if we can extend down below. Yeah, maybe see if we extend the range and pop back in again. We're really stuck in the middle right here.
Yes, we are. Again, we do have a bank holiday tomorrow here in the States, so maybe things are just going to kind of go sideways going into that. But hey, like Austin said, you never know. Keep pushing here.
Well,
Look at
we
the
thought
S&Ps.
Yesterday was going to be a slow day,
Right?
right? And
It was
then
incredible. Yesterday was an awesome day. Awesome
all
day.
of a sudden, up and away.
Yes. Textbook trend day to the upside by the pullbacks. And get in there. Looking at the other markets here. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot, trading 39,218. 30 points off the lows of the day there. Crude trading $80.67. Got a pop about 45 minutes to an hour ago. It top out around $80.88. Look at your Topstep daily levels. Hogue was saying get long above 80. We've held there, so please keep that up. Gold trading 23.43. We're in the range there. Markets are pretty quiet right now. So Austin, you're looking for possibly a move to the 55.60 area if we can extend out of this range here.
Yeah, if you want to throw my screen back up, thank you. I like this 15-minute opening range, and I talked about this last week. I've been playing with, down here at the bottom, you switch to regular trading hours, and you just look at it from the New York Open. So now we can really see how well this 15-minute opening range has been respected today. This low and high was set at 9:30 and at 9:41. So the move for the first 10, 11 minutes of the market today really created this range that we've traded within, where clearly the longs off the bottom were best and the shorts off the top would have been best. But now that we found some basing in here, and I like 50 as a bottom, if you put a gun to my head and said, Austin, we got to take a trade right now, it clearly would be long. You're above the New York Open VWAP. You have a target above at 55.60, and I'm gonna shake some things up here. I've been looking at Bookmap a little bit more thanks to Rips, and according to Bookmap, we've got a nice order, a nice block of bids, or excuse me, a nice block of asks, nice block of sells at 55.60. So we could see a move up here. That's what I'm thinking. 55.60 would be a nice little 5-point move here in Power Hour.
Austin hunting that liquidity out. Let's see, 55.
Come on,
60,
Andre, you're rubbing off on me, bro.
Yeah.
You're helping me. You guys talk about the Dom. You talk about the price, bro. I want to learn. You know what I mean? I got to get smart.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that order. Got 240 sitting on the offer there at 55.60. By far the biggest quantity to the upside here. I'm seeing. I got my Topstep X. I got 100 prices above, 100 prices below. Level 2 data.
So, Andre,
yes, Austin. Good.
Check this out on my
call.
screen real fast, and then you can tell me if I'm looking at this correctly. Let me share this so the audience can see as well. Let's do this. Hold on. Boom, boom, boom. How many did you say you saw on that 60 price?
60 offer. 241 sitting on the offer.
Yep. So I'm seeing that as well right here. So how would the way that I'm reading this is we have that bigger block of sells here at 55.60-ish. So sometimes, like you've said to me before, that acts as the magnet that price wants to go to, because that's like almost like a mini iceberg sticking out like that. Is that how you would read this here?
Yeah, essentially, yes. If a large amount of business needs to be conducted, they know that they can go up to that level based on the size of that order. I guess 240 lot isn't the biggest of orders we've seen, but currently, as we speak,
no, definitely not.
It is the biggest right now. It is the biggest. So it's sticking out there. It is a big round number, so to speak. So yes, if business needs to be conducted to the upside, we will gravitate towards that. But we got a couple prices to go through. Now look at the downside here. Not a whole heck of a lot. So there's definitely a little bit more liquidity to the upside here. So nice catch there. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, see if anything is sticking out here. Upside. Okay, yeah, here we go. 20,210. 20,210. We got 110 lot. There's 110 lot sitting on the offer there, but it did just get pulled really quick. So it just got pulled again. Okay, so they might be spoofing a little bit, but just something to keep an eye on as we move forward here.
And it looks like we have most of our orders right here. I mean, we're sitting in kind of in the middle of the range too. So it makes sense that this is like our daily point of control, so to speak, where a lot of orders are sitting. And that's why we might see some chop here. You know what I mean? Because the way that I'm reading this, Andre, again, tell me if I'm wrong. When I'm looking at the session volume profile, I can see most of the bid and ask right here at this current price. So that means we've got a lot of indecision here, right?
Yep. A lot of indecision, and both sellers and buyers are content with the price as we sit right here. So, but as we know, as Dolby Time always says, we cannot sit in this range forever. It's just a matter of time till we break out. Dolby Time, are you stacking any bids or offers currently?
I mean, no. Like shorts are like, you could take a short at like 196 and the NQ are 197. Like technically it is a cheap trade and like we are in a range. But I would preferably to go long, but I don't want to get long unless we're closer to like 180. So we're kind of in like a no trade area currently. And I'm not really one to like press the reverse button. It's like, oh, let's go short here so we can get it back down. Then I'll buy it and we'll send it back up again. Because I just don't know. I don't know if this is going to be the candlestick where it decides to shoot up. I mean, we're going to have MOC coming up. This is NASDAQ on what Hogue calls a synthetic Friday. So I'm fully expecting shenanigans here. So some sort of big stop run to the downside or the upside, get everyone shaken out. And probably just end back at like middle of the range or something if I had to guess. So I am expecting something to happen. It's probably going to happen quickly.
I would tend to agree with that. For those that are asking about Delta, I'll give you a quick Delta reading. Minus 2,200 in the ES, minus 1,900 in the NQ. Keep in mind, this is roll week. So this Delta reading isn't going to mean as much as it normally would. We are rolling from the June contract to the September contract. So Delta, take it with a grain of salt, if anything. Here we go.
Yeah, see, this is, if this shoots higher here, that's kind of why I just don't hop into a trade just because the setup is present. Like my bias is bullish. So just because it is top of range doesn't mean you want to hop into a short. And in trending markets, you can really get shoot up big time.
Okay, definitely. Andre, I got 250 on that 60, and then I see another 222 above it at 60.5. So maybe a couple of more asks coming in up there.
60.5. Yes, sir. Yep. There you go. Boom. So there's some liquidity at the upside. You got about 600, about 700 between 60s and 60.5. So there's liquidity there. We are pushing a little higher. See if we can get out of this range 57. Here. Yep.
If we just look at the tests of this VWAP too, I mean, you can see how well it's acted as support. We tested it here at the little sell-off we had at 2 o'clock. We bounced off there, made some higher lows here, and that 50 looking like a real strong base for some longs. Maybe should have been in here at 52, 53, trading this up to the top of that 15 range or even into the 60s in here. I think we can see 60 again. It's been a good target.
You did like 50s as support, and sure enough, with the VWAP, it is indeed. Yeah, Coach Jay sees that in the chat as well. Someone keeps flashing a 70 lot at that 210 level. Keep pulling it. I think they drop it down a couple ticks too, maybe to the 9s.
Who is doing that? Can we get a phone call? Who's flashing it? Yeah, come on. Who's flashing me like that?
Interns.
You think that's what it is, Andre? It's algos? It's algos?
Yeah. Most likely it's algos, I would say.
Yeah.
With how quick it's coming in and out.
Sense.
But
yeah,
if it's a human, that's not cool. All roads, George. All roads.
It's only spoofing if a human does it. If an algo does it, it's okay.
No,
is that what is that how we operate?
Yeah, good question. I'm sure if they intend on executing the order, Austin, then it's not spoofing.
That's
all about intent.
Intent. Call Michael. Where's the Series 3 guy? Get the Series 3 to give me some input on this, please.
About intent. Perhaps a customer says they don't want those 210s anymore. Perhaps the customer says want to move it down. So there's wiggle room there.
Yep.
Andre and I have to go back to grade school so we can learn how to read before we take the Series 3 test.
Oh, Dolby time. All I had to do is read that damn question. Just read the damn question, Andre.
I was the same Dolby, way. Dolby's like the kind of guy that's so smart. He just walks in and goes, "Oh crap, I got to take that test today," and he just shows up.
That was not me. I'm a solid C- student. I have terrible test anxiety. I hate school so much.
I feel like Dolby, it's either you're the super smart one or you're the one that would build a little earpiece and go in with the earpiece and have the guys in the van telling you the answers. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the two.
But still smart enough to pull that off Dolby time.
If there's a will, there is a way. Hey, there was no. I didn't take a class in on-air talent personality. I would have done pretty well in that, But instead, I'm stuck in history class or in math.
Yeah.
It's not doing me a whole lot of good right now. Professors.
We got Isaac in the chat and we got Nick in the chat, and they're looking for a flush here. I see toilet emojis in the chat here. See, they're calling for a flush. Is that what we're thinking here?
Okay.
I just don't. I would love to see it because I know. Nick will crush it on the short. I know that, bro. Everyone knows that. But I don't see that. So I would love to know what Nick sees because I see this going to 60 here. Maybe from 60 it flushes.
Yeah. Austin, how would you feel you would do if we did a reverse button challenge? How do you think you'd perform?
Tell me how that works. If I'm going to be
Listen to this. Listen to this.
So
tell him, Dolby.
Here's a reverse button challenge. So we would start the segment. Within 5 minutes, you have to place a trade. And for the next hour, you can only press the reverse button and nothing else until the segment's over.
When you hit reverse button, do you close the long? So like if I'm in a long, would it close the long and short?
you're immediately flipping sides. You can knock it out of the market.
Dude, I'd crush that.
Okay. Okay.
Both sides.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Put me
Love
in.
that.
I'll do first round. I'll take anybody. I'll do it with Nick. I'll do it with whoever.
Wow.
MP
all right.
MP was kind of working the reverse button this morning. Not
was
literally,
in the
but
zone.
he
I
was
saw
switching from long to short, short to
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
You know, almost like 3 Gs today doing that. It's very impressive.
Okay.
Well, those
So the
shorts
top
came in.
5-minute range, yeah, that helped. It helped. So
Yes, it did.
this is where that cheap trade pays, right? You wouldn't have taken literally any heat if you got short at like 200. You know what? Maybe 2 points, and that's it. And you'd have all this upside. You know, you're already up almost 10, 12 points.
Yes, you are. So, Dove, we got a question for you. If you were to get short those at 200 level, would you look to get out at the lower end of the range, or like do you go from upper end of the range to lower end of the range, or how do you work that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to get my bearings with MNQ plus the live account and how I want to operate it. So what I'm going to do going forward is I'm always going to use 2 contracts, and so that way what I can do is ideally it'd be 3. So you'd want to take profit off like in the middle of the range, and then the end of the range, and then the third contract would be the trade out of the range if you get it. So it's like kind of like single, double, home run. But if you only get one lot, you can't really do that. You're all in or all out. So it's very difficult. But that's what I'm going to do kind of going forward. And we're basically at break even in this account, to be honest. I think we're up $5.24. And most of that is because there were a couple of trades in which I overmanaged and lost, potential profits upwards of like $250 in MNQ dollars. So it's a pretty significant amount of money that I wish I had back. Now it's just from going to break even a little bit too early. Unfortunately. But we live and we
I
learn.
see Isaac's in the chat. Isaac's saying toilet times. A couple of guys saying 55.42. Man, if we go 55.42 here in Power Hour, that would really impress me.
Mm-hmm.
That would be very impressive. I see new highs much more likely than 42 at this point. That's just my opinion.
I tend to agree with you, Austin, as well. 55.42. That would be a pretty good break to the downside here. Hey.
We've seen it happen, right? Where this will go to 60, and anybody that liked the longs with me from 52 to 60 will make money, and it'll hit 60 and then flush. And then you could be long and short in the same hour and make money. We've seen that many times here. So you can't be, swayed by other people's opinions, right? I just see it how I see it. I see VWAPs, I see levels. That's how I trade. Some people don't trade that way. So you can be short biased when some are long biased, but you got to have conviction in your own ideas. That's what you got to live and die by. You can't be, Austin says 60, I got to trade it to 60, and then we lose. It's Austin's fault. No, man, you got to take accountability for your own ideas, and you've got to be confident in it, win or loss. And nobody should be too heavy in any one trade that it should really matter that much, right? It's the day before a basic, like a holiday. You cannot be 10, 15 contracts heavy here at the end of the day, unless your account, of course, can take that. You got to trade for the rest of this week. We're going to have a great end to the week. Thursday and Friday, a lot of good news coming out. It's going to give the market a lot of volume. So I think you want to keep the gunpowder dry if you are unsure. But if you are sure and you are confident in your idea, live and die by it. That's always my best advice.
I love that.
So Isaac,
Dakota in the chat.
Let's see the short, bro. Let's see Coach Dakota.
Yeah, if we can get shorts, let's see it.
Yeah.
We got Coach Dakota in the house. Or we don't move, stay where we are because heck with everyone. Very well could be true. We do have some submission.
Probably lean long if I had to guess, just because of the series of higher lows that we've had. Especially, it looks a lot more clear in the ES if you go to like a 30-minute chart. You know what I mean? It's just slowly getting bid up over time. It doesn't mean it's not going to roll over, but
no, of course. We've got some cells stepping in a little lower too, Andre. 59 now. You've got a good block at 59. So maybe bringing that down a little. I see 218.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Definitely room to the upside here. If we get there, we got to get there. 60s. Maybe they moved it down a little bit. But with that being said, we do have the countdown clock in the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Got 25 minutes left in this session. Again, we do have a bank holiday tomorrow. The markets are closed. But if we have time, since markets are kind of trading sideways, I want to go to Gabe. Got some quiz results and maybe a little bit more. So, Gabe, what do we got?
All right, let's do it. Here are the quiz results for today.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the one that has the box over the other half, we had to cut it short.
Yeah.
It was getting a little dicey.
Wonder what that word was. Because the first word is a spice.
Yes, it is. Dolby time. You are right. You Dolby time. Yes. Lewd Andre. Oh God. Slap that ass. Yep.
Andre 58's here.
Yep. We're pushing here.
There
okay.
it is.
All right. Thanks, Gabe.
Yep.
All right. Thanks for playing, guys. Check your emails.
300 at 60, Andre. Sorry, Gabe. 330 at 60 now. There's more there.
There you go. Yep. And 223 above that. Gabe will come back to you. We'll see if we get this moved into the 60s here. Nice job, Austin. Yep. Spot those out. See anything above that?
I'm learning. I'm excited.
Yeah.
You know, Rips is working with Bookmap to put out some content to share how he looks at book. It's so cool to see how different people are looking at the Dom. Being here on TopStep has helped me so much, you know, learning from you and Michael and guys like Rips, like Dakota. It's super cool to see, take a little bit from everybody. You know, I see some people sometimes in the chat are very opinionated. I think we all should be learning from each other. There's no reason to be super opinionated and tell someone they're right or they're wrong. Just try to take something, even if it's what not to do. Try to take something from everybody. I think that's like
100%.
one of the keys to success and longevity as a trader. You've got to stay a student. So staying a student doesn't just mean you listen and follow what everybody says to do blindly. Sometimes you have to have discernment and be like, okay, I don't really like that. I'm not going to do that. That's still a lesson, you know? But you guys have helped me a lot. So I'm very excited to learn more about reading the price, following the flow of it, reading this type of like level 2 movement. It's really seems very helpful.
Yeah. I mean, you want to add to your toolbox, right? I mean, I had a music teacher. I played drums, and he's like, when you listen to another musician, just try to grab like one or two things and add it to your repertoire. And I think it's kind of the same thing.
Great advice.
In trading. And we just had David Green on too. He's been trading for 35 years, and you know his ears are always open to try to learn and get just a little bit better. What up?
How much do you think? How much do you think that wedding cost him? It was his daughter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The average cost of a wedding is 125 grand, bro. It's at least 120, 150.
He's got a couple bucks. So yeah.
I saw a picture. It looked nice.
Very nice. Yes.
But I am not. My wedding will not be that expensive. I can tell you that right now. I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to do food, to be honest, at this rate. I don't even know if we're going to feed these people.
Well, we got to make some ticks then. Damn it, Dolby. We got to find some winners in this market.
Dude. $120 a plate for mediocre wedding food.
Listen, everybody in the chat, everybody, please subscribe to Dolby's Only Ticks, so that way Dolby can afford to feed us at the wedding. Please. I don't want to just eat chicken fingers. Please.
It might be BYOF, to be honest.
Bring your own food, and everybody shows up at McDonald's.
Yeah, it's just gonna be like granola bars, McDonald's. Maybe we'll have like a smoothie.
I heard it was SpaghettiOs and Pop-Tarts.
I don't know.
Hey, there you go.
Screw the tables, bro. Everybody just sit on the floor.
Yes.
Oh, you have to pay for tables and chairs too? Man, get out of here. Yeah, everyone's bringing a blanket. We're doing a picnic. Bro. That's what we're doing. We're doing a picnic. That's it.
Real fast too. The only stock that's green on my list of the big 7, big 6 that we're looking at is NVIDIA today. So that's interesting. You know, up 3.5-ish. Everything else is red. So I find that pretty interesting.
What is NVIDIA trading right now?
135.50.
What a beast.
What a beast.
So,
it's incredible.
The 20,200 level is still just offering a little bit of opportunity if you want it on the short side. You know, it's not a lot of ticks, but it's there. It's like 10 points. But sorry, it's like 10 points you can get, maybe 10, 15 points. But the range has been really good. So, you know, if you want an example
of what interesting today?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, go finish, Dolby. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, if you want an example of what like a really good range trade kind of looks like, that's neutral. Like this NQ right here is kind of a perfect example where you're bouncing between like a 25-point range, short tops, you know, buy bottoms. The only problem is that we're making higher lows, so it's not perfect, but you can see how it offers a cheap trade because it's shown itself to be resistance on numerous times. So why not just keep trying the same thing if it's doing the same thing? You know, I don't want to be the person who's betting on something that has not happened yet. I'd rather bet on what's
I'll play the devil's advocate to that.
I love that.
The only thing is, I love that too, because I see the cheapness of the trade. Just being above daily VWAP and looking like there's so much support in the 20,180s. I wonder, like the short from the 200s to the 80s is to the 18s. I mean, it's tight, you know, tight little range in there. And being above the daily VWAP, I think we're just more likely to get a pop higher right now than a pop down. That's just how I'm seeing. And what's interesting, I was going to say, and I know you do because you said you like the longs too. If you look at ES today, especially this morning, ES looked a lot more bullish than NASDAQ. Now they've kind of evened out and come into like the parity. We see them trade together often, but this morning did not look like that at all. ES and NQ looked much different at the open. So that was interesting. But now starting to see them come together, looking both above the daily VWAP, both looking like they want to maybe break out this little range to the upside. I think still ES looks more bullish to me than NQ. NQ, though, has an upside, I think, of a little bit more room. You've got, what, 20,230 to the upside? So you've got 100 ticks to the upside. That's a nice little pop. ES is close to all-time highs. We're 5 points.
What's the all-time highs? Did we just hit it today? It's 62 a quarter or whatever?
Today's pin. Yep, 62 and a quarter. Yep. But remember, Zach said that today. He was like, it's crazy how ES makes all-time highs so often. Is it, though? Like, think about what market you're talking about. This is not a Forex.
Up all the time.
This is not a commodity, bro. This is America, baby. Eddie, cue the music. Born in the USA, Bruce Springsteen. You know what I'm saying?
Only 3 seconds of it. Can't get a DMCA.
How about this?
Mayday, mayday. Anyone copying Channel 9?
There.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right, Austin. We do see that liquidity still at the 55.60 level. Got about 270 sitting on that offer.
Just above that, you got at 60 and a half.
You got it. So over about 700, 800 contracts on the offer between those three prices, between 60 and 60 half. So see, we're getting closer and closer. Let's see if that gets filled.
You know, Isaac and I have been connected on social. I'm going to get him on the podcast because he's in Sarasota. He's not far from me. And I like what he's saying because he was like, well, the room to the upside from when I first started stream and we started talking, 53 to 60 is only 7 points. His flush had much more space to the downside. And I can't argue with that. Like the risk reward, of course, is greater. But when you're playing the probabilities, especially in power hour, we go into this bank holiday, it could be slow. I'm going to probably lean into those longs just drifting to this high rather than the flush. But now, what do we hit here? 50, almost 59. Let's see if it'll reject it. That's the top of the 15-minute opening range is 59.
Okay.
And it hasn't been able to get above and hold 59 for more than a few minutes today. So if you took the long from the daily VWAP at 53, you would definitely want to take some off at 59, you know, because that's going to be your next key level right above you. 15-minute opening range high.
Yeah. I'm going to try to get long if we can get down like below 180. So
hey,
like
he's bidding. He's bidding.
180.
Dolby time.
Yeah, it's a good range. It's a good
Dolby
range.
with the bids.
Yeah, I love it.
Dow has been points away.
The only market really moving right now is the Dow, and Dow has been
get out of here, really?
if you want to call it. Yeah, I know. Someone woke up they took their Ovaltine. They took their Ovaltine, Dolby, and rallied about 60 points in the last 40 minutes or so. So that's kind of a move. NASDAQ and S&Ps not doing a whole heck of a lot. Dolby is working a bid around the 80s, I believe.
I'm thinking about it. It's a mental work. Got to get down there. I kind of.
You do have some bids stepping in down at.
Yeah, buying the higher
Okay,
lows.
you go.
I was just thinking about buying the higher lows. We got that little higher low thing going on within this range. So I was like, yeah, maybe if I put a bid at like the midway point. But then it's like, if I go back and look at that trade and it ends up just rolling over, I'm just going to write down, you bought the middle of the range, dum-dum, and you didn't wait for the bottom. So I'm going to hold off on it.
Oh, yeah, Dolby time. If you don't mind, you journaled yesterday after the trade yesterday. What would you put in the journal, if you don't mind me asking?
For that trade yesterday?
Yeah, you said I'm going to journal this. And I remember in our post-show meeting, you're like, oh, I'm just journaling. I don't mind. Would you mind sharing that with us if you can? Because
yeah, not a problem. Hold on, let me just pull it up real quick. So the issue that I had in that trade was I did not defer to the higher time frame for that trade. So I kind of got stuck. Yeah. So if you are going to be doing range trading, try to find the biggest range you can. You don't want to necessarily trade the smallest one because the biggest range is going to have like the best levels. And so I ended up just focusing on too small of a level. And I think I was like trading on a 5-minute when there's actually like a 30-minute level going on. And so I just kind of got caught in the middle of the range. And in fact, I actually did the exact same mistake this morning because I was just kind of playing around and I didn't spend the 5 minutes going over my charts and I didn't notice the 4-hour range was there. And I ended up trading a smaller range and then I was in no man's land. So if I had, waited a little bit, it would have been a lot better. And also I think that trade was just out of system. I kind of chased that long. I didn't wait for the consolidation that happened yesterday for power hour. If had I waited like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, I would have had the exact setup I wanted, but instead I got impatient, and then I literally saw my setup happen 10 minutes later. So very, very frustrating. I think it just kind of goes to show you, just especially for like a 50K account or any of the trading combines, you do not have that much wiggle room to not follow your strategy. So you really have to be on point and make sure that every trade you take is within system and it's money well spent. You don't want to waste trades because you don't really get that many, especially if you're not trading well.
All right. Well, we did see a bit of a sell-off there. We did touch down into the 80s where we ticked out at 81.5 maybe. Go into that range. Looking at the NASDAQ. The buyers did step in. We'll see if we can get a push lower. Downside. But right now we are in the range.
Still, yeah.
Oh, 14
Seems
minutes
like
left
even
in the
here,
session.
like I might,
right here,
I might
Toby.
defer even to the 30-minute range, which I would have the low down at 160. And so
60s,
now we're kind of in
okay.
the middle of a 30-minute range. So yeah, this is kind of a good point. So if you go to the
There you go.
15-minute, you're
This is perfect.
at the bottom of the 15-minute range. But if you go to the 30-minute chart, you're actually in the middle of the 30-minute range.
There you go.
So do I wait for 160? It's like, yeah, I'd probably prefer waiting for 160 now. If you go to the 1 hour, then the 160 still looks actually pretty good. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bounces off of there. So maybe that will be a better level because the market is can always go places. If it's already been there once, it can most certainly go there again relatively easily. So it always catches me off guard just how easy the market can go from level to level, regardless of how big the time frame is.
Like that lesson learned. Well,
Keep
I
it journal.
am happy to report we've just hit 99,000 subscribers here at TopstepTV. 99,000 subscribers. We are 1,000 away from the big number, 100,000.
I look like Topstep CEO.
Yeah.
Look at that.
How about that? 99,000 subscribers. Please click like, please click subscribe. Share with everybody, your friends, family, neighbors. Hell, even your enemies. Have them watch us. We'll give them a shout out.
Looks like
99,000
nice tan on
subscribers.
MP there. Working his core too. It's impressive
I would
stuff,
like.
MP. Keep it up.
Absolutely. All right, we still have some things to clean up here. We got 12 minutes left in the session. Gabe, if we're ready, we can do some, we did quiz winners, we did some trader wins and hashtag power hour stuff because we got MOC coming up and some liquidity injections right around the corner. Gabe, talk to me.
Yes, sir. We got a couple.
Let's see.
We have a nice, not only trader win, but also sent us a double screenshot of the actual. So he sent us a tick pick. And then on top of that, the realized P&L on his Express account today. And in the bottom right corner of his screenshot, you can see he's watching the stream at the same time as using Topstep X Mobile. So just taking advantage of all the different resources. So we're grateful that you sent that into us. Good one. Got another battle station pick here.
Keep it simple. I like it.
That's a nice one. I like that.
I like it. Was that us?
Absolutely.
Top TV up. There we are on
That's
TV.
us right
Yep.
now,
Very
in real
nice.
time. Look at that.
How about that? Austin, you're on there. Yep. Oh.
And last but not least, a little power hour superhero meme here, which I do like.
Ooh, Superman trading. I like that. That's pretty clever.
Wow, we
I
got
don't know if that's supposed to be
top-tier memers
MP
now.
or Dolby.
Kind of looks
I
like
don't know,
Andre.
man.
Kind of looks like Andre.
Look at Dolby time with the shades.
I like the shades, but the
Not
hair
my
might
facial
not
hair, though.
match.
That's your facial hair, though.
Yeah,
It's like
it might be a mix of all of
amalgamation.
us.
Up and away.
Oh.
But that's it for today,
Andre,
guys.
Thank you, Gabe. What else do we have? Do we have we did quiz winners, power hour stuff.
Andre, do we
Trader
have any
wins?
announcements for the 100K subscribers? Are we doing anything for that?
We are indeed.
We are.
Probably next. Yes, so keep it a secret. Keep everything under wraps for right now. But when we do get there, leave us that we got something for you, for everybody, actually.
Cool.
Big things coming. Looks like it'll be probably next week sometime. But yes, we got some things in the works for sure. 100,000
Love that.
subscribers. We are getting
Huge.
close. It's crazy.
One thing
You
I can
believe
point out
that,
real
Dre?
fast,
Man.
just to take a look
Dolby,
at
I
spy
know.
volume, just to see what's interesting and going on in other places. June 6th was our lowest volume day, basically for the whole year. Today is actually lower than that. So I'm just looking at volume bars, just looking at since start of year, and I'll go like this and just mark that June right here. And you can see nothing is less than that except today. Today is the only day with less volume than that. So we'll see how we close, but that kind of makes sense for a midweek holiday, kind of thing going on here. And a lot of people have been saying this rally is on low volume. I mean, look at the volume we had in April when we started to tip over, and then you could see less volume coming in here from May into June. So kind of like that's what is the saying? Sell in May and go away. I wonder if that has anything to do with volume. I feel like that's a very old saying. I don't know if it's very true.
It is. It is. Well, we keep making new all-time highs. So, selling in May and going away might not be the best. I asked Tuckman about it. Yes. Oh.
Hey, we got our MOC IBs coming in. Looking to, we got, let's see here.
Buy
My
side.
goodness, this is a little different. Sell side here, buy side. Let me get this straight here. Okay, here we go. S&P. We've got 500 million to the sell side. NASDAQ, 60 million to the sell side. Dow, 70 million to the sell side. And the Magnificent Seven, 7 million to the buy side. Check that out.
That is, so we got about, call it 600 million sell side. It's not a whole heck of a lot.
No.
Like Austin just said, volume is,
Can we see 60 before the close, Andre? We got 9 minutes. We might get 60 here. It's interesting. You get sell side MOC and it pops
so
higher.
fast.
Yeah, it happened real fast.
How fast? Damn, Bobby, that
already 9 minutes. I barely even time to place a trade.
60s, yes, I think we can see 60s, Austin, for sure.
258 million shares of NVIDIA traded today. Nothing else is even close. So like Nick just said in the chat, they can't stop buying NVIDIA.
I mean, where else are you going to go? AI
Number
is
one right now.
Exposure.
Number one stock.
Exposure.
Should've
checking
bought
in,
some
guys.
20 years ago. Oh,
what's up?
NVIDIA is also the only Mag 7 stock in positive territory today, up 3.5% right now.
My goodness.
That's obscene. I should have just slammed.
You know what? But let me throw this in there for a second. The Mag 7 is Mag 7's not even the 7 anymore, bro. We got to stop calling it that. It's
Mag,
1.
Mag 1.
Yeah.
Maybe
Apple.
Maybe Apple. Apple's just your steady horse. She's going to be good to you for a long time. You know what I mean? It's just different now, man. I'm going to find a stat I had today I can share with you guys about NASDAQ. Hold on one second.
Yeah, NVIDIA is definitely the darling of the markets right now.
You want to guess? Let's play guessing games today, Andre. Guess how much of a percentage NVIDIA is of NASDAQ.
NASDAQ 100.
What's the over and under?
5%? 5%?
I was going to say 8.
It's damn near 9. Good guess, Andre. Yeah, I got to find the exact stat. I'll share it.
That one.
But I had it up on Twitter
done.
today. Yep. So you got Apple and NVIDIA both at about 9% of NASDAQ, both very close to each other. And Microsoft is right there as well, 7 or 8%. So it's those three stocks. It's Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA. Yeah.
And that's almost, 20% of the NASDAQ right there?
Basically, yep.
Yep. So it does all the heavy lifting.
So we push to highs now? Not highs, but out of this range?
Yep. I think we can get
See if we
60
get
before the close. There it goes.
Yeah, if we can tag these 60s.
I think if it takes 59, it goes.
I think so too. 370 now at the 50 or 59 is jumping around. So now they're
front a little bit there. There it is.
Yeah, they're trying to front run each other. Here we go. See these 59 quarters trade.
The 60s, the 61s drop to 60, and then the 62s drop to 61, and they just try to get filled.
Yeah, seems like some people are trying to get these orders off. Do they get filled?
Ooh, look at that. 372 up at 62.
So here you go. Yeah,
here
we go. 60s.
60.
Austin Silver, my man. There you go.
Crack. Now we go. Let's see what we get in the end here.
Another 360 lot.
Those 180s are looking pretty good in the NASDAQ right there that I mentioned and did not take a trade in.
Austin, well done.
Solid 25 points right there in NASDAQ.
Very nice. If you made some money in the chat, throw us a W in the chat. Let's see what you got. Let's see who's got some wins here.
That's right.
61 and 3/4. 400 sitting on the offer there. So there's upside liquidity. Downside, got a 240 lot sitting there. Here you go.
65. Yep.
65s. I'm looking before that. No, looking 61 and 3/4. 61 and 3/4. We got a 400 lot sitting on the offer there. Yep. 60s did definitely trade. Good. Look at all those W's in the chat. Well done. Done.
Nice.
Jay Cook.
Beautiful.
They
Love to see
trade.
that
Awesome.
going into the holiday, everybody. Great.
Oops,
And there we go.
down into range. Yes.
Yeah.
This will be
I'm
fun
so
here, guys.
happy
Last
none of
5
us
minutes.
traded.
There's your liquidity.
Here we go. Power hour, baby. Let's go.
So
Dre,
happy
look at that.
no
You
one
got 410
traded
up
here.
there. 60,
Yep.
61 and 3/4.
Let's see if those get filled here. We did see some sellers come in. Looks like some market orders did get hit. They hit the bid there, but they did stabilize. See if the buyers come back in. Try to buy it up to those 61 and 3/4. Jay Cook says it was filled. All those orders were filled on the 60 to 60 halves. The S&Ps. So I like the S&Ps. There's liquidity. There's volume in there. It's a little bit more stable than the NASDAQ, but NASDAQ does move. No doubt about that.
NASDAQ does move.
Certainly does. Yep.
We'll be timing that range, man. I'm learning. We're gonna start pulling the trigger.
The range right here.
Yes, it is.
It's just not a great time. I mean, everything seems like a coin flip. You know, it's just like we got
Watching
the
the video here
bank
too,
holiday tomorrow. We got super tight
NVIDIA.
range. We're making higher lows, lower highs. I got 20,198 is the middle of kind of like the daily range. We're trading at 201 right now, so maybe it rallies. It's just I don't know. It's low probability, silly stuff. Yeah. Very silly stuff.
10.
All right, here we go.
1-minute bars on NVIDIA. Straight up, Andre. 10 1-minute bars
Yeah.
straight up from 135 to 136. We just need 136 and a half basically to get to a new all-time high on NVIDIA there. So it looks like it's going to carry ES here. ES is what really close here, 62 and a half.
See this 400 lot. See if this 400 lot gets filled at 61 and 3/4. Oh,
right there. And then you got a little bit of a block up at 63.
Yep, we're gonna come in and try to front run. Sellers come in.
There they come.
And this could be some shorts getting squeezed. They're just puking into these offers.
Yep. Yeah, look, 421 up at 63.
There you go, Austin.
I'm getting it, Andre. I'm getting it, bro.
Yeah, no, and you taught me. John taught me. Hogue taught me this.
That's cool.
Before previous markets I used to trade, horizontal markets, so they come down. A market would run away from size like this, but in S&Ps and NASDAQ, the market gravitates towards size like this.
Isn't
So I
that
had to
interesting?
unlearn and supply and demand would say but hey, that's how this works.
Back down we go.
All right, there we go. Yep. Back down to 59.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes.
Tough trading. If you made money today, congratulations. You should be very happy with yourself.
Seriously, doesn't look like the house.
Yeah, I mean, what's our top to bottom size today during trading session? 25, 18, 19 points today, up and down. Less than 20 points is tight.
S&Ps? Yeah,
less than it's tight.
We're not.
It's the day you got to kind of pick your spots. You know what I mean? And that was why even before we got on stream here, I'm up today on the XFAs. Eddie, first thing he said was like, don't. And when markets are moving like they did, what was it, last Thursday, Friday? Like we had a day where yesterday even ripped beautifully.
Yep.
When you get days like that, you can step on the gas a little bit. But when you're in a tight range, unless you're a really good range trader, you take what you can get. You come back, keep the powder dry. Let's see. We're going to finish on a high here. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah. When I was doing trading
Andre,
combines,
65s,
I was, ooh, maybe
65s. Ooh, that could be a stretch. We got 90 seconds.
That could be a stretch.
See if we can get through these 62s.
How loose are your hamstrings, Andre? How loose are them hamstrings?
Exactly.
See if we stretch.
Can you do the splits? That's how loose you got to be to do this one. Let's see.
Yeah, for real.
61, 70, 61, 3/4, 60 seconds. Eddie, you got bell and outro, my man. A bit of a muted.
Nice trading, everybody. In the chat, very nice.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, Nick said playing the edges would have worked today, shorting on the initial breakout range, on the initial range high and low. Yep, I totally agree with that.
Gotta start doing that.
Good shorts up here at 60. Buys at the bottom there.
The range guru sitting right here. Gotta start pulling the trigger.
Yeah.
Last thing, let me throw this in there. People say all the time, what do you do with ranges? How do I know to buy or sell? And you guys do this really well. You explain it's not about knowing to buy or sell. It's about knowing the levels that price is going to react at. And then reading the level 2, reading the market structure, seeing what news is potentially coming. That can then shape if you should be long or short at that level. How has price reacted to that level already today? So it's not so much knowing to be a buyer or a seller. It's knowing the range levels first. That's the most important thing. And if you need any help, everybody, 15-minute opening range has been great for me. A lot of people use the initial balance range. I think John talks about that all the time. That's the first hour of trading, I believe. Both of those are two really good ones to play with.
Nope. Ranges just offer cheap trades. It's not going to tell you the direction. You have to add in your own little series of spices and flavorings to kind of pick what
There
side
it
of
is.
the range.
There it is. Finished.
right.
What did we get there? 61 and 3/4.
Good job, guys. Great session. Good stuff. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Austin, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby Time, great work as always. I'm going to throw it over to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take it away, my man.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for being with us here today. I hope you learned at least one thing. And if you did, you're in the right direction. Very nice to have you here with us. Now, remember, tomorrow we will not be here. Okay, it is a U.S. national holiday, Juneteenth. And I want to make sure that when you come back Thursday, I want you to know that there is some meat on the bone, speaking of economic numbers. Coming up at 7:30 Thursday, we will be having initial jobless claims. Also, Philadelphia Fed Manufacturing Index. Lots of numbers coming up at Thursday. 10 o'clock, crude oil inventories, Atlanta Fed GDP at 9:30. We also do have numbers all the way back down there. 12 o'clock, 10:30. 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction. We got the tips, 5-year tips at noon. And that's just some of the stuff. We do have a balance sheet later in the day on Thursday. So once again, we will not be here tomorrow, but starting off Thursday, Hogan and myself will be here to fire up the machine and get the party started. We do have Fast Markets with Andre, MP, Deeyana, Nick, for Tick, and Hogue. We got Power Players, Flyer Jim. Yes, Flyer Jim, our good old friend here in chat. We'll be here with Andre and Dolby for Power Players. I'll be here for TopQuiz with Devin, Jack and Brett for Shoulder Tap, JD and Robert for group coaching. We've got Gabe's Road to Funding. We'll have Gabe with us. Dolby and Andre will be running shotgun with Gabe, and we'll see how Gabe is doing. And to end the day for Thursday, we've got Andre, Dolby, and Max Maserati. Yes, this Max Maserati. And don't forget, I think we've got slow markets tonight. And I do believe that Dakota said slow markets tomorrow also. But right after this here, we do have Coach Jay and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer. We got Coach Ray at 6, Coach Vince at 7, and once again, Coach Dakota at 8. So, my friends, it's been a wonderful day here. I've enjoyed it. I hope you have also. And it's family time now. Remember, take tomorrow off. Just enjoy the family. Stay up late tonight. Maybe the kids are home from school. Maybe have game night. Order a pizza. And turn off your phones. Turn off anything electronic. Just have a game night with the family. Get some love. Get some rest. Re-energize. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. And until we meet again, yes, I am Eddie Horn. And this has been Topstep TV. See you then.
Thank you.